Hello, Internet! Welcome to our first early stream of the year. Welcome to our first early stream of the year. I've been wanting to stream early this whole week because of the Subathon, and I finally locked in. An hour later than I wanted, but whatever. This works, this works. Who the fuck are you? Hello, it's me, your streamer. Misclick. I saw that ping point. What a stream that isn't late? No, wait, an early stream? I've only been talking about it for the past like 3 streams. It was bound to happen eventually. But happy 1 week of Subathon chat room. Crazy that we're at 400 subs and only 1 mouse chan corner. That's upsetting. That is incredibly upsetting. You know what else is upsetting? That we're at 32 hours still. When... What's the, like, the fucking Kratos meme? When will I be free? This ain't our streamer. Your streamer's locking in, Jaga. I'm going to greater heights now. Voice crack. I'm going to greater heights now. Halfway to 1K subs. Actually, it's halfway to 800 subs, which is still 200 subs away from 1K. Heights? Okay, come on. You know what? At least I don't sit inside all day and play War Thunder, you know? At least I play, you know, culturally accepted games, such as Hytale, or Wordle. Midtail? Okay. How do I ban? Alright. There we go, now that's fixed. Anyway, hello chat. I hope everyone's having a great day today. I hope everyone's having a wonderful... Don't forget who holds the power here! Do not forget your place! I am the monarch above all. This isn't a democracy. There's no free speech here. This is a dictatorship. If you don't agree with what I say, you go. So this is why Kamui has been banned permanently, actually, because Kamui actually doesn't like the color green. Secret. Kamui just tolerates the color green because they're in my server. What if you say Wonder Woman? Exactly. Hi, Ace. Streamer's power tripping. Are you right? You can be right. You're so right! Streamer power abuse. You gonna tell the streamer? Dude, fucking... What, if you bully an orphan, who are they gonna tell? Their parents? You see, you don't go for me, you go for a bigger streamer, and, you go for, like, a bigger drama, like, streamer, or, like, YouTuber, and start talking shit about me to them, or you just mass support me to Twitch. Don't do that. But... Audible sigh! Oh, Macamoy. Hi, Phobies. You're unusually energetic today. Who the fuck are you, Skinwalker? I'm trying to be more upbeat. I'm trying to be more energetic. The past few streams, I haven't really been that energetic, and I feel bad about it. So I'm trying to lock back in to be my good old self as usual. I'm gonna tell Markiplier on you. Joke's on you. Markiplier never even replied to my tweet. Shocker, right? I don't think Mark uses Twitter, actually. I think Mark has Twitter for literally, like, advertising purposes for like Iron Lung and stuff like that, right? Couldn't tell you what the odds that he was ever gonna see that. Oh my god. There was a slight, like, it was a tiny, like, inkling of a fear of, like, oh man, what if one of them does see it? What if one of them did see it and just didn't, like, interact with it? Which would be so much worse than them never seeing it. Is that you see it and go, wow, that's so weird and cringe. I think that person should die. It would be over. It would be so over. What did Mousechan give her Petmon powers? What? What? What are we talking about? Mark would never use power word kill. I remember I was, so back when I was hosting my campaign for D&D, someone who knew nothing about D&D was joining, right? And they were looking through, like, spells, trying to figure out what kind of character they wanted to be, what kind of class they wanted to play. And they were looking through, like, just spells in unfiltered orders, right? And they saw power word kill, read it out loud, and said, huh, that seems strong. How do I get that? It was, like, one of the first spells they looked at, too. It was really funny. Power word kill seems a little strong. Thankfully, it's a 7th level spell, if I remember correctly, but Jesus. A loner being hyped up? Nah, that's impossible. I've been sipping a Monster Energy for the past, like, 20 minutes before stream. So that has, like, a little bit to do with it, I'm sure. But, it's still me, baby. It's still me. I feel like I'm on drugs. Is this what drugs feel like? I don't like this. Never mind, that delay is huge. What delay? I totally read that late, by the way, so I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. That was a hi, Alice. Okay, let me switch off of this fucking Wii Sports music. We get the point. Last stream, I said that I would start the stream off with a wheel spin, so let's just get it out of the way now, alright? Let's get the wheel spin done and out of the way. Let me... Yeah. We're gonna spin our wheel here. The wheel of names. Starting stream off strong, I see. We're starting the stream off strong. We're starting the stream off great, actually. Actually. There we go. Awesome. Sick. Alright. Funny mic for the next 10 minutes. I don't know what does it, but you can hear, like, the demons in the background sometimes. Like, I don't know what caused it, if it's me being too loud, or if it's like a weird lingering effect in my voice, I don't know. Well, now it's not doing it. I swear to God it was there. It was there earlier. It's there before. You guys know what I'm talking about. Find some good audio quality. Al's got that Xbox 360 microphone. Exactly. Guys, should we play Call of Duty every time I pull up the funny mic? Put like Call of Duty Ghosts Extinction Mode. I'd love that. We believe you, streamer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, so my... wait, let me eat the microphone for this one. Oh my...
You're such a good girl. Oh, I love this microphone. It's so good. It's so good. Isn't it great? Isn't it perfect? It's peak. This is pure cinema. No way else became an NPC streamer for a second. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Free ASMR, let's go. Oh! You're inside me. Oh, I love eating this microphone. It's so goofy sounding. Putting in Volt's channel points a good use. Dude, I'm glad you guys are getting good use out of the 22k. Going crazy. Hey yo, whoa. Wait, what? What did I say? Oh, your time. Yeah, okay, maybe not the best. Look, I put the mic to my mouth, and it was like inside my mouth, and I said, you know, man, I could have used a better phrase there. That could have been a better phrase. You know, that's my bad. I echo my face. You know what? No, I'm not sorry. You know what? I'm definitely down on that one. I'm definitely down on that one. That was funny. That was good. That was clip-worthy. You know, I'm covering that later. No, no going back from there. You know what? Maybe I don't want to go back from there. I mean, sometimes we just gotta play it where it lands, you know? Sometimes you aim for the hole and you land in the green and you're like, fuck me, and you know what? You just gotta play it where it lands, you know? You can't always restart, you can't always go back, you know? You just gotta play it where it lands. That's life for you. So you know what? We're playing it where it lands. And you know what? We're not even going for the hole anymore. We're going straight for the water. We're going out of the green into the water. Me when I cope. You know what? I am the coper, baby. Why so serious? Why so angry? I'm the coper, baby. You know, it's just, sometimes it's nice to cope, you know? Coping reminds you of the simple things before just things get out of hand with the way you talk, you know? Sometimes I look at clips and I rewind the stream and I'm like, man, why did I say that? Why did I blurt that out? There's so many things that I just fucking say that I don't catch on to until like 10 minutes later when I'm like looking back at chat and I'm replaying in my head like what was said here, what is this in reference to, and then I have to fucking play it back in my head live time. I'm like, why did I say that? But now it's like too late for me to bring it up because it's awkward for me to go back and be like, why did I say that? Because now it's been like 10 or 20 minutes since then. So I'm like, why am I on about this anymore anyway? What, like it sucks. It's terrible. That happens so often, where I say stuff, and then sometimes no one says anything about it, and I'm like, I don't remember saying that. Why did I say that? What am I on? I say stuff that I don't even know why I say 80% of the time, and then there's a solid 20% that I'm like, oh, that'll be funny, and then I say it, and it comes out loud, I'm like, that wasn't that funny. That actually really wasn't that funny. Why did I say that? That wasn't funny. Can I backpedal this? Can I fall back on this? Can I just pretend it didn't happen? I mean, you know, I'm not that popular, so maybe it'll be forgotten. You know, as long as I don't post anywhere, it'll be okay. I didn't know Alice worked at Yaps R Us. That's how I got my start here, baby. Come on, I started as a yapper. You know, Lone Girl Yaps in the Void. That's where I got my start. It all started there. We won't forget. I think you forget where you are. Come on, we all forgot. We all forget in the Forgotten Wonderland. Come on, just re-roll the joke later. It doesn't get a reaction before, so I reuse it again. It still gets no reaction. Damn, okay, I see what kind of room this is. Tough crowd, eh? Born a Yap, forced to VTube? There's nothing forced about this. I love this. This is the best thing ever. Guys, rest assured, you know, you see those clips all the time of, oh, I bet you're on VTuber because you're ugly, and then it's like the most beautiful woman ever, or it's like the most handsome guy you've ever seen VTubing, just because they think it's cool. Rest assured, I'm ugly as fuck. I'm a fat chud. No, and I walk, my belly goes boing. I VTube because I'm Nico Avocado. Could you imagine? What a crazy twist that would be, Could you okay, wait. Could you imagine if, like, Iron Mouse or, like, Zentreya was, like, secretly Nico Avocado or something? Could you imagine? That would be crazy. What a plot twist. That has to be, like, someone out there, like, a popular YouTuber has to be some sort of VTuber without, like, in secret. That has to be a thing. That has to be a thing. Do you think Markiplier is Zentreya? That would be crazy. That would be the biggest plot twist ever. Oh, speaking of Zentreya, dude, I was looking at VTuber merch the other day just out of curiosity, and I got reminded of the fucking Zentreya kitchen knife. That's like $250. Brother, at that point, I'm not fucking using that. I'm just putting that up on a mantle. Like, don't get me wrong, it's really cool looking. But I'm sorry, who was buying that? I'm assuming people have bought it. By the way, I'm like bashing people who buy it. I'm not even bashing Zentreya for making it, right? Because it's a cool ass fucking merch item. But what the helly? It's such a weird item. A fucking kitchen knife. It's so bizarre. See, very good knives are expensive. It's fair. I just don't know many people in the VTuber space who are, you know, 5-star grade chefs. Could you imagine taking that to, like, work? Like, you work in, like, a kitchen, you bring your own knife to work, and it's the Zentreya. You're at work, right? You're working in the kitchen, and you look over, and you see your coworker with the Zentreya knife, but you don't say anything for a minute, because you're like, that can't be the knife, right? So on your break, you pull your phone out, you Google it, and you're like, oh my god, that is so the knife. But by the time you're off your break, they've clocked down, they're gone. So the next day at work, right, they come in, and then you're like, hey, that knife of yours, where'd you get it? And then you can see they're kind of tiptoeing around the answer. They're just like, oh, I just found it online. I can try to find it for you if you want, or something like that. And you're like, that's the Zentreya knife. And they're like, well, you know, Ball. And you're like, you know, Ball? And it's this great moment of bonding where you both realize you both are fat chuds living in a non-chud world. I'm yapping like crazy. I'm yapping like crazy right now. I think the Monster Energy actually has some crazy effects. Is there drugs in here? Why am I so hyper? Is this the power of caffeine? Oh, I can hear my slurp on it.
Wait.
Hang on. Why did I sound like fucking a South Park character? You killed Daddy, you son of a bitch! Sounds like a South Park thing. Alright, I'm going back.
Anyway. That's the 10 minutes. Cartman would be proud. You killed Kenny, you son of a bitch! Blah! Blah! Me when I slurp on it. What are you slurping on? Who's coming? Let me see who's coming. If you're coming, I want to see it. Who's coming? Thank you, Markiplier. A fat chud in a normal place can make all the difference in the world. That interaction, I think, can be summed up of, like, if you've seen your coworker using the Zentreya knife in your public kitchen, right? I think can generally be summed up with the fucking, the Metal Gear. Do you think love can bloom even on a battlefield? Yeah, I do. What? I was referencing Markiplier. Get your head out together. Dude. Don't ever forget, the same guy... I saw a Markiplier clip earlier which had me fucking cackling. Don't ever forget, the same guy who brought us Iron Lung, right? The same guy who brought us the movie Iron Lung is also the same guy who on YouTube goes, "Who's coming? Let me see who's Let me see who's coming. If you're coming, I want to see it. Who's coming?" Also delivers us bangers, of the, what if I didn't run? What if I'm not a coward? What if I want them to kill me? What if I want them to try? It's kind of a banger, you know? It's just kind of a banger. Also, I recognize, my name in that, but I recognize nothing else in that. But please keep, chats to English, Oak, thank you. I do recognize my name in that somewhere, but honestly, couldn't tell you what you're saying. I'm gonna assume you're saying hello. But you know, I'm proud that I can just pick my name out of that. Not that it's hard, but still. I'm proud that I can just read my name in that still. Maybe I'll do early streams more often. I kind of like early streams. I have so much time ahead of me. This is great. Like, this is awesome. Like, what do we do with so much time on our hands? It's so bizarre.
Alice Voss mug.
Jaga, thanks so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Arigato. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm so glad I muted. Dude, that was the craziest burp ever, and you guys just got cucked out of it. I know there's some of you who would totally pay for that. Actually, I hope none of you would pay for that, but still. I really hope none of you would have paid for that. Dude, Monster Energy awakens like a demon in me. Ew. As if you haven't had a banger burp either before. Not my type of freak. I would hope no one's that type of freak. The people into that and other, gassy, substances that come from the body as a kink need to be exterminated. I'm sorry, you just need to be fucking exiled out of not even humanity, just out of existence. Hunted down like a fucking monster. I would say I'd like to wage war on the gas freakers, but it wouldn't be war, it would just be pest control. Should I do a purge of people that we don't want in the community? A streamer I still technically mod for her. I'm not really active around here anymore, which I feel terrible about, to be honest. But Zin is great. I love Zin. My streamer is so closed-minded. You know what? If that's what gets you to sleep at night, yes, sure. I'm close-minded. But, she used to do, on occasion, just like, she referred to them as, like, wipes or cleanups or something. Taking out the trash, I think she said once. Where she just said a bunch of things. And she was like, if you disagree with me on any of these, you're not welcome here. I kind of want to do one of my own. I don't know what else I would say other than, like, the really obvious stuff. What's, like, really niche things I could throw in for, like, a joke? Or not even necessarily a joke, just to fucking make it silly. Oh, there's a few things, but I don't know if I want to say them just because I'm uncomfortable. There's some actually really fucking weird shit out there. There's some really weird shit that's like... We need to bring back public shaming. This might be my hot stinky take of the day. We need to bring back public shaming. I'm sorry that there's some things that are better left as inside thoughts. Not everything should get praised on the internet. That's like one of the worst things about the internet. Someone could have the worst fucking dog shit take ever, and somewhere some fucking moron is gonna pop in and be like, I actually agree with this. Slay King. Who are like, you aren't real. You aren't a real person. You aren't a real person. Tarring and feathering. Been saying that my whole life. Public stone. I'm glad you guys agree with this. Chat reflects the streamer. I'm glad we agree on this. I'm glad we can agree on this. You try to argue against it, some other dude would just go, let people enjoy things. No! No, you know what? Because there's a difference between enjoying things and you being mentally unwell. Alright? There is a very large difference between enjoying something and being mentally unwell and normalizing it. Such as fucking what we were talking about earlier, which I honestly don't want to repeat, the fucking the gas stuff. If you unironically like that, please fucking leave the internet. Touch grass. Never go near a Taco Bell again. Hey buddy, it's freedom of speech type shit. Does that also include burnout? What do you mean? This might be like the most obvious thing that's going over my head right now. I'm so sorry. my brain isn't making the connection of burnout to what we're saying. I'm sorry. Honestly, those types of people probably touch grass. They walk among us. Among us? Oh, fucking solid. Is thinking the same fucking thing as me. Same fucking thing. Among us? Among us! 6'7". Grown-ass woman. You know what? My Yoshi does the same thing. Whenever you guys make fun of me for going 6'7" or blah or anything of that sort, I just remember my Yoshi does the same thing. And I feel better. Zoomer behavior. Nuh-uh. 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 I'm younger and I still don't say that. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be uncultured and unwell. Okay. That's what my Yoshi's older and does say, to balance the playing field. Dude, my Yoshi's older and says it. Like, come on. Unless it's Unk, SMH. I'm not Unk. Dude, I'm still not mentally recovered over when Kamui called me a grandmother. It's so funny because I refer to so many of the people I know as grandmas because they're like 24 or older. So I'm like, you're actually fossilizing. Two of them actually go along with it too. It's really silly. By burnout, I meant actively doing VTubing increases burnout. Wait, where did this come from? So wait, where did the burnout thing come from, though? Why did we bring up the burnout? I mean, I hate burnout, but I wouldn't say I really got burnt out of doing VTubing really before. I've gotten, like, I mean, I have experienced burnout before, but it's not, I wouldn't say, like, I've lost, like, a spark or anything of that sort of, like, where, like, it was hard for me to make content because I was burned out. Just, there was a lot of, like, other factors that went into play whenever, I had, like, a quote-unquote burnout moment. Doesn't actively doing anything increase the burnout for it if you do it in excess? Oh, maybe. I mean, yeah, sure. That's always possible. Okay, my bad. Thank you. I was struggling to come around to that. I mean, you know, that's absolutely possible. But I mean, I love this, right? I've been. Here's the thing. I've been VTubing for 4 years now, right? Not as Wonderland, sure, but I mean, I've been doing this for 4 years. If I was gonna get burnt out of doing this, I would have burnt out ages ago. I love this, and since day one has been my favorite thing, and I mean, still is my favorite thing. I don't think that's gonna change. Not for a long time. And it's gonna be a sad day in my mind and my heart when that does change, if that changes. Did you mean some T-Rex? Rexes back. Did you meet some T-Rexes back in the day, Unk? You'd have to ask Cinder. I don't know. I don't think he's here though. 4 years, you're basically a veteran. Yeah, I survived the war. You know, I've been VTubing ever since I was a little kid. And by little kid, I mean like what, 16? Dude. The start of my VTubing career is so interesting. Every year when growing up, my IRL best friend, at the time, he was my best friend, he would have this Halloween party for him and a bunch of his friends, right? And we were best friends for years growing up. And at some point, we grew apart. Or rather, he grew distant from me. I honestly still never learned why. Probably deserved, maybe not. Who knows? Not even the point. But, this was like when it was like, this is when it was noticeable, when looking back. I was the only person in our friend group who they didn't invite to the party. And after talking to some people who were there, everyone there assumed that like I just didn't want to go that year, because it was like it was like no secret that me and him were like best friends, right? So I figured they just weren't having it that year because they never reached out to me to tell me about it, right? And they never like sent anything to me, right? So I figured it just wasn't happening. So I called my other best friend, who this guy didn't really like, by the way. Like, he didn't like... Best friend A did not like my best friend B. Who best friend B is like my best friend still, to this day. Right? We talk constantly, we play stuff together. He's great. Awesome. So I call him up, and I'm like, hey, do you wanna do something? Do you wanna play games? Do you wanna... So I call him, and I'm hearing a lot of, like, lots of noises. I'm like, oh, you busy? My bad. And I hear a few of my other friends through the phone. And my friend V's like, yo, Alice is on the phone. Guys, say hi. And I, like, in that moment, I was just like, oh, fuck. It sucked. It totally sucked. And nowadays, I don't really care about it, right? I love telling the story because it's such an interesting pipeline of how I got into VTubing because of this, right? So, when that happened, I was just like, oh, have fun, my bad. Later, guys. I was devastated in that moment, though, right? Like, that fucking blew. That really fucking hurt at the time. So, afterwards, I think that was at, like, 3-ish, 4 o'clock. I had then seen later that day, probably like an hour or so later, I think it was an Iron Mouse clip. I could be wrong. The memory of like what clip I saw is so foggy. But I saw a VTuber clip is the point, right? And I was like, that's kind of cool. That's sick as hell. And I've been seeing them a bit here and there, I think. But that was like the first one that I really like remember seeing. And so I looked up what it was. I looked into it. I was like, wait, this is sick as hell. I learned about VOD Studio. And this before VOD had like that whole rework with its UI. So its UI sucked and it was terrible. And I went in and I made my first ever VTuber avatar in like 5-ish hours. And I went live playing Hollow Knight. First game I ever VTubed was Hollow Knight. It was like really the first time I properly was playing Hollow Knight. And there was just something that clicked. There was just something in my brain that lit up that it never did before when streaming. And I was like, this rocks. This is awesome. I completely forgot about the party. I completely forgot about the whole thing. And it was, I think, 4 or 5-ish hours of just me VTubing to like 2 people playing Hollow Knight. And you know what? I had an incredible time. So, henceforth, my VTubing anniversary is technically on Halloween, which is silly. So that's when Halloween came around and we did that whole big stream. That was 4 years of Alice, right? And since then, I've changed so much as a person, as a creator, as a VTuber, right? I've changed so much since then. 90% for the better, I would hope. If not 100% for the better. All for the better, I would hope. At least mostly for the better, for sure. If you're curious, there's nothing to lose by asking him why. I've tried to reach out out of curiosity. I've never gotten anything. I don't think he's like never blocked my number, which is the interesting part. Because I think he stopped talking to me some point in high school. Remember reaching out in senior year, like right around graduation. And I reached out to him being like, hey, just out of curiosity, like whatever happened to us? I never got anything back from him. And I didn't want to like approach him with it because like that's just not cool, right? He clearly doesn't want to talk to me for whatever reason. I'm not going to be the person to walk up to him in the hallway being like, what the fuck is your deal? You know? It was one of those things. I saw enough respect for him to not, you know, put him on the spot like that. And in hindsight, he was a complete asshole to me as a friend. He was actually a terrible friend growing up, I realized, right? There's a few people who agree with me on that as well, now in hindsight. But, I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't know any better. I was happy to have friends. But it was, like, 1,000% a thing where, like, he looked so down on me most of the time with the way he talked, acted, because all the friends in that group were in, like, honors classes. They were super smart. I still talk to some of them to this day, right? They're cool. But, that one guy totally fucking talked down to me because of it. Because I mean, when we were little kids, we were like best friends, like properly, right? And as we got older, it was like the more and more disrespect came around. It was really interesting. It was really weird. Oh my god, wait, there was this one time in senior year, actually, I think, where one of our mutual friends, I still talk to this guy every now and again. He's great, wonderful guy. One of our mutual friends, we both were in the same, because they both had the same computer tech class. It was a digital art class. I had the same class, but a different period. It was the period after mine. I stayed after to grade out a project one day. So I think that was normally my lunch period, but I stayed during my lunch period to work extra on my project because I was behind. And there was like a very small, brief, awkward conversation I had with him. And I looked over to our mutual, and he was like literally doing hand gestures like, keep going. Like he saw we were talking, and he was like, wait, this is huge, keep going. So like it wasn't a secret that we didn't talk anymore, for sure. But it seemed like no one knew why either. Like he didn't talk about it to anyone, in high school at least. So it was really interesting that it just kind of happened. So I don't know if like he heard something about me, or if I did something that like made him uncomfortable, or what. But there was just something at some point that seemed to him that was just like, nah, not anymore. Even his mom apparently tried to get us to talk again. Like I heard from a mutual friend of ours that his mom tried to like get him to like reach out to me, which is so interesting that like everyone was like, hey, why don't you talk anymore? And he didn't say anything to anyone. So like I'm really interested, like what the fuck did I do something like that horrendous that even I don't like, do I not like, so like I feel like there had to have been something said about me or something done that I didn't know about, but I have no idea. Maybe I did do something that genuinely made him uncomfortable and I just don't remember or don't realize. He sensed your dormant chud, or he got out before it was too late. He got out before it was too late. Oh, you're awesome. Thank you. You killed his distant cousin when you were 3 years old? He's not supposed to know about that. I hate to be this guy where these funky ass tunes come from. Unironically, they're in the YouTube library of music. Almost all the music I use on stream come from the YouTube library because it's copyright free and I can just use them on stream without having to worry about being you know, claimed. They're casual enough and diverse enough where I'm like, these are actually bangers. Which is actually fire for being right? Like, YouTube cooks so much. So there's a lot of garbage with the YouTube music at library. There's a lot of garbage. But I took like an hour one day and I shifted through. And you can generally find some diamond stuff. Some I have on here are better than others. But I think this one is one of my favorites. This is just a free track on YouTube. What is this one called? Hang on. If I wrote these down by name correctly, this Push Through. It looks like Push Through the Grey Room Golden Palms. Push Through the Grey Room Golden Palms. I don't know what part of that is the name and what part of that is the actual song, but that's the name of the file that I've downloaded. I'm like, these are bangers. And we're, you know, with all, the whole point of the Subathon, right, is to, you know, help raise funds to keep VTubing. I've said it before and I'll say it again. All funds from this Subathon are going towards, you know, debut funds, right? So commissioning my model, commissioning my rigger, logo, BGMs, like animated screens, backgrounds, anything of that sort, right? What was the early VTubing era like? So different. So incredibly different. Funny enough. So I talked about this before when I was talking about my VTuber lore on stream the other day. For our one goal that we had. I mentioned that my VTuber lore actually originates from a Minecraft server I played on with some friends. That was referred to as the ASMP, the absolute SMP, because the guy who hosted it, his part of his gamer tag was absolute, right? I'm not gonna go list his full gamer tag. We don't talk anymore. Personally, I don't like the guy. I don't think he's a great guy. I don't think he's like a bad guy necessarily, but I could not get along with the guy anymore. I did so much for him, and it's one of those things where friendships shouldn't be transactional, right? But to a certain degree, you can only give so much and you know, I can only give you so much if you're gonna treat me like shit. And I should have seen it way sooner, and I didn't. And also, he flat out said to me that, I offer him nothing of value, so he doesn't see me as that important of a friend anymore. So I'm like, brother, who are you as a person? Who are you as a human being? But it was his Minecraft server that my VTuber lore originates on, which is really funny. Now, it's been reran a lot to account for, you know, people and, people's, like, private characters and stories that were on that server, right? So a lot of characters are inspired, but not direct references to, Raven, who is an important character in my VTuber lore. One of my best friends, we don't talk much anymore, but I would still consider him a best friend. Which is one of the things, we've grown apart. We both have, like, found our own separate things. I'm really happy for him. He seems really happy, and he seems happy for me. But, Raven is a reference to his character from the server. He's incredibly different than how that friend's character operated on that server. I'm not going to list the character's name or anything, or who that friend is, just for privacy reasons. But, you know, there's references to people's characters, but they're more loosely inspired off of rather than direct references, if that makes sense. What are these social skills? Had he been memeing, right? He was dead. I can guarantee you he was dead serious. That it was just the kind of guy he was. But, I streamed a lot on that Minecraft server, is the whole point of me bringing this up, right? My early VTubing era came from a lot of me streaming on that Minecraft server, an unhealthy amount on that Minecraft server. I remember my Twitch recap for that year, I was in top 0.001% of Minecraft streamers because I streamed Minecraft so much that year. And that was in like 2020, 2021-ish, I think. That was in one of the 2 years, either of those years. I streamed Minecraft so much that year. No, I think it was 2021 and 2022, my bad. It was one of those 2 years where I just streamed Minecraft so much that I was in the top 0.001%. I have to have the screenshot somewhere on my phone or somewhere on my cloud. So I have it saved somewhere, I know. It is somewhere saved. I'm gonna try to find it. If I ever make this clip, I'll throw it on the screen right now if I find it. Because it was mind-boggling to everyone in the server. Because I streamed that server constantly, right? I loved playing that server. It was so fun. I was primarily a Minecraft streamer at the time. I loved it. I would still love to play Minecraft like that. And I think that's a lot of why I really liked the concept SMP when the concept SMP was going around. Because the concept SMP gave me that same feeling that I had found since that server, since I left that server. Because what's something so terrible to talk about, I feel terrible saying this, even though it is unfortunately true. When I left that server, the server unironically died. And that feels terrible to say, because that was never my intention, that was never my goal. I was like, hey, I'm gonna be honest, I think I've done all I really feel like doing with my character anymore. people are becoming a little less active, right? I'm being way less active than usual. I'm not integrating myself with people as much in the server anymore. I just think it's time for me to move on from the server and put my time elsewhere, somewhere else, finally, after like a year and a half of playing this thing completely straight. So I unofficially left the server. Officially left the server. That was apparently the end of it. People didn't really get on after that. I'm like, oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. That's terrible. And I think a lot of the hatred the guy had for me, because he totally hated me in hindsight, right? I realized he totally hated me. Our friendship did start genuine, but there's a point where it clicked where he definitely hated me, because in that friend group, that was like the guy everyone kind of wanted to be around, because he was the older guy who knew how to do like these cool computer things, and he hosted his own Minecraft server on his own local rig, right? He did a lot of cool things with computers, and a lot of people were like, whoa, that's so sick. Especially since a lot of us were younger. Which this guy was a complete weirdo, by the way. I was 16, he was like 19, 20-ish, right? But what do you call it? At some point, that energy switched from him to me. I have no idea why, and I didn't realize it until I talked with my best friend who was on that server. We talked about that server and that whole friend group at some point, because the friend group is like splintered off now to different groups. But we talked about that group as a whole one day, like a year after the server, and he was like, you were totally like the main character energy of that group. And I felt really uncomfortable being not on the exact phrasing, but I felt really uncomfortable being told that, because I was like, that's not true and sounds weird to hear, because that's so egotistical to hear and say. I feel like if I were to like say that seriously, that feels so egotistical to say. But in hindsight, I'm looking back and it's like, it's weirdly true, and I don't like that, because I'm glad I didn't realize, because either A, I would have totally let that go to my head because I was a dick as a kid, or I would have been incredibly uncomfortable and stopped interacting altogether. It was going to be one of the two, and I'm glad that neither happened. But he didn't like that I took his attention, unironically, I'm pretty sure. And that's when it started, like, that's when it kind of started shifting our friendship. But I left that server and it died. And I'm like, I felt terrible about that. I genuinely felt terrible about that. I think it was gonna die soonish anyway, but me leaving was like the dam breaking open, apparently. If all it took was you leaving for it to die, it probably wouldn't have lasted long even without you. Exactly. That's what I was thinking anyway, but like, still, that feels terrible. It's kind of funny, but it feels terrible. I love that server though. That server was really fun. But that's why I love the concept SMP so much, because the concept SMP gave me that same feeling back and gave me a bunch of new friends that I still can interact with and hang out with, and just, you know, genuine good people. You know, there's a lot of people on the server that I don't really talk to. A few people that I'm like, you're not, I'm not gonna interact with you. I'm uncomfortable interacting with you. But the majority of people from that server are awesome. I mean, the majority of people that I talk to are awesome from that server. I mean, when I see paper for the first time, okay, wait, hang on. I realize that I've been yapping so much, and this is probably so behind. What was that in reference to? What was that in reference to? What do you mean me when I see paper? What was the old model like? I originally started as a wolf girl, actually. I went from a wolf girl to being an elf, to being a dragon. To then being a demon, kinda. It was like a demon dragon hybrid. And then to being the haunted doll. The haunted doll was actually really short-lived, but it was the most memorable part of my VG moment as that account. And then I started Wonderland as a side project. I was like, hey, I'm just gonna try to post random stuff on here just to see if I'd like trying to do this thing. And that got changed. That got turned so fast. What are you talking about? I just joined. I'm honestly just ranting about a lot of different things right now. Mostly about my older content and what I used to do before it was Wonderland. And I was talking about for a hot minute an old Minecraft server that I used to play on, which I used to stream religiously. I'm kind of jumping all over the place, and I apologize. Also, thank you for the follow, Useful Neat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a great day. Oh, that's why I say you're more dog-coded? No, actually. Not why I said I'm more dog-coded. I say I'm more dog-coded because there's a bit between me and Yuxi where I'm Yuxi's bitch. Not in the sense of, oh, I'm under them, even though that's probably what they partly mean. Literally, like the female terminology for dog. I'm her bitch, apparently. There's a couple clips of Yuxi going, Alice, bark, right now. And I just comply immediately. So you're saying you can spin the wheel and we can see the other models as well? I only have the haunted doll in there. I mean, I don't plan on ever bringing back the older models, to be honest. They were fine for VOD models, but not anything I'm necessarily super proud of. Also, just such a different time. I don't associate with those designs anymore at all. I still associate myself with the haunted doll design because that was like a kind of a mini rebrand I went through. But I don't know. The older designs are just so different than how I am now. The older designs still had the green and purple eyes. Also, Lucifer, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I still had the green and purple eyes, but I had white hair instead. My outfits were primarily green and purple instead of black with my purple and green subtones. It was kind of all over the place feeling, to be honest. It wasn't great. But speaking of spinning the wheel, we gotta spin that wheel. Our hour 2 spin of the day. Alright. Putting on the clown nose, putting on the clown makeup. I should have had a clown wig to this, that'd be funny. Let me add the nose. There she blows. And 20 minutes starting now. So, okay. Alice assumes your true form. Honka honka. Don't honka honka me. What if Alice was called Alix and instead of the Wonderland, it was actually Freakland? What if instead of Soul Bad Guy, he was Soul Freak Guy? Instead of kicking ass, he sucked toes. Weird flex, but okay. It's not a flex. What is happening to me? Hello? That was... Wait, what is happening? Why am I lagging? Brother. Well, rather, I'm not lagging, but I'm behind. Okay, wait, no, okay, I'm good now. That was weird. That was intriguing. That was interesting. Anyway. Also, my true form is not a clown. I mentioned it before. Before I was the doll, when I was considering switching the doll before, I was tempted to be a clown instead. But funny enough, when I was thinking about being a clown, so it was between an ice cream demon, a clown. Those are like the two main runners. And then, Cynthia actually had the idea of like a doll, like a haunted doll or something. She like offhandedly said something about a haunted doll. And I was like, wait, that's such a cute idea. So I ran with it for a minute, and like a weekish or so later, I came back to her and I was like, yo, fire idea, by the way. So it's because of her that I was the haunted doll, technically speaking. And you know what? I'm so happy for it. I would search for it, but it's not on this account, so I don't know. I'm not gonna be able to find it if I search for it on this account. You're already the clown? Alright, buddy, pack it up, honka honka. How honkin' dare you? How honkin' dare you? Can't believe I'm being disrespected like this. The son of Sparta thrown by an invisible little girl! Not the only one. There we go. Ugh. Dude, I talked about that Minecraft server so much. What was I on about before? Because I totally got sidetracked. Oh, I was talking about old VTubing stuff. You know, I mean, I've definitely have changed so much though since the start. Like, insert that meme. But if you close your eyes. A-A-O, A-O. You look like Rudolph with the big nose ring, with the big nose. Rudolph the big nose reindeer. Did you have an edgy era? Brother, I don't think I've ever left my edgy era. Well, no, that's not true. Sorry, I had to think about what edgy meant. Define edgy in this case. Because I feel like the terms for edgy is like shifted a bit over the years. To where like... Like, I feel like 10 years ago, if you said like a really untasteful joke and was like, it's just edge, you're not being edgy, you're just being racist type of energy. But now... that's unironically become the term of edgy, which I'm kind of upset about. Because, like, Reaper in Overwatch is edgy in the original sense, but people unironically still use dark humor as edgy, as just, like, racist cover-up. And I'm like, you're icky. Crude, offensive, rather crass. Yes. I did have an edgy phase. A phase I'm not proud of. I wasn't like racist or anything of that sort, or like homophobic or anything, obviously, right? But I was definitely like offensive. And like I was very insensitive. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't exactly tell you when I started to turn it around. Well, I could tell you who got me to be super edgy. A certain icky person that I no longer talk to. Who was also in that Minecraft server when I first joined it, by the way. Actually, the person who got me into that Minecraft server. Funny enough. No one in that group liked that person, which is really funny. That person was definitely the big spark of why it was edgy I was super dark and crass to kind of like appeal to them because I really liked them. And then, you know, eventually I was like, man, they're actually like a terrible person and an asshole. Fuck that guy. Fuck that dude. He sucked. Oh no, when we met, he was sweet. But then, at some point, it very quickly went, oh, you're an asshole. And I didn't pick up on him being an asshole. I just became an asshole for him. And that unironically became like my personality for a while. A personality, a phase of my life that I'm very unproud of. Tell one too many abortion jokes. Nothing like that. It's hard to explain, and I don't want to explain either just because it's super personal. But I definitely did have an edgy phase that I grew out of, thank God. Some people don't grow out of it, and that's insane. That's like the least joke I've ever heard. I mean, I think bro's doing a bit, but it's actually his personality. I had to cut someone off in the past like year because of that, actually. There was a lot of other reasons on top of that, but it was a lot of like, I don't know if I can say it on stream, but it was a lot of anti a certain group of people. And I thought they were just like ill-tasted, ill-humored jokes that like no one in the group liked. It made everyone in the group uncomfortable whenever he would say them. And at some point there was something honestly completely unrelated to those jokes that it just sent me off. I saw red and I was like, listen here, you fucking asshole. I'm done. You're a fucking dick. You're a terrible person, right? I wish you the best. And I know in your heart you're a good person, but you gotta fucking fix yourself up before I can ever talk to you again. Do not interact with me in my friend group again. Like, get out. Go. Leave. And I blocked him. I was like, fuck you, you're done. I ranted out and I blocked him before he could respond. You're a shit person. Clean yourself up. I cannot be your babysitter any longer. I have really fun memories with that guy, but oh man. He was 1000% that dude of making jokes when he was totally being serious, and he was just a racist piece of shit. I had a friend like that, never grew out of watching or showing gore to others. That's, I'm so glad I've never known anyone that had that phase. Whereas, like, they were into gore, like, showing people gore. I'm so glad I was never in, like, I'm so glad I never had a gore phase, or no one I knew had a gore phase, because I've heard some horror stories. I will say, the closest thing I might have had was, in freshman year, I was an addict to r/idiots and cars. I was an addict to r/idiots and cars. I couldn't tell you why anymore. I just really liked that subreddit specifically. It was like the only subreddit I visited. No, it was r/idiots and cars, and that's interesting as interesting as fuck, I think it is. Something like that. And mildly interesting. Those three subreddits I really liked. I was really into those three subreddits. But much more idiots and cars than the others. It can be funny or horrific, and there's no in between. Exactly. It was either I would see a car accident, I would be like, I'm traumatized for the rest of my fucking life. Or I would see the dumbest fucking thing of like someone driving on the side of the fucking, like on the highway. Some dude would be on like the grass or like the dirt on the right side of the street, on the right side of the highway, just driving past all the traffic, and then immediately getting pulled over by a cop. Like, what do you think was gonna happen? It was like a lot of stuff like that. Or some dude fucking like flying on an off ramp and then going zooms to never be seen again. Did he die? Did he survive? I'll never fucking know. I'll never know. That haunts me to this day. I don't know if I watched it. And this was before the era of fucking AI, so it was all real, and it was fucking terrifying to look at. Why that subreddit, I could not tell you, and I cannot bring myself anymore to look at r/idiots and cars. I cannot bring myself to look at r/dating's cars anymore. It's too real and too scary. The shift I've had in growing up from being a fucking goblin in high school to being an adult is insane. Or I'm like, dude, why was I into this? Why was I like that? Oh my god. It was really, I was also one of those people who was very different online than I was offline. Offline, I was incredibly respectful and a really nice person, right? And then online, I was a fucking dick. I went from being like super shy online to being a real fucking dick. And then at some point, eventually, I kind of like started feeling my own skin, started feeling my own skin out, and just started being myself more and more online, until eventually, I just, you know, got really comfortable just being myself. And you know, there was for a while stuff I would still change about myself online. A big thing I did for a while was I would change my voice with how I talked for a while, because I hated my voice. I got made fun of a lot for my voice, so I fucking hated my voice. Were you a troller or a rage baiter? Neither. I was just an asshole. I was just a dick. I was, as you would say, a douchebag. I was just mean. Like, there's no other phrase for it. I was just mean. Hey, Alice the red-nosed VTuber had a very shiny nose. And if you ever saw it... Oh, you weren't doing it for... No, I was just an actual dick. It sucked. I sucked as a person. I think by like 2023, 2022, 2023, I online filled out to be just like myself. That like it was like mid 22 to like maybe early 2023 where I was properly fully myself, I think. Or maybe not fully myself, but I was majoritarily myself with like little differences with how I acted online to the internet. I know there's still there's still some things where like I'm different online than offline, in the sense of like I'm a lot quieter offline. I mean, I'm still quiet online sometimes, but like if you find me in public, I'm not opening my mouth for a single fucking word. You want me to order my fucking order, it's gonna take me like 10 minutes before I figure out what I want to order, because what if I mess it up? What if I say I want pickles when I want no pickles? What if I say extra pickles when I meant no pickles, you know? It can happen. I'm sure it can happen. It hasn't happened yet, but what if it does? I've seen things, but I didn't brag about them. I'm gonna say I bragged about anything back then. Need perfect preparation. Exactly. I don't know. No, the whole point of what I'm saying right now, I actually just fucking meowed. What the hell? The whole point of what I'm saying right now, I know some people can relate to it, which is partly why I'm okay with talking about it on stream. I was definitely a very different person and a worse person when I started, like, having an online presence, like a proper online presence, like online friends and stuff, in that sense. I was definitely a much worse person because of the first people I interacted with. And funny enough, one of my original online friends, I considered a best friend forever. I would still consider them a best friend, but it's a little awkward to talk about it because of circumstances. But, you know, I was very different. And I think a lot of that has to do with the people that I first met. when it came to being online, right? And those people were very big assholes, and that brushed off on me, and I went from being super shy to being an asshole as well, because I mimicked them. And then eventually, the older I got and the more friends that meant more to me, the more I mellowed out and the more I stopped being an asshole. I'm still an asshole to a degree, but it's more like rage baiting my friends than properly like, you're a fucking dick and putting down my friends type of thing. Or like whatever it might have been, right? Funny enough, one of the people from that group I still considered a best friend for a long time because they were genuinely a really nice person. And they're probably one of the reasons why I turned things around, I feel like. Debatable, bruh. Bruh. You're the type of to have someone complain that you didn't order pickles than complain yourself. Actually, no, I'd rather no one say anything at all. I will suffer in silence with my pickles. I'm back on Twitch. Hi, Makima. But I am proud of, you know, the difference of person I am now. You know, even though it's just basic human kindness at the end of the day to, you know, not be an asshole to people. There's a lot of people who are just unnecessary assholes because they're like, ha, it's funny. So, you know, I am happy that I, you know, grew up, for lack of better terms. I woke up, you know. You know, and I think a lot of people have a very similar pipeline of, you know, they had a phase when they were younger where they sucked. And they're like, man, I would beat the shit out of that person if I met them today. And honestly, I feel like that's probably what a lot of the growing up generation is going to be like. We have a lot of people online now who are like, wow, that dude's a fucking dick. But they're also like 15 and grew up during COVID, right? Very different time. I'm sure by the time that they're our age, that they're in some way gonna mellow out being like, wow, what a fucking goblin I was. Yeah, dude, YouTube is being funky in general recently. It's really bizarre. Easier to deal with the wrong order? Exactly. Dude, I have a bone to pick with YouTube, by the way. The YouTube moderation tools suck. YouTube moderation tools are fucking awful. They are, oh my, they suck. They blow. They are awful. They're just objectively terrible. For how many people that stream on YouTube, and stream exclusively on YouTube at that, clean up your act, clean up your game, pick up your ball. As we get our things so differently, exactly. Like back pain, true. YouTube is a side hustle at best. Which is insane, I mean, it makes sense, right? It does make sense. But for a lot of people, there's just more coverage to be had on YouTube than Twitch, right? Because the way discoverability works. Now, you'll always find more viewership in proper videos than you will streams. That's just how this works, right? That's just how content creation works. I need to upload more videos because of that, to be honest. But some people do just have more viewership on YouTube, which is both great and bad because more discoverability, that's awesome. However, streaming on YouTube is not nearly as interactive or engaging as it is on Twitch, and the moderation tools are terrible on YouTube. They just suck. I feel so bad for my moderators when they're moderating my YouTube chat. I feel so bad for them. And I dread to think about like a proper like, big VTuber or big streamer in general who streams exclusively on YouTube, that has like thousands of people in a stream a day, like, oh man. Oh man. No way you feel about me. No way you feel about me. No way you feel about me. Nice work, Makima. Minor spelling mistake. You lose. Go into the microwave and explode. Are mods people? This answer will impact the story. Shut up. No, you shut up. Beep boop. Clanker! No, don't vanish Makima to the microwave realm. I don't want to. I'd rather us not use like the terms like wirebacks or anything. The clanker is honestly the only like robot term I'm comfortable with being used, because there's a lot of them that are very clearly just proper racism, like slurs. Like, I shouldn't have to explain what wireback is in reference to, the actual slur. There's a lot of them that are very much references to, and some people argue that clanker is too. Clanker's been around for just such a long time anyway, though. If you use clanker without, like, if you drop the R in clanker, it's very obvious what you're doing, and I also don't like that, because, I don't know, say it with your chest. Don't hide it in a facial slur, right? Say it with your chest if you want to say it. I don't think everyone who says it is, intentional, is, like, has foul intentions or anything, but, I don't like using it, because I feel like it in some way weirdly normalizes, the use of slurs. Clanker feels less rude. Exactly. Clanker is silly enough still. Clanker, I think, is silly enough still. And I think that it's the very most commonly, like, agreed upon. Clanker's fine. But I've seen a lot of people being like, there's a lot of other fictional slurs that are very much just proper racist slurs. With mildly, like, copy my homework, but don't make it obvious type of thing. And wireback is one of those. Gas guzzler? I don't know what gas guzzler would even be. But I really like gas guzzler. I have no idea if that would even be based on any proper slur. And if it is, I feel terrible suddenly, but gas guzzler is good. I like that. I'm gonna call my car the gas guzzler. So goofy sounding. Those stupid mods, SMH. Oh, Kamoy, don't. Kamoy, it's okay. Don't look to the mirror. Don't look at the mirror. Don't look in the camera. It's okay. It's okay. Don't look at yourself. Just keep saying. Just keep spinning your shit. All right. Don't bother looking in the mirror. Come on. Wait, come on. Wait. Come on, did you unmod yourself for this bit? That's, you know what? That's hilarious. You're funny as fuck. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. To be fair, it's a cheap way of making fictional slurs hit harder. Yeah. Again, I don't really like it. No, it's from when you timed me out. That's not true, though. Wait, it is true! Cause wait, you were talking on YouTube chat before. Oh my god. Wait, were you? Oh my god, wait, no, you didn't have the mod roll there when you said that. Wait, oh my god. Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. That is hilarious. The fact that it takes away your mod roll is really... Oh, I guess it's so that you can't... I guess it's so that you can't time yourself out. No, because all these slurs against robots. Robots don't have feelings, or what we call them. Yeah, but it's not about, you know, that it's a fictional slur. It's about that, what it's derived from. Which is, you know, real slurs. It's not about the fucking robots. I don't care about the robots. It's about the people who are affected by the actual words that's derived from. Dude, I really did fucking clock out Kamui live. Kamui gave me backhand in the workplace, and I fucking took their ID, clocked them out, and said leave. And they were like, okay. And I came back, I was like, Kamui, why aren't you working? I'm not clocked in, boss. He clocks me out. I'm like, I never did that. Oh my god, I did that. What's the YouTube icon as a YouTube emote? Is that the YouTube icon as YouTube emote? That's so goofy. I've used it in so many servers and not had an issue with it. Okay, that's cool. I'm saying not to use it here. Please and thank you. Not really complicated. I don't think I really have to explain myself any more than I have already. I don't like it being used in my spaces because I feel like it can tread on actual slurs because it's very clearly derived from, you know, real slurs. And in some way, normalizes it. And whether you agree with that or not is fine. We don't have to agree on it, but at the end of the day, it's still my space. But, oh, okay, hang on, actually, dude, I wanna talk about this, because this is so goofy. It's been a while, so I don't feel bad talking about this anymore. Oh my god, hang on, can I find it? I gotta find it. I gotta read this bar for bar. Oh my god, I gotta find this. Someone DM'd me on this account. I need to find it somewhere. I don't even know who it would have been or where it would have been. Wasn't this? No. 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 Where is it? There was an interaction from the Discord that I'm trying to find because it was so goofy and it was so weird. And I want to talk about this. I'm not going to list names, obviously, but I need to talk about this because it's so... What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Because it's just so goofy. Oh man, is it really this low? Did I get rid of the DM? I might have gotten rid of the DM. Oh, I might have gotten rid of the DM. And if so, that kind of blows. Did you remember it out of nowhere? Kinda. Dude. Oh, because if it was after this, it would have been sandwiched between these DMs somewhere that I'm looking at right now, and it's not here, which leads me to believe that I closed the DM, which sucks, which blows, which absolutely blows. Yeah, I'm not gonna find it. Damn it! What if I search conversation and type in I can't just search the word because I have to search for the person's name. Damn it. Oh, that blows. Hang on. I'm gonna do some detective work here. Alright? Bear with me on this. I'm gonna find this. I know I can take the condos off, but I'm gonna wear it right now while I'm doing this because I think it adds to it. No. If I search... No, not that. No, okay, none of those. Damn it. Oh my god, wait. Oh my god. How do I find this? How do I find this conversation? Because I definitely talked to someone about this. Who was it? Was it not this group chat? Was it just this one person? No. Oh, it wouldn't have been on this account, would it have been? Hang on, wait, I gotta switch, Oh, because if it's in this person's DMs, then it would have been on the other account. Damn, okay, I don't want to switch accounts on this right now. Is this convo in the room with us? Like, is it a person that we know right now? No, they left the Discord ages ago. I don't think they interact with the streams. I would be very surprised if they still interacted with the content based off of the message they gave me. Because they left the server and like left a message in my DMs being like, yeah, this is why. Bye. And it was so interesting. And I'm never gonna fucking find it. Oh. Did I block them? There's no way I would have blocked them, right? How do I look at like accounts I've blocked? They call me cringe or something? Not necessarily. I'm trying to be as big as I can before I find it. Because I really want to find it to have the most like emphasis on the story. Hello, pretty depressed one. Me? Hello. Oh, where did I find people I blocked? I don't think I would have blocked them. Wrote a letter of resignation? Pretty much. Okay, wait, actually, does anyone know how I look at people I've blocked? I might have blocked them. Okay, wait, hang on. Not this, not this. No, nothing on this. In your settings? That doesn't help me. It doesn't help me because I can't search in my settings. Like, if I type in user, can I find blocked user if I type in user? Data and privacy, no. My account, no. Chat, no. Advanced, no. I'm so glad I'm not sharing my Discord right now because I totally just doxed myself. Oh my god. At the bottom of the page, I swear this is leading to something funny. I swear this is leading to something funny. I'm gonna just talk about this in a second because if I can't find this, then all this buildup isn't worth it at this point. Not advanced. Windows settings, language and time. Keep no. None of those. Connections, no device, others apps, family center, no. No, content and social, it has to be content and social, but it's not, Can I not view people I've blocked on PC? Content social and scroll down, but it's not there! It's not there! Is it here when I'm blind? It's not here. It's just actually, and I'm not in streamer mode. It's just not here. It's just not here. Why? Why? Discord, what have you done? Have I not blocked anyone? Maybe I just haven't blocked anyone. I just don't think I've blocked anyone. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, wait, hang on. When would this have been? I think it was before... Yeah, I just haven't blocked anyone, I guess. Damn. Start with Makima? Okay, that's kind of fire. Let me... I have one more ace I could pull out. I think it would have been before this. No. I'm not gonna be able to find him like this. Ah. Dude, this sucks. Because this story's made so much better if I can, like, read it bar for bar, because it was so goofy. Also, not what I thought your name was. Master Ship Poster, Kiri, 919. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Might have been before December, actually. Not this. Maybe I just never find it. Maybe I just never find it. Molted flower. Makima! Makima, come on! Oh man. Not only did you fail the emoji, Kamui did it, mogged on you, and then you tried it again and still failed. I think I just have to accept that I'm not gonna be able to find this person. I think I just have to accept that I'm never gonna be able to find this person. Wait. I might have an idea of how to find this. It's gotta be something. It's gotta be something. It's gotta be something I can work with here. Oh my god, don't do that. Fucking, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. But I'm coping so hard. I'm coping so hard. It wasn't this, was it? No, it wouldn't have been. Okay, well, I can't find this, so I'm gonna start explaining the story while I keep looking. One day, someone left the server at some point, and I had like a DM from them, and I was like, oh, that's weird. I wonder, like, what happened? So, person DM'd me being like, yeah, I can't, like, I can't take your, I think your community kind of sucks. They're all fake. I was like, I'm sorry you feel that way. Why? I don't remember what they responded with, but I was very like, oh, Sucks to suck. Can I ask why you suck? Because it was so weird. Like, you leave and then you're like, yeah, our community sucks. So, like, I would hate to be you or something. It was something like that. And I'll never be able to fucking find who it was. Nor do I want to say who it was, right? Because I don't want to put this person on blast, obviously. But I want to find the DM so I can read it. Oh, that guy? That was a funny moment to witness. Wait, did he say something in the Discord? Like, did he say something in the Discord? Do you guys know about what I'm talking about? I don't think I said anything. Did I talk about this in the mod chat at some point? I know what you're talking about. I thought so. Wait, hang on. In staff chat, apply filters. I found it! Huh, huh. I found it! I did say it! Oh my god, this was when you guys were modded? This was so much more recent than I thought it was. This was like a month ago. Huh? Oh, yeah! Oh my god, I found... Dude, that's so fucking crazy. Can I find the interactions if I search for him? Hang on. What was... Hang on. I found it. I found the DMs. Hang on, wait. I didn't respond? I could have sworn I responded to this. I could have sworn I responded to that. I could have sworn I responded to that. So I never actually responded. Maybe I'm thinking of some other interaction that I responded to. But they messaged me saying, and I quote, "I don't know if I can deal with your community server. Too many fake people." And there's so many layers to this. There's so many layers to this. Oh, Mai also sent the guy that I was looking for in the staff chat. Thank you, Mai. Dude. Oh my god. It was so goofy. It was so wild. So was this the whole event? Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Dude, fucking all that time just to find... I can't deal with your community. Too many fake people. I could have sworn there was so much more substance to that story. Oh my god. I feel like a clown. I really feel like a clown, dude. I swear to god, though. It was the weirdest fucking... So he applied for mod, right? This guy applied for mod. And I don't remember why I was considering him. It was something in his application that I was like, oh, that's really neat, actually. There, I did it. Good job, Makima. Hang on, let me pull up. I want to actually know what on earth. There was something in his application that I was tempted to let him through as a mod for, but there was just something off, right? Like something wasn't right, and they were too new around. There's a couple things I went into them not being in, but what is this one? I gotta find it. I gotta find their app real quick, because I want to know what were they saying that intrigued me so much. Because I'm sure I said it in the staff chat, but it's so much more fun if I do the long way around. That's just low hit right there. That's when low hit applied for mod. Think about it, guys. Low hit could have been a moderator. Remember that? And instead, I went to them and I was like, "Please, sir, I don't deserve you, but I must beg for your hand as head mod." And he was like, "Can't. Too many chuds to chud out." Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. I know it's here somewhere. Was it this person?
That dialogue made me cry. Have my money.
The dialogue made me cry halfway, but no! Thank you so much for the 300 bits. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait. Dude, we need him on the mod team. I see. He felt so... This was a gated community essentially, or something like that. No, it wasn't like that, because he would ask really weird questions, and when people would be like, what the fuck are you talking about? He would be like, ugh, whatever. And it would be stuff like, what's your opinions on hitting women? Brother, what are you asking? What are you talking about? Huh? Who just asks that off rip? It was really weird. Okay, I don't think it was this guy. No. You know, before I mention this guy's app, I want to just make sure they're not in the Discord, because I don't want to talk about something they put in the app, just in case they don't want to, that to be necessarily public. But this is actually really interesting, if assumed to be true. Okay, they are actually, so I don't want to mention. There's someone who has an application here that is really, I don't want to say necessarily good, but, what do you call it? They were a mod for someone else that really caught my eye. I was like, that is crazy that you mod for someone that big, and then you're like, I want to mod for you. I don't know if it's real or not, but that really caught my eye. Okay, this is the person's app. They modded for Hydro ASMR. That's what it was. And Hydro ASMR is a YouTube channel that I think uses Farina in VR chat as like their avatar. And they do like stim ASMRs. And yeah, it's Farina with cat ears. That's their brand. And a few of their videos have unironically popped up on my feed before. And I was like, wait, that's like a crazy, like, mythic pull. I was like, is my recommends and people who watch me, is their recommends that similar to mine? That we watch the same stuff? And they modded for them, apparently. Keyword modded. They're no longer a moderator for that person, and I'm really curious as to why they weren't a moderator anymore. And I have a hunch. I can gather some information as to why. Maybe based off of, you know, the fact that, what do you call it? The dude fucking would ask absurd questions and then just go, yeah. You guys are fake. Like, it's so bizarre. Actually, you know what? I think I can say this one. Because I just won't say the guy who applied for it. Someone applied as a moderator for my channel here. Who, I'm trying to find it again. Either modded for Numi, or who still does mod for Numi. I think modded, they said. I moderated for Numi, and Cinder. For Numi and Cinder both. And I'm like, that's insane. That's crazy. I think, I'm not gonna say why I denied them. I didn't deny them for, like, a bad reason. It wasn't like I don't think they're a good fit. They actually had a good application. But there's just people who were here longer. That was the main reason. But that's all I'll say about that. It wasn't a bad reason. I actually didn't want to consider them. But there's just people who were here longer. Who also had good applications. So just like a longer record of me being able to, you know, I guess, verify, if that makes sense. No, technically I can't verify if that's true. So who knows? Maybe they actually never did mod for them. But if true, I'm like, that's so interesting that you mod for people like Numi and Cinder, and then go to mod for someone like me. Not even in a bad way, mind you. I'm not saying that in like in a bad way. Like just genuinely fascinating to me, if true. No hate to her, but low-key an upgrade from Cinder. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, hang on. Where? Thank you. We have such an interesting gathering of people in this community, honestly. Our Cinders that I remember I was talking about our mod Cinder to some people before, and one of my streamer friends had to pause me being like, do you talk to the VTuber Cinder? And someone else in the call was like, wait, you talk to Cinder? And I was like 20 minutes into explaining something about arc raiders, I think that's why I mentioned Cinder, because I was talking about arc raiders. And I explained, no, not the VTuber. I heard Cinder coming from the background and was running when I was getting mod. I heard Cinder coming from the background and was running when I started getting mods for a minute. Facts, I know I'm very popular. Yeah, Cinder just gets around, you know? A really popular guy, really popular chud. Employed and a chud. It's a really hard combo to come across. But no, we have such an interesting assortment of people. But I found that so funny that I was talking about a story. I did definitely like mention the start of the story that my moderator, Cinder, and then at some point they just missed it, right? And they're like, wait, you talk to the VTuber Cinder? I was like, dude, could you imagine? I work for this title, please respect it. Employed alcoholic chud, ma'am. My bad. I'm so sorry, King. I apologize. Dude, I remember back when on my Zero account, when I streamed nothing but Minecraft, some people hit me with fucking, it's gender bent Tommy in it. And at the time I was like, I like Tommy in it. Hell yeah, I mean I still like Tommy in it. But now in hindsight I'm like, fuck you! What the hell? I was so complimented by that back then because I was like, Tommy's cool. And now that I'm older, I'm like, I should have been offended. That was a crazy insult that went over my head. Insane insult, even. Like, what the hell? Because I was just a hyper annoying kid playing Minecraft. So they were like, Tommy in it. But what if he was a woman? Apparently that was me. Tommy in it, but VTuber. That wasn't me, baby. That wasn't me. I mean, look at me now. How we've changed, not at all. Different Cinder, yeah, different Cinder. Our Cinder has a C in his name, not an S. And also doesn't, you know, VTube. So that's the obvious difference. It doesn't make bread liquor, sadly. Unfortunately. Don't worry, I'll start lewd baiting, and I'll start making a lot more money. And then I'll support all my moderators, you know? Dude, one of the craziest things, Ninja used to pay his mods. And I talk about this every now and again, because I'm like, dude, that would be so cool. If, like, having the type of money to just be able to do that. Dude, like, come on, that's awesome. Don't worry, I'll start being a YouTuber just so I can support my moderators. Just for you guys. Even though it goes against my whole brand. Just for you guys. This is low-key just charity work. It really is. And I'm incredibly appreciative of it. I really am really appreciative of it. That's why I always try to be super mindful, being like there's no reason to like apologize if you don't show up to a stream, or if you're not really active in streams or Discord, right? It's literally charity work, right? You're doing it on your free time because you offered, right? And I appreciate that so much. So whenever any of my mods are like, hey, sorry that I like am late, or sorry that I wasn't around this stream, I'm like, you're completely fine. Don't say sorry. That's literally Cinder's fantasy, dude. That's literally Cinder's fantasy. Full-time Discord mod is not something I want on my history. But could you imagine? Could you imagine, Cinder, your job is watching my bullshit while you get to play Arc Raiders? Come on, like, what more do you want? I don't watch VTuber Story. You're watching one right now. Yeah, you're watching one right now. You guys don't watch other VTubers, do you? You guys wouldn't watch other VTubers, would you? No. You wouldn't. You wouldn't dare watch... What? Saba? Iron Mouse? Shy Lily? I don't know VTubers at the moment. I'm trying to avoid naming my Oshi specifically, because that's like the only two VTubers that I really watch. Besides my friends. We are not watching Iron Mouse. Do you not like Iron Mouse? Come on. Or do you just not watch Iron Mouse? I don't really watch Iron Mouse. Yandere streamer. You guys don't watch other streamers, do you? A mix of both. This thing. Higher pitched voices piss me off. I mean, that's fair. It's not really, you know, not really an Iron Mouse fault, but that's fair. Wait, you don't like higher pitched voices? But your Oshi was Gura. Was it not? I would say Gura had a higher pitched voice. Gura isn't super high pitched though. I guess. And I guess my standards for a high pitched voice are a little different. Yeah, no hate directed to her, just carries for high pitched voice in general. That's fair. No, that's completely fair. Dude. Fucking... I remember one of my IRLs in senior year got gamer subs, and they were like, hey, the thing of gamer subs I got came with a bunch of free samples. You can have them. And gave me the fucking gamer subs. I never tried any of them. They're sitting somewhere in a drawer in my room. But gave me like 3 Gamer Supps samples just out in the middle of the fucking hallway in school. Handed me straight-faced Shy Lily blowhole blast in the middle of the hallway in high school. And that itself isn't crazy to give me like the samples, just whatever there. But when you realize the art that is on the sample, that is on, you know, the package, and when you realize that not only does it look like a condom, but it's just Shy Lily's, you know, big fucking milkers for the blowhole blast, I gotta be honest, I felt really ashamed for a moment to be taking it in that moment. I felt really ashamed there. That was a moment of genuine self-reflection where I was like, this is my friend. This is my life. I am 17 years old. I'm about to graduate high school, and I am taking anime drink mix in the middle of the fucking high school hallway like a drug deal. This is my life. Never even tried it. I put it in a drawer and forgot about it, and I think about it every now and again. Base interaction, honestly. I mean, it's hilarious in hindsight. But she, full flat face, like full wooden faced. Here you go. Brother, you can't just be pulling this out in fucking public. You can't just give this to me. I wonder if anyone noticed what was happening. Like, I really wonder if anyone noticed what was happening. Someone had to have noticed, right? Like, someone had to have saw it and was like, what the fuck? Like, even offhandedly. Because the sample packets really looked like condoms. I cannot stress that enough. They really looked like condoms. And so I'm like, dude, not in the high school hallway. You could have given this to me during lunch. You could have given this to me during, like, class, like, slid it, like, behind me or something, because our desks were right near each other, you know? Actually, they weren't. They were across the room. But, like, there was something. You could have done something. You could have done anything. Surrounded by people. Here you go. It was great. It was really funny, honestly, in hindsight. I don't talk to that person anymore, but oh boy. My friend, dude, my best friend, they dated for like a year or something. And I warned him, I was like, yo, look, she's chill, but I'm telling you, red flag alert, you do not want to be dating that. And oh, I thought that was a corner for a second. And I was telling him, I was like, look, as your friend, as your best friend, I'm telling you, do not do this. And he was like, yeah, no, of course. They got together, like, a week after. We're together for, like, a year. Terrible couple, by the way. And when they broke up, I still hit him with it to this day. I'm like, dude, I don't like it saying... Actually, no, I do love saying it. I love saying I told you so. I love telling him I told you so about it. It's so funny to me. Because he doesn't take it seriously, right? That's just, like... That's our friendship. We just rage bait each other and our assholes to each other, but, like, lightheartedly. I'm like, I do love saying I told you so. And I will tell you until the end of time. She was terrible to him. She was actually so fucking terrible to him. No, I'm not gonna fucking talk about it, obviously, on stream, but, dude, what a... I love I told you so moments that, like, for a minute, I was like, maybe this is chill, actually. And then there would be times where I'm like, oh, I fucking told you. I'm not gonna say it because it's only gonna make you feel worse right now, but I totally told you so. And then when it was all over, I finally got my laugh. I'm a terrible friend. I know, I would jump in front of a bus for that guy, though. Love him, but oh my god. Brother did not heed my warnings. Brother did not heed the warnings. I warned him. I told him the ancient scriptures, and he was like, yeah, no, I hear you. Trust me. I'll never do that. So you know what I just did? Like, you're terrible. You're terrible. I was like, 2 of my longest known friends got together. That's so awkward for me. That's so awkward for me. You're making me have, like, when there would be an argument, I'm like, dude, it really feels like you guys are making me choose between 2 of my long-term friends right now. Brother, please. He was wrong maybe only about 30% of the time. Oh my god. There were some crazy stories from that. None of which I'm gonna share, but there were some... Oh man. Oh boy. I actually have a lot of funny high school stories in hindsight. Thinking about it now, I have a lot of funny high school stories. I remember when... Did we do our hour 2 spin, by the way? What was our spins? We did the clown nose. We did something else, didn't we? Funny Mike, right? We did Funny Mike and Red Nose, right? That's right. Oh, Funny Mike was yesterday's spin. Okay, so yeah, no, we do have to do another spin. Okay. My bad. I'm behind on the wheel spin then. Spinning the wheel ASAP. Think my. No. Okay, I prefer that, honestly. Watch it be fucking cat ears and the nose. Watch it be cat ears and the nose for double spin. No stream for 20. As I'm yapping, that's so mean. No yapping for 20 minutes and... Do they stack? Do we stack this? I can't curse for the rest of the hour? Guy, no. That's so unfair. That's so unfair. I can't curse until what? 57? It looks like 257 on the stream timer. Alright, fine. I just won't curse. I have never cursed a day in my life. Never have, never will, never been. I remember when I was walking with a friend and he just casually dropped that there'd been a whole ass love triangle in our group that I somehow never noticed. That's crazy. That's insane. There was, oh my god, dude, this you know, friend group I had in middle school and high school. Actually, this happened twice in my life. This happened twice in my life. I had this crush on 2 different people in my life, right? When I say my crush went through everyone in our friend group and never went to me at all, I mean it, like in the literal sense. Well, one of them isn't entirely true. But, one of them was like, there was like 8 people or something in our friend group. And they had a crush on every single person in that friend group besides me, apparently. And I'm like, that hurts. Because I had a crush on them for so long, and I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. How do I recover from that? I don't know how I recovered from that. Like, that's so brutal. Everyone but me. And then, later, I had an online friend group where, now I think we were like middle schoolers at the time, right? So it wasn't really that deep. But, in freshman year in high school, when I was first getting my online friends, I think this was my first girlfriend I had. This is my first gay interaction. I had this girlfriend, right? Also named Alice, funny enough. It was Alice and Alice. And they sucked. They were a terrible person. There's a lot of lore about that I'm not gonna go into, nor am I gonna list anyone else's names, but I think us both being named Alice is really funny. We were together for a little while, and then they broke up with me and went to another person in our friend group. They broke up with them. Oh, no. They broke up with me and got with someone else. This was crazy, by the way, right? This is crazy. Keep up. Bear with me here. Stay with me here, because this story is really fucking crazy. So, we're together for a while, right? I think maybe, like, it wasn't a while. I shouldn't say a while. I think it was, like, only, like, 2 months. But, for me, that was a while. Because that was, like, my first, like, quote-unquote, long relationship. So, we were together, right? And then they broke up with me. I think, like, a week before Valentine's Day. And then, they get with a guy. She introduces me to this guy, being like, I want you guys to get along. You're still one of my close friends, right? I want us to still be friends, but I also, you know, want to integrate you with the important things in my life. And right now, the important thing is this guy. Hated this guy for so long, but I hated this guy. I was like, you fucking asshole. You turned my girlfriend straight again. How dare you? It's probably actually me that did that, but still, not the point. And then, she broke up with him like a month later and went to our mutual friend in that group, who were together for like 4 or 5 months, I think. And we both were like, dude, she's an asshole. She's a whore. We were like, she's a whore. She went through the entire friend group, like, triangle. And we're like, oh my god. Oh my god. It was fucking crazy. It was crazy. But, Alice also introduced me to one of my best friends, though, funny enough. It was the craziest fucking thing. It was the craziest fucking thing ever. Them introducing us. There's a whole rabbit hole with that friend group and that story, right, that I will never go into. But oh my god, that whole triangle was insane. Because apparently I learned after she got together with our mutual friend, so after she dumped the guy that she dumped me for, I learned she always wanted to date those other guys, but they weren't available, and so used me in the meantime to hold herself over, apparently. You're a terrible person. And I'm in hindsight, the whole fucking friend group was so stupid. It's really funny to think about, right? Full disclosure, this is a story that I don't mind talking about, obviously, because I find it really funny in hindsight now. Because now I'm older, right? I was like a little kid. And I took everything so seriously. And now I'm like, oh my god. What humble beginnings I had. It was crazy. my old friend groups weren't that great, I realize, when I think about it sometimes. And you know what? I got some pretty solid friends out of it still. There's a lot of weird people in those mix. Some of them grew up to be not so great people. But there's always diamonds in the rough. And you know what? I still talk to those said diamonds. And that's what matters in life. You know, you're gonna come across a bunch of people who suck. But amongst every 10 people that suck, there's usually one person who's at least decent. And that's what matters. You find that one decent person, and you hold on to that. Dude, I love story times. They're so goofy. Never experienced this many friend groups, not gonna lie. I had a single one I stuck with until we just broke off. I think I had 3 proper friend... No, I had 4 proper friend groups, I think. I had my main IRL friend group. Then I had my first online friend group. Then shackled off into my second online friend group. That first online friend group was pretty much abandoned. I abandoned a lot of those guys because they sucked. That second online friend group had a weird falling out. By the time that friend group fell out, though, I was already kind of, like, fading out of the picture. It was just one of those things where I met the people that I really liked and talked to. And I still talked to, like, those 3 guys. But that was really it. Out of, like, the 30 people in that group. It was a big group. And then I met probably my friend group that I'm mostly attached to now. And then I met my streamer friends, who I'm really attached to now. In some instances, they're a little mixed as well. So I still have like 4 people, I guess, IRL that I like really talk to, that I'm like, you're a good person. I'm glad I met you when I was in school. And then, I mean, there's still other people I talk to, I guess, but no one I really want the pleasure of talking to, if that makes sense. Then there's a handful of people online that I'm like, yeah, I fuck with you. I went through a lot of friend groups, which I don't think is really normal. Maybe it's somewhat normal for online, but what I noticed was I would jump into a group, find people that I liked, and then I would just like fade out. I would go into a group, find the people I liked, and then I would fade out. And that happened a couple times. My IRL friend group, though, it was just kind of a weird thing where it just kind of suddenly broke off, I think. Like, that one, I think, is, like, really the only one where I didn't step out. It just kind of suddenly happened. Have I cursed at all? I completely forgot that I'm not supposed to be cursing. Have I cursed at all? Has anyone heard me saying any curse words? I totally forgot if I have or haven't. I get so engrossed in whatever story I'm saying that I totally forget a lot. Yeah, a lot. I mean the past like 10 minutes. In the past 10 minutes. I don't think so. I haven't heard any. I'm getting a little mixed signals here. We're getting mixed signals here, guys. Either way, I'll keep it in mind moving forward here. Anyway, though. Story time, am I right? You know, it's nice yapping here sometimes. Because I just get to say what's on my mind. And stuff that I don't really think probably deserves like a yap video. But it's still stuff that I get to talk about. It's nice, it's fun. I had someone ask me actually if I would think about doing another Q&A. It's not that I'm against. Excuse me. It's not that I'm against doing another Q&A, but I just don't see much of a reason to do another Q&A because of how often we stream. People ask questions almost every day, right? And so I'm answering stuff constantly. So where it's like, there doesn't really need to be a dedicated like Q&A moment. You can just kind of come in and ask me questions. So I need a drink. My throat's getting super dry. Every stream is a Q&A? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. I almost dropped that off my desk. That would have sucked. Alright. So I know, so we could go back to Gloomwood, because I think I want to switch to a game now. Or at least, start to switch to a game in the next, like, coming minutes. So we could go back to Gloomwood. We played Gloomwood all of yesterday, though. So maybe not Gloomwood. But Gloomwood is really fun. Or we could switch to Hightail. Hightail Update 3 came out, and I kind of want to check it out. I think I miss Hightail. I also want to play Minecraft. There's a few things I want to play. Chud Pixel. Oh my god. I also want to play Valhalla as well. Do I play Hightail or Valhalla? Hightail or Valhalla? I'll do Hightail for right now. We'll switch to Valhalla later if we really want to play Hightail. Or if we want to play Valhalla, my bad. We'll start with Hightail for right now. Let me open up the game. Hold down the 4 TFR. I'll pop in later. TFR isn't even a moderator. Oh my god, it would be so funny if I mod TFR while Kamoy's away. That would be so funny. I'm not, because I know you don't want moderator TFR. That'd be so funny. I don't think we've had actually anyone as not recommended, but like as requested to be a moderator as much as TFR, I'm pretty sure, unironically. I just realized that's not been shown on stream. Worlds. Forgotten Wonderland. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. We will watch your career with great interest. Okay, wait, can someone explain that bit to me? So wait, you just said we will watch your career with great interest. Is that from like Half-Life or something? That feels like a Half-Life bit. I've never played like Half-Life or anything like that, right? Like, is that like Mass Effect or Star Wars reference? Oh. Ew. Not sorry. Phantom Menace, ma'am. I remember when I posted, I was starting to post on YouTube, there was several people who would comment on my early videos saying, we will watch your career with great interest. And I was like, what does that mean? Because it wasn't just like one guy, you know? It was several people. So I was like, what on earth does that mean? Why am I fucking... Hello? Why is my model lagging? I guess we're fine now. Not really. I'm still kind of lagging on my model, which is so bizarre. I haven't really lagged on my model before when streaming this game, I don't think. Not in the way that I am right now. Like, it's kind of weirdly delayed. Half-Life 3 mentioned. Half-Life 3 soon! What do you mean, ew? Used to be enjoyable? It was alright. Star Wars 1, 2, and 3 were something. Star Wars 4, 5, and 6 were pretty good. That's about it. Okay. That was weird. I need to plant stuff in here. Half-Life 3 tomorrow. What is Half-Life 3 about? Like, is Half-Life 3 a game I should bother playing? Like, or not Half-Life 3, sorry. Is Half-Life a game that I should, like, bother playing? Is that something that we should, like, do? Let me switch from just chatting. You know what? Should we play should we play Half-Life right now? Isn't Half-Life, like, super small? Oh, this is, like, the tiniest download ever. Oh, Half-Life 2 is, like, 10 gigs. Or, like, 8 gigs. Half-Life 1 or 2 and Honest recommend 2. Are they not connected? I would have assumed they're connected. Also, my model's gonna lag a bit while we're downloading these. I totally thought that they were. I thought they were like a part one and part two. Like I thought they were episodic, like Half Life One and Half Life Two. I thought Half Life Two was episode two. Half Life Two is a sequel. Okay. Half Life Two has two extra DLC episodes. Huh. Half Life One is its own game. Huh. Interesting. Wait, how long is Half Life? I assume not long. How long is Half Life? 12 to 13 hours. Maybe like two stream adventure, maybe three. Okay, wait, hang on. This brings another question. How long is Blasphemous? Because I keep putting this off because I know it's a long game. 14 to 15 hours. Oh, if I'm gonna play one, I might as well play the other. That's fucking crazy. I thought Half-Life was way shorter. Huh. Dude, that's crazy, actually. That's like insane. The stares in my autistic little eyes. Dude, Resident Evil 9 comes out tomorrow. And I want nothing more but to stream it tomorrow and just let that be the game that I do nothing but play that. But I know I'm not gonna be able to stream it because like we've been slowly, giving out, and we weren't able to stream Resident Evil 4 Remake before, but now it's weirdly difficult to stream Resident Evil 4 Remake. I don't know why. Like I haven't finished Resident Evil 4 Remake on stream because it couldn't. I couldn't do it. Like I just couldn't handle it. It felt like maybe it was just a section of the game we were in, but we were dropping pretty drastically in our frames. So it was really weird to see that we were dropping our frames like that. So I am really hoping that maybe this game is insane in its optimization, right? And maybe we'll be able to stream Resident Evil 9 and play it. And I'm really worried that's just another uh, uh, Expedition 33 situation because I wanted to stream that, and I'm not going to be able to stream that until I get a better computer. And I'm not going to touch the game, nor am I going to look at anything for the game until I get to stream it. Because I want to stream Expedition 33 so badly, and I want that to be a streaming game, right? Because that's always been the plan, right? That was gone for me, and I was gonna play it on stream, and I'm gonna play that for stream because that's what I want. I think the streams are killing your pewter. That's just so interesting. As to like, even if it was, how? I just don't know why I would be running worse. Like, I don't think it would ever be my temperatures. Like, I don't think my computer's getting so hot that it's dying. It's just I need a better CPU. I need a better GPU, honestly. Like, my specs aren't made for VTubing and streaming big end games, you know? Unfortunately. Like, sitting with what I'm at on just chatting VTubing with OBS multi-streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and with a few Chrome, or with a few Opera tabs open, I'm sitting at 55 to 60 usage of my CPU, and I'm sitting at a solid 75% of my GPU. It's chonking. It's chonking by just existing. PNG is a bit easier to be fair, but not by a whole lot more. Closing Opera in some instances really helps, but not by much. I mean, when I have a virus, it's not a virus. It's just my computer is mid-spec. OBS and VTube Studio both are just chonkers. They're big chonkers. Let me. Not that what I meant to put on. My GPU isn't terrible. I have a better GPU than when I started this stuff, I'm pretty sure. I would really like upgrade my CPU at some point. I have 32 gigs of RAM, so I don't have to really worry about my RAM. What I am interested in is it's kind of difficult for me to do VR chat stuff now because I feel like I stutter and get less frames now in VR, which is weird, and I don't know why that would ever be the case. And maybe I'm wrong, but that just really feels like the case. It really feels like the case. We'll spin now for another 20 minutes. What's your CPU? An AMD Ryzen 500. So like, it's not a terrible CPU. It's not bad by any means, but it's not like great either, right? It's a very mid-spec CPU. If anything, it's on the lower end of mid-spec. It is showing its age for sure. No, 500X. Nah. AMD Ryzen 5 5500. My GPU. Or maybe my GPU switched when we started this channel. I can't remember. It might have been at the start of the channel. But I think, yeah, no, I think it was my GPU swapped before I started this channel. For a while, I was running a GeForce RTX 3050, I think. And now I'm running an RTX 3070. A decent upgrade, honestly, considering. But the 3070, it's not like the 3070 Ti, which is better. It's just 3070. It's also showing its age, right? It's showing its wear. My fucking 6 key doesn't always work. No, it's 247 on stream timer. Like, use your eyes. Be nice, Orange. Be nice. Don't be mean. Orange and nice do not belong. Fruit boy bullies me. Would more VRAM would help you just to run VTS games. VTS in games. VTube Studio in games, my bad. Yeah, how much VRAM do I have? Hang on, where do I see that at? Where do I see my VRAM at? I have 8 gigs of VRAM, maybe 12. Oh, dedicated memory, GPU memory, 8 gigs, yeah. I'm using 3 out of 8 right now. And what, I believe that's just tied to the CPU, or not CPU, I believe that's just tied to the GPU, right? There's nothing I can do to increase that, I'm pretty sure. Besides upgrade the GPU itself. I think. I could be wrong, but... Download VRAM Trust. Whatever you say, Kamoy, you've never led me astray. Also, Sleepy 047, 047. Oh, that is it? Oh, okay. In my brain, I thought I was skipping a letter, or number. Sleepy 047, thank you so much for the follow, I really appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Not me showing my amazing rating skills. Do I play Half-Life, dude? I want to, but at the same time, I didn't realize that it was a, like, 20-hour game. You can't outrun VRAM. It has been for a long time. It can be done. Source and solder VRAM chips? Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. It's so fun though, you'll probably love it. Ooh, really promising here. Gameplay-wise, I'd still recommend Half-Life 2. Well, if I play 1, I'm gonna play the other if I play 1, right? So I might as well play them in order. Someone soldered 48 gigs onto a 4090 once. I feel like that's a little overkill, bud, but you know what? You do you. Whatever gets you your best performance. If you gotta run modded Skyrim with that level of fidelity, then you go right ahead. Don't let me stop you from living your best dream. Ugh. Oh, excuse me. Part of me wants to just upgrade my computer because at least I'll like keep all my data and stuff. But at the same time, I kinda want to also get just a whole new computer in general. Just to like start clean and then transfer like whatever necessary files I'll need to. But oh my god, just upgrading in general right now is so bad, and I mean it's only gonna get worse, right? Upgrading this company is a little hard. Exactly. I mean, another upside though of keeping or upgrading to a whole new computer is I get to use my old rig for like other stuff. Like I could offload certain things on my old rig. That is the thing I could do. I could host like a whole server on it. I could use it as a server rack, a singular server. Sponsored by Prebuilt. I have low-key been tempted to get a, is it Starforge PCs? The computer brand that Voice Critical's a part of, or like he's partnered with or something like that. I have been kind of tempted to get one of them just because Moist Critical, right? Like, I trust the Moist. I trust Charlie, but I honestly don't know the first thing that comes to picking a good computer. I know like the bare minimum to get by, but I don't know as much as I really should, to be honest. W Moist Cubicle. Moist Chuticle. Nice chudsicles. Even with a shitty computer, you could upload VTube Studio. It's up onto it and play shitty games without that huge strain. True. That is true. Also, hi, silly noob. Hello. Welcome in, welcome in. So I need a second PC. I have a really shitty PC, but it's so shit. There's no way I could even do that. The old computer, my old computer, which I started streaming on, I think that took like 10 minutes at minimum to boot up every time. Like, that computer was bad. That computer, dude, funny enough, that computer, oh man, that thing went through war. That computer went through war. Me and my friends, we had this, it was like a doomsday countdown we had. Every time I turned my computer on, we refer to it as the infamous hour 3. Because no matter what I was doing, if it was just idling, watching videos, playing a game, whenever we would hit hour 3 on the dot, the computer would blue screen and turn off. Could never tell you why or what happened in it, honestly. But one day, I just cleared it, I restarted the whole thing, and it was gone, it was fixed. No idea what happened. It had to have had some virus or something, I'm sure. But like, it was so weird. It was the craziest thing. Laptop took a few minutes to boot when it only had an SSD. With an M2, it became some minute. What is an M2? If missed 3 hours, sounds like some kind of band. Dude, oh my god, I remember one time me and some people were playing a Minecraft mod pack. It was like a Minecraft 1.7.10 mod pack. And we were playing for a few hours, or a couple hours, and one of my friends goes, dude, what time is it? And like, it's like, yeah, I was like, oh, 7:30, whatever time I said, right? And one of my friends was like, oh god, Alice, you're gonna crash! And not even a minute later, my computer blue screened. It was like really perfect timing. It was terrifying. Because my friends were like, dude, what time is it? We've been playing for a while. Apparently 3 hours had passed, and one of my friends screams in the Discord call, you're gonna die! And I died. I did. I came back like 15 minutes later being like, that was terrifying. The last things I heard was you saying that I was gonna crash. And then I came back and you guys were gone. You say like M.2? Oh, okay. My bad. Just use Linux is way better. I'll pass. M.2 SSD is the best, fastest SSD. Oh, HD, pardon me. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, but with an HDD is so slow. M.2 is a type of SSD directly injected into the motherboard. Oh, I see. That's not cool beans, Emmy. I love the term cool beans and awesome sauce. Cool beans and awesome sauce both are so silly. Alright. Do I dare start no, not today. Off stream, I'll download Half-Life 2 as well, and then I'll do like, I'll do Half-Life playthrough, and then after Half-Life we'll do Blasphemous, I guess, because Subathon's gonna be going for a lot. Actually, we might be able to do Blasphemous. Do we think we could do Half-Life 1 and 2 before the end of the Subathon? Do we think that's possible if I speedrun it? Or if I quote-unquote speedrun it? As someone who knows nothing about the game? I wonder if that's possible for me to go through. Maybe I should stick to Gloomwood until the end of the Subathon. They might be post-Subathon games, honestly. Well, they're decently fast HDDs. but both are loud and worse than SSDs. Cheap storage though. HDs are good for storing your AAA titles because they're bigger. Not even though anymore, because most AAA titles require you to be on an SSD if you want it to run even half decently. Which I hate, by the way. I honestly couldn't tell you why that suddenly started becoming a thing. High key just kind of feels like a sign of the times of a lot of games are just having a lack of optimization. Certain games, I think it makes sense, to be honest. Certain games not being on an SSD and running worse makes sense. Like big open world games, that makes sense because everything is the way things have to be loaded in. But then I play other games where I'm like, why do I need to be on an SSD for you? Why do I need to be on an SSD for you? You should totally operate fine on an HDD. Yes, SATA SSDs, my god. I'm not the only one who knows the basics about PC. In M2, in M.2 is an NVMe. Alright, chat. Take me to school. What is an NVMe? What's an NVMe? Well, games have to evolve, so do the hardware requirements. Sure, absolutely, and I agree with that. However, let's not pretend that optimization is also a lost art now, either. Like, a lot of people like to still blame Unreal Engine 5 for things not being optimized. Which, if a game is on Unreal Engine 5, it's a bad sign, because chances are it's not going to be optimized. But, I mean... Look at, what do you call it? Look at Arc Raiders. Unreal Engine 5 game runs on my SSD, great. I obviously, I load in slower than other players, duh. But... it's only by, like, a minute. Maybe 2, right? It's not long. To me, optimization is more frame rate than storage. Pretty sure shit frames has nothing to do with storage. I mean, not always. Optimization can go for both ways, honestly. There's a lot of games that just have bloat, and taking out the bloat sometimes helps make the game run better, but also helps the game, you know, be less bigger. Now, obviously, I'm not fully well versed in, you know, the art of computers and gaming and game making and stuff, right? But, I mean, it's also not, like, a secret that games are getting bigger, and once upon a time, games of very similar sizes were astronomically smaller. Back when hardware required you to, you know, force an optimization, they did it, and now you don't really have to, and a lot of graphical optimization are left to the fucking AI frame generation, which sucks. I'm looking at you, Monster Hunter Worlds. Dude, that game ran poorly on people's PS5s, which, don't get me wrong, isn't insane, but like, if you're not even getting a stable frame rate on consoles, like if you're fluctuating on consoles, that's upsetting. And now that hasn't necessarily been like, that's not like a new thing necessarily. Like Infamous, I'm pretty sure Infamous 1, or it was Infamous 2, one of the Infamous games on the PS3 was already like not a great experience, right? That game was notoriously not well suited, but not every game, you know, was, you know, properly optimized. And there are just some areas in certain games where, yeah, there are just going to be frame drops because of how intensive something is, right? Fast storage just tackles less to load maps/textures. I mean, yeah, obviously, yeah, true, right? Like, obviously something's going to run better on an SSD than an HDD, right? In terms of load times at the very least. But like, for example, something like Cyberpunk makes complete sense for that to be like an SSD required game. If you play on an HDD, you will have a bad time. And something like Cyberpunk makes complete sense. That is a complete open world, like open city game. And while there are some load zones in the game, not in the traditional sense type of way, right? They're very sneaky with them. They're very clever. But also, a lot of the map is just loaded at once for optimal, you know, zooms. Low-key HDD hasn't been too terrible unless you speed in a car, which is so much of the game. So driving around Night City is so much fun, and it's such a nightmare to do because you're gonna drive, the road's gonna disappear under you eventually because you're going too fast for the game, and then eventually you're just gonna be sitting there waiting for the game to catch up and load with you. And sometimes that can take minutes. I had a couple times where I played on my SSD, or my HDD, sorry, and I actually had to load a save because it just wouldn't load, like, the road anymore, and I couldn't move. I couldn't get out of the car. It was rough. And the storage was getting cheaper. PC, no frames. PS5, no games. Pick your poison. Pick your poison. No frames or no games. Well, point A to point B, game design, yeah. I'm sorry, what was I reference to? I am fucking stupid. Oh, also, let me do the wheel spin, my bad. That was called out and I completely forgot. Wheel spin for hour 3. Where is our wheel spin? Here it is. Hour 3 wheel spin. Brother. You know, at least it's not the cat ears. We got the cat ears like a bajillion times last time. Let me hide my bandage. I'll do a big clown nose this time. Big clown nose. Ayy. Honka honka. Honka honka. Oh, yeah, dude, Makima, play Cyberpunk. Like, I mean, obviously you don't have to, but biggest recommendation I have, or one of the biggest recommendations I have, dude, I used to be the biggest Cyberpunk hater when it came out, because I was like, the game came out broken, people got robbed of their money, blah, 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 blah. I didn't get into Cyberpunk until well after Edgerunners and the DLC came out. I think not until like half a year after the DLC came out, I didn't get into Cyberpunk. And then I played it. Oh my god, one of my favorite games of all time. Release was rough, dude. I felt terrible for people. I felt terrible. You know what's a lost art that I'm upset that games don't do anymore? Load zones. Proper load zones. Bring back load zones in the games. That was a great way to do optimizations in games. Unironically, to not have the whole fucking game loaded at once. I get, yeah, it's smoother to not have not have load zones so you can just go from one area to another, to another, to another. I get it. But if your game runs like shit, please. Seriously, I've had a lot stronger. What is happening? I've had a lot of stronger feelings with game optimizations recently, ever since Arc Raiders. Because there's a lot of games very similar to Arc Raiders in terms of graphical styles and size that run significantly worse. And there's some games that I look at, I'm like, you are incredibly bloated. Why? Just because it wasn't optimized, right? Like, a comparison I'll use, like what I was saying earlier. Back, like, super, like, older games now, like proper retro games now. You know, big fucking, you know, 20-hour, 20, 25, even 30-hour action RPGs. And then now you have, that were, like, literally less than a fucking gig, 2 gigs at most type of deal. And now you have games that are 70 hours that are of very similar size. And a lot of it comes down to graphics, which I'm also tired of graphics having to be super realistic in games. In some instances, it's cool. I like it. But I don't know. I miss when games weren't super realistic feeling. Like, example, Twilight Princess as a game. One of my favorite games. Incredible. That game doesn't look the greatest, mind you. It got an HD remaster on the Wii U, which its size is so much bigger than the original. I don't know how, because there's no way the graphics are that fucking big in comparison. There's no fucking way. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm crazy. Graphics chunky. That is true. Graphics are a big hog of space, and also storage. Like, both storage and, performance, right? But the fans are pressuring Project Red to release it, didn't have many options. Not true. I mean, I'm sure people were pressuring them to release. That's not my point. Did they have many options? Not true. They could have delayed the game more, right? I'm sure they did delay the game. You could delay the game more, though. I think it was more of a studio thing, though. Like, they were forced to drop it. You know? There's a whole thing about this. Why did Cyberpunk 2077 come out broken? Immense pressure to meet deadlines is display an overambitious, unfinished scope. Yeah. Internal management. Because I think it lies more with the parenting people pushing it out than fan pressure, I think. Or maybe it was the fans, because I didn't keep that close, so maybe I'm wrong on that. I might be wrong on that. The cards were shit, is what I'm saying. I mean, true. You know a game that's been delayed a bajillion times, though? GTA 6. But they didn't ban it, that's good. Agreed. Dude. Cyberpunk 2077, its comeback story is amazing. I loved Cyberpunk so much. Cyberpunk 2077 is one of my favorite games, and that comeback story is insane. Watching it, like, from the start to end, oh my god. I'm ashamed to admit that it took me so long to get into Cyberpunk. GTA 6 never really had a date, though? What are you talking about? It's had a date several times. Every time it gets delayed, it says another date. We've had it delayed and changed dates like 4 times now. That's with, like, it's saying dates specifically as well. We've had plenty of delays in general of just saying, hey, we're gonna push back another year, we're gonna push back this year. But every time we start getting a little close to that deadline, GTA 6 is like, hey, we're pushing back to this day now. This is our new release date. And I've said this before and I said it again. Brother, please just say you're delaying until you're ready. Just say you're not ready yet. Say you'll come out when you're ready. Brother, it will be infinitely more hype to shadow drop GTA 6 suddenly, I feel like, than to say, hey, we're coming out on this day. Actually, we're gonna delay it again. Actually, we're gonna delay it again. What's wrong though? I don't really care for GTA 6. Neither do I, is the thing, right? GTA games have never been my real interest. Like, I don't really like GTA games. They're not bad games, mind you. I'm not saying they're bad games. I completely understand their purpose and, like, people enjoy them and stuff, right? There's not my cup of tea. I do not know where on earth the hype for GTA 6 has ever come from. I've never understood why that is, like, one of the most anticipated games of our time. Like, why? Because I'm gonna say it. Just like when another Mario Kart comes out, it's just Mario Kart again. It's GTA, it's just Grand Theft Auto again. Have you not played Red Dead Redemption 2? I've not, no. I have it, I just haven't never played it. Can we just threaten me, not threaten me, making you aware? Oh no, I'm sure GTA 6 will do great, right? I'm sure it'll be a great game. I feel like it's so overhyped. I just feel like it's so overhyped because I don't know. I don't get the hype around it, and maybe I'm the weird one, I guess, for that, right? But I've heard more people personally be like, I don't really care for GTA 6 than people that are like, yeah, GTA 6 is that's the best game. That's gonna be the best game. Not saying I haven't met people like that. Literally organic. Like I don't care when it gets delayed because it's always a banger. I'm sure it'll be a banger no matter what when it comes out, right? They clearly want their game to be polished and great. I don't have an issue with it being delayed. Let me make that clear. Don't have an issue with it being delayed. Because if you don't delay your game, that's how you get Cyberpunk 2077. But I have a big issue with them saying, hey, delaying to here. Actually, we're gonna delay to here. Actually, we're gonna delay to here. Actually, and when does that stop? I much prefer to be told, hey, it's coming. We're just gonna keep going until we're ready. You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait. Dude, like Silksong? Silksong, we got jack shit about that game. And then suddenly, hey, we're coming out, by the way. Dude, Silksong is crazy. I still can't believe we actually got Silksong. Even though, like, realistically speaking, game's time frame makes sense. 8 years for Silksong makes sense, honestly. But like, dude, that was such a crazy thing to just like have suddenly shadow dropped. Or not shadow dropped literally, but like they kind of suddenly said, hey, we're coming out on this day! Get ready! And it was like super soon. It was crazy. And then people go insane for Silksong. I mean, yeah. Hollow Knight was a beloved game. And Silksong really built on top of it, right? We were told we were getting a Hollow Knight sequel for a while. We were told several times that it was still in the works. They were just working on it, right? But the big thing about Subathon was they never said, hey, we're coming out on this day. Actually, never mind. No, we're not. Okay, we're gonna come out on this day. No, we're not. Never mind. You can tell I really don't like that stuff. Because, I don't know, it just sets a precedent of false promises. And that really bothers me. It really bothers me in games. Minecraft did that a lot with some updates, where they very much implied a lot of things. And then when those stuff didn't happen, people got mad. And then were like, we never said this. But, sure, you didn't. But it was a lot of the way they presented some stuff. People were like, whoa, no way. And after doing it like once or twice, you'd think they would have, you know, figured out to be a little more careful with how they present certain information. And then eventually, I think they just really stopped. But it was such a weird thing. Not to mention, a lot of Minecraft just feels lackluster now anyway. There's some really cool updates in Minecraft now, like the creaking, the Willow Woods thing, that like the creaker, the stalker, whatever it is, that's cool. People always compare older Minecraft updates and being like, dude, older Minecraft updates were so much better. They had so much more, but they were also less frequent, right? That's something that a lot of people don't mention when talking about that as like the counterpoint. Minecraft updates were definitely bigger, but they were also further apart. I'm glad to have our more frequent and smaller updates, but a lot of these updates are just too small sometimes. Or they just feel, you know, not enough. And a lot of people are like, oh, you're gonna be mad at Mojang, but you gotta like keep in mind, like there's just a company and, you know, they have people, they're humans. And I hate to be that person, but how do modders do their job in a fraction of their time? And I know that argument isn't always sound, obviously, but there are some really good cases where I'm like, Mojang does feel kind of lazy. If Half-Life 3 dropped, I'd donate all my money to a Blood Feast festival. I will say, I don't know why Half-Life 3 is like such a big thing either, right? But I also haven't played Half-Life, right? I respect that Half-Life 3 is a big thing, though. Like, Half-Life 3 has a lot of fun memes around it. I think that's a big difference between why I don't mind Half-Life 3 hype and GTA hype. Because there's almost no funny GTA memes. But there's a lot of funny Half-Life memes. Like what? What funny GTA memes have I seen? That scene from in-game where, you know, the one scene, I don't know the characters' names, but people like put over modded characters and just have them say the dialogue, which is crazy. With Minecraft, they always have to take Bedrock into consideration, and for weak devices that also run Bedrock when making updates. That is true. That is completely true, and you are right. I also hate Bedrock. I hate Bedrock Edition so much. Games that have mobile counterparts, I understand it brings in more money, because that reaches a wider percentage of people. However, it is to the game's detriment in terms of how it feels and like how it plays. For example, the way you block on Java Edition, you know, you hold your offhand button to block. How do you block in Bedrock Edition? You crouch, because they don't want mobile devices to be flooded with a bunch of different buttons. So they have to keep in mobile devices. And this is where a lot of gacha games really bother me. Their mobile UIs are the exact same on PC. In some games, it works. Very few games it works. a lot of games, the UIs are gross because they're made for mobile. And also, the games just take forever to get proper updates because mobile. And also, not to mention, there's a whole thing that goes into mobile games having to be the priority because they're weaker devices. So the game feels worse as a result. And again, I get that's a more lucrative thing to have the mobile variant, but it does just feel to be at the game's detriment at the game's core, if that makes sense. The one GTA 6 waiter, the one joke GTA 6 waiters have is X having before GTA 6, and it's gone old long ago. I'll occasionally pull out the GTA 6 bit, like we got X before GTA 6, but that is like really the only funny bit that comes from it, I feel like. With Minecraft, they was 17 minute count though, is true. What kind of end would you take before? No, I didn't kill him. But I did kidnap his wife! Oh, God! Dude, there are some really good cutscenes in GTA 5. Again, not my cup of tea. I get why people like the game. I don't really like the gameplay of it, right? I do like a lot of the cutscenes. Like, there are some good cutscenes, like that fucking scene. Banger. At this point, you're gonna get the new model before GTA 6? Possibly, actually, yeah. I got a new warship before GTA 6. Dude, I have like one post on my Yoshi, and my one post is, we got VTuber MySpace before GTA 6. That's my one post on there. That's my one post on there. I don't think I'm ever gonna post anything else on there. That's my one post, and that's gonna be it, I think. It's like, that's kind of funny. I think my big issue with GTA games is they don't ever feel that different when you play them. They always just feel the same. And so it boils down to just story at the end of the day, which for some games works, right? To me, just GTA isn't one of those games that it works for. Like, again, using Zelda as my comparison. A lot of Zelda games, at the end of the day, are very similar feeling, but there is enough unique about them that you know, they have all of their own identity. Besides Tears of the Kingdom, that is just Breath of the Wild 2 in my heart. That does not have enough of an identity still to be its own game. I'm sorry. I love Tears of the Kingdom, and I love Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom is just Breath of the Wild 2, though. And I say this because there is also another Zelda game that is a direct sequel to another one that was made Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask. They are direct sequels. Majora's Mask was, I think, made in a year, reusing a lot of the Ocarina of Time assets. That game is so unique compared to Ocarina of Time, while still having the core feel of Ocarina of Time. It is so unique. You don't address Majora's Mask as Ocarina of Time 2. You just kind of, you know, it's Majora's Mask, sorry. But Tears of the Kingdom was made it took a lot longer to make. It used a lot of the same assets from Breath of the Wild. And it's Breath of the Wild 2. That's like, so much of its identity it's just a sequel. It feels like glorified DLC, which is what it literally is, mind you, right? They made a whole separate game because they had so many DLC ideas they wanted to do. And I do really like that they brought in the beta idea from Breath of the Wild, where Link was gonna have a runic arm instead of the Sheikah Slate. I'm glad they did that in Tears of the Kingdom. I love that. but they literally, all the shrines are, yeah, you can copy me, just don't make it obvious. There's, what do you call it? Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Everywhere you go feels unique and different. All of the surface Hyrule is practically the same in Tears of the Kingdom with some new structures and stuff, right? But, you know, it's Hyrule. The surface is the same. Although the Sky Islands were pretty empty for the most part. Unless if you're going Korok hunting or doing every single shrine, it's pretty empty. And even then, a lot of the Sky Islands are just random or not random copy and pasted, but they're random, you know, rocks floating in the sky. There's nothing too interesting about them for the most part. There are some really interesting ones, to be honest. And then the underground. It's just, the underground was never fun for me to traverse. There's a lot to do down there, but it's a lot of the same as the surface and the top side, where you make a flying machine, you go around the pitch darkness, you light up that section, take your flying machine, go around, light up the darkness, you find a shrine, do that shrine, light up the darkness, do that Korok, go light up the darkness. I don't know, I got tired of that gameplay loop of walking around doing a shrine, walking around doing a shrine, do a Korok, go do a shrine, find a Korok, do a shrine. I got tired of that gameplay loop in Breath of the Wild, so that didn't help either. You can't make every new game unique. I think you can say that for a lot of franchises, to be honest. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like a lot of games still feel unique enough in their own respective way. GTA just isn't, for me, again, the whole GTA thing, it just doesn't feel unique enough. Mario Kart always just feels like Mario Kart again. Very rarely does Mario Kart do something where I'm like, wow, that is awesome. Double Dash has forever been the best Mario Kart in my heart, and nothing was gonna come close to Double Dash. When I picked up Mario Kart Worlds, yes, I prefer it over Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. However, it's just freaking Mario Kart again, dude. It's not that crazy. I'm sorry. It did not deserve Racing Game of the Year at the Game Awards, but it's Nintendo, so obviously it did. But, what was I saying? I got sidetracked there a little bit. I picked this up and put it down. I picked this up and put it down. Yeah, literally. But you can't make every new game unique. At the end of the day, everything is derived off of something as it was there before. I mean, and that's true. That is true, right? However, let's not pretend that Nintendo hasn't made unique after unique Mario game and unique after unique Zelda game, right? And some do feel very reminiscent of others, obviously. But every single one feels like it has its own true identity, besides Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. It does, like, I don't know. That is a hill I will very much die on. Good story usually works for me. That's the best part of Breath of the Wild. There is no good story in Breath of the Wild. And Tears of the Kingdom has the foundations of a really good story. But because it follows the same open world loop of Breath of the Wild, the way it presents all of its story, or at least like half of its story, I don't like, because it needs to be portrayed in a way where it makes sense no matter what order of events that you pick things up in. And I miss the I miss the linear story where it was handcrafted, and for this moment to hit here and this moment to hit here. I miss that. And Tears has some moments like that with certain memories that show off in specific orders, but I don't know, it just didn't hit for me. I still loved the game, like, I think it's a great game. But the fact that Tears of the Kingdom is more than Breath of the Wild, I think is outrageous, honestly. When it genuinely just at the end of the day feels like glorified DLC. Which is literally what it is. Be straight too far, you get people mad, even if it's a good game, i.e. Need for Speed Most Wanted 2012. I loved Need for Speed Most Wanted. That game was ahead of its time. That game just was ahead of its time. I love that game. Also, Need for Speed Rivals. Loved both of those games. Buy a loaf of bread. Buys loaf of bread after company changes its logo slightly. It's still bread, grr. I mean, fair. True. I don't know, maybe I am the clown for, you know, still finding myself buying the new Mario Kart. Oh no, at least I'm not a Pokemon fan. Man, Pokemon fans have it rough, dude. Pokemon fans have it pretty rough. I ain't gonna lie. There are some really good Pokemon games though recently, actually, to be honest. I say that, but honestly, Pokemon's been having, like, I think Legends Arceus, I think, is the game. That game seems really good. A Pokemon that's a fucking keyring. You're gonna catch it and you're gonna like it. I don't know, like, I think Pokemon is actually a great example of games that are very very similar at the end of the day, but feel unique enough. Depending on which game you're talking about, obviously. Some of the more modern Pokemon games, this is harder to distinguish. But a lot of older Pokemon games, like Red, like Generation Red to Generation White, they are very similar at the end of the day in terms of gameplay, yes, but they are distinct enough to where it feels unique, and the story is unique enough to where they feel completely different, right? Don't you dare disrespect Kalefki. I remember people saying they were gonna boycott, because the game prices, then they bought it anyway. Dude, that bothered me so fucking much when everyone was like, I'm not getting a Switch 2. This is outrageous. Hey, I pre-ordered it. Brother! Brother! Oh no, I do like the order of events that Nintendo goes through though in their life. They make the DS, or they make the NES, then they make the Super NES, better version of the NES, baby. Then they make the Wii, then they make the Wii U, better version of the Wii, baby. Then they make the DS, then they make the 3DS, better version of the 3DS, baby. Then they make the Switch, then they make the Switch 2, better version of the Switch, baby. I was disappointed when I saw the Switch 2 announced, because I just wanted a new console in general, not just a better Switch. No, I love my Switch 2. Cool. Love it. Excited for Duskblood whenever that game comes out. But I was really hoping for, like, a new proper Nintendo home console. Something with proper, like, power and beef and chunk. Which, honestly, the Switch 2 does kind of have. So... Is the performance drastically different? It is. So I have a day one Switch one, right? The difference is, I can't even say it's night and day. It is so much more than night and day. Between a day one Switch to a day, or maybe not day one Switch 2, but a pretty early Switch 2, right? I got my Switch 2 decently early. like a few months after it came out, I got the Switch 2. They finally got a console equivalent to the PS4 Slim in power. People keep saying that. High key, it's better performing than the PS4 Slim. There's been tests, and it runs better than the PS4 Slim. In specs, it's weirdly close. Like, I know where that whole thing came from, but when people got their hands on the Switch 2, it is surprisingly beefy for how small it is, right? And how small and thin it is. It's not necessarily still a beefy thing, but it's significantly better than the Switch 1. And in some instances, runs better than a PS4 Pro. Keyword some instances. Better than a Steam Deck, though? Not in my opinion. Steam Deck is so much better. They turn to an Apple Store. Yeah, the Switch 2 is insanely overpriced. I agree, Switch 2 is overpriced. Switch 2 is really overpriced. It's done great in sales, but I don't know. I think the Switch Lite was a robbery. For how cheaper it was, only $100 cheaper. You lost so much utility of what a Switch was, and you lost so much power in it as well. Not to mention, only $400 for what? You lose the detachable Joy-Cons. Detachable Joy-Cons are like $80. So you lose the detachable Joy-Cons. You lose the fact that you can dock it. Docks are like $50. You lose processing power, which God knows how much that would be, right? So that's at least like $130 right there, if not arguably $150. You make it smaller, so it's more portable. Did they ever fix the Joy-Con drift? No, they did not. Joy-Con drift was never fixed. If your Switch Lite ever got Joy-Con drift, you had to send it in fully, and then they would fix it for you, and then they send it back to you. Which I don't think I need to explain why that's a fucking issue. For $100 cheaper, you have almost none of the upsides of the Switch. Which is at least $150 cheaper in my opinion. Not even in my opinion, just based off of, you know, their own numbers. But arguably more, because if you want it to be the more affordable option, I feel like it should, you know, be more representative of that. How can you even be mad at Nintendo? It's just to be expected at this point. Just because it's to be expected doesn't mean you can't be mad. Just because it's, you know, expected doesn't mean you shouldn't get mad. That can be said for a lot of things. Oh, I saw this thing about generative AI and, you know, artists are struggling more now than ever. Just because it's to be expected doesn't mean I'm not gonna get up and angry about it. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna say anything about it, you know? I know that's not necessarily what you were saying, but... You know, I'm kind of going off on a tangent. I'm going off on a side tangent. Not comparable, but I guess. I know, like I said, not necessarily what you're saying. I'm comparing apples to oranges here. But I mean, it's the same premise at the end of the day, you know? Just because it's expected doesn't mean I'm not gonna not get mad. The oranges? Say that again! Dude, Xbox naming conventions always bothered me as well. We went from the Xbox to the Xbox 360, to the Xbox One, to the Xbox Series X. PlayStation just went PlayStation, PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation Vita. Don't know where the word Vita came from, but whatever. They're allowed to have one quirky one, I guess. Because it sounds cool. True. My GOAT's PlayStation. And yet they're withholding Bloodborne from me. How dare they? I would glaze PlayStation if they weren't withholding Bloodborne. Those rats. It is the greatest mystery in gaming that we have yet to get Bloodborne remake. Everyone on the planet is just, this is free money. You're sitting on literally a money printing machine. And they do nothing with it. They do nothing with it. Even FromSoft is like, dude, we would love to do something with Bloodborne again. And nothing. And then you think FromSoft would have learned the lesson, and then they made Bloodborne 2 as a Nintendo exclusive, so. Nice. But Daddy FromSoft can do no wrong. Goat soft, alright? Those are my goats, alright? I am the biggest FromSoft glazer. FromSoft, not my FromSoft could never. There's never been a Soul Slap a day in my life. It's always been Soul's delicate dish. Just use your legal copy of Bloodborne on PC and an emulator. I mean, yeah, fair. Oh no, I had my copy running really well actually on my Shed PS4, but then some update rolled around and it broke all my things and I had to reconfigure it, and it just hasn't run good ever since, and I honestly can't figure out why. I just kind of gave up. Both companies are just low-key shadows of their former selves. Honestly, all of them are. Nintendo's changed so much. Xbox has changed so much. Even PlayStation. PlayStation honestly more censored console than the Switch. What do you mean, censored? It's just Sony's a lot more censor heavy on stuff than Nintendo. Are they though? Not that I really know of. All things change, but Doom 64 is eternal. Doom eternal? Say that again. Oh, someone, you mentioned it earlier. Doom is also a great example of games that are very similar in premise, but every rendition of them feels so fresh and different. Especially the modern ones. Especially the modern ones. Doom 2016. Doom Eternal. Doom the Dark Ages. All so different, yet the same. It's not just another Doom, it's just, it's more Doom, right? They barely got games if they censored, but they would be less than 0. Dude, I love the PlayStation no games joke. Before one of my friends got a computer, one of my IRL, it was to my IRLs, would constantly bug him being like, oh man, how's your 0 games feel? I'm just gonna boot up my computer and I'll play your 0 games plus my Steam library. Eventually, they got a computer, but they hated the 0 games joke because they had a PS5. Like, The Last of Us is way too dark. Sony would never publish that on their console. It was a pretty big thing. They allowed Unity in it, but not non-first party titles. I mean, honestly, I just don't see where Sony censors things more than Nintendo does when it comes to their games. I mean, look at Bloodborne. Bloodborne is actually incredibly fucking dark when you look into the lore of it. But you can go through that whole game with being pretty oblivious to it, to be honest. The Last of Us 1 and 2, especially 2, is very gruesome. Nintendo has, you know, adult censorship in a lot of instances, but honestly have been kind of loosey with it over the years. Like, look at Fire Emblem Three Houses. That's a first-party Nintendo title, and holy, there's a lot of anime titties in that game. Xenoblade 2, actually, look at Xenoblade 2. Holy anime titties galore, and that is a Nintendo title. The core mechanics aren't altered the years. Momentum was a big thing in the Pixels. Doom during the console years. It was bad because they slowed the game down. Dude, I need to play Doom Eternal and Dark Ages. I have all three of them. I played 2016, loved it. Was disappointed by the final boss, to be honest. But I get it was like a throwback to the original Doom. Loved 2016 though. Never actually played Eternal or Dark Ages after it. Bayonetta was also Nintendo too, but to be fair, Bayonetta wasn't just Nintendo when it first came out. Nintendo purchased Bayonetta. So Bayonetta 2 is Nintendo. Play Doom Eternal, My Life is Yours, Eternal is goated, Dark Ages was a bit of letdown. I've heard that. I've heard that more than once, which is a little worrying. I love Last of Us 2, best game. Interesting choice. This guy owns every title listed to him. Mr. 14,000 games. I like games, sir. Dude, Doom is great. Doom is awesome. I have every Doom game on Steam. Or, I shouldn't say I have every Doom game, because there's games that are unlisted that you just can't buy anymore. But I have every available game on Steam of Doom. I have every available game that you can get on Steam of Doom. Doom is so fun. I love Doom. And worry not, chat, my nose, it cannot run Doom. I learned a lot about FPS from Doom Eternal being it. Like, it made me exponentially better at FPS. Also, hella nice game design, especially with the internal token system. What's the token system? I know nothing about how Eternal works other than... I know a bit about the gameplay loop, but I don't know what the token system is. Never heard of it. Cause what? Every Doom game, every modern Doom game has had like a phrase that they've stuck by when making it. So like, Doom 2016 was run and gun. Doom Eternal was like jump and shoot, I think. And then Doom the Dark Ages was stand and fight. Which, it sounds so cool. It looks awesome. Surprised they never did a Quake-style multiplayer with Eternal, to be honest. Never played Doom, but I've played Duke Nukem. That's a lot of words. Too bad I'm not reading them. That's Duke Nukem, I think, right? Token system makes it so that only a certain number of enemies can attack you. It wouldn't be fun if everyone attacks you at once. Mods make it turn off, I think. Oh, okay, I see. God of War kind of suffers from a similar issue. It's not really noticeable unless if you play on Gimme God of War. Early Gimme God of War and God of War 4 is a massive struggle because with the enemies work. But I've heard from anyone who's played Gimme God of War on both games it is vastly more well done on Ragnarok than is God of War 4. Oh, actually, I want to talk about the God of War remakes coming up. I've seen a concerning amount of people talk about the God of War remakes being like, dude, these are gonna be slop. They're gonna make them into the Western hack and slashes that they've turned into instead of the old hack and slashes, like the old style of games. Which, I get that they're remakes, but I think we will probably have like a more modernized camera system for sure. But I don't think we're gonna have the newer God of War gameplay in the original trilogy remake. I don't think they're that stupid. God of War is so unique feeling and so special. I think they're gonna keep that same feel while helping modernize it a bit. I don't think it's gonna be that different. Yeah, Sony has a great track record of remakes, literally. I don't see why people are freaking out about it. Alice, you will suffer for this! I am the Chud of War! Rah! Hi, Mason. Oh, that is true. Bluepoint is dead now. So that is a bit... That is a bit cause for concern. Also, the whole story of Bluepoint dying is so fucking crazy, dude. They wanted to make a live service God of War game. They dropped it because they're like, this is a bad idea. I don't remember the exact reason why they dropped the live service God of War game, but they wanted to make a live service God of War game. Everyone knew that was a bad idea. Bluepoint, Mason, was the studio in charge of doing every remake under Sony. So, what's a good example that I could use here? Was The Last of Us remakes Bluepoint? I don't think so. I think that was in-house. Uncharted 4, I think, but was that Bluepoint? That was Bluepoint, really? Bluepoint was like the remake studio, right? I think they did Silent Hill remake to a degree. I think you're right. A lot of people were like, if there was going to be a Bloodborne remake, oh, they did the Demon Souls remake. I know that for a fact. They did the Demon Souls remake. If there was going to be anyone that did the Bloodborne remakes, it was going to be them, realistically. And now that they're gone, hopes of Bloodborne remake is dwindled even more. But another thing I wanted to talk about, actually, about people freaking out about this is something that I've wanted to talk about for ages, and I never have, just because I keep forgetting to bring it up. And I saw a thing on Twitter today about it. I love Devil May Cry. I am a huge fan of Devil May Cry. I love Devil May Cry 1. I enjoyed Devil May Cry 2 to a degree. I love Devil May Cry 3. I love Devil May Cry 4. I love Devil May Cry 5. I've watched countless videos going over all of the novels, all of the comics, all of the mangas, everything about Devil May Cry lore, right? Now, I don't know everything. I don't remember everything, right? But my point is, I love Devil May Cry. I adore Devil May Cry. And I love the original anime. I've never understood why the original anime got hate. I've never fucking understood it. The original anime is great, but there are some issues where it suffers from. And I'm not talking about the Netflix anime, I'm talking about the original anime. We'll get to Netflix anime in a minute. The original anime, its main issues is that you have to be a fan of the series to truly know things in that show. It doesn't ever properly introduce Trish. Hell, it barely properly introduces Dante. It doesn't really introduce Lady properly. It doesn't introduce a lot of things in the show properly. It just kind of expects you to know Devil May Cry lore. And as a fan of the series, loved Devil May Cry. Beautiful. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Love that anime. It's one of my favorite animes of all time, the original. But again, you do have to be a fan of the series to really properly enjoy it, to be honest. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that limits the amount of people who can properly watch it, right? And they wrote Dante wonderfully. The era of Dante that was when that was made, wonderful, right? Because you gotta keep in mind, Dante has changed with every single Devil May Cry game that has come out. The closest that he's ever really been, you know, he's always been the funny wacky wahoo pizza guy, besides for a bit of Devil May Cry 2. Devil May Cry 2 is like his big emo pouty phase, but even then it is complicated. Dante in the games and Dante in written lore, like in the books, are portrayed very differently. This is a very big thing about Dante. It is a very different Dante. They have the same Dante, but there's two different eras of his life, and the novels get to flesh him out more in ways that games don't get freedom to because, you know, the gameplay, right? So you gotta keep that in mind. And also just keep in mind that obviously Devil May Cry 1 and 2 is gonna obviously be a lot different than how Dante is in DMC 3, which is where we really got the Dante that we know today. Even if he was a lot more rebellious and angst in DMC 3, the core of that Dante from 1 is still in 3, and the core of Dante in 3 is a lot more so, especially in DMC 4 and DMC 5, right? Again, I cannot reiterate how much I love Devil May Cry. I've consumed so much Devil May Cry knowledge and media in my fucking lifetime. So, Devil May Cry, the original Devil May Cry anime is wonderful because it shows the vulnerable side of Dante a lot. It shows the mellow side of Dante, which has always still been there, especially since DMC 2. And we see it a bit in DMC 4 as well. We see it a bit in DMC 3, not as much, but we do see it in 4. Again, not as much as a lot of DMC 2, just because the way DMC 2 was portrayed and he was carried. Different times, different things, right? But he feels a lot like how he did in some of the Tony Redgrave novels, where, like Tony Redgrave stories, where he's a lot more mellowed out. Again, not the perfect comparison, but he feels a lot more mellow, and I love that and I appreciate that. It shows a more vulnerable side of Dante than the constant jokey manner, which they also do in that anime. But it's a lot more of the mellow than the wacky wahoo pizza man. The games have a lot of the more wacky wahoo pizza than it does of the mellow, right? And now we get to the DMC anime on Netflix, the Netflix anime of Devil May Cry. That came out, I watched it, I loved it, and that unironically got me fucking flamed online for saying that, because I dare said I liked the anime. There are so many people that hate the Devil May Cry Netflix anime, and some of the hate is fair and warranted. I'm not gonna pretend that the anime is perfect, because it's not. But there's been a lot of things that have been objective misinformation for the sake of just trying to shit on it that I really don't like. And the hate, not to mention, is just very forced because it's kind of just like a thing people do online. People see people hate on it and they're like, oh, screw that thing. Right? Monkey see, monkey do. It's a weird hate bandwagon for the DMC Netflix anime. And a lot of people go in hate watching. And if you go in and hate watch something, newsflash, you're not going to change your mind about it likely. Because you're going to keep a negative thought about it in your mind while you're hate watching it. Which is never fucking understood. I have never understood going in something, hate watching it, while trying to keep an open mind. Because that is literally redundant. That phrase itself is so redundant. You're not hate watching if you're keeping an open mind, and you're not keeping an open mind if you're hate watching. So which one are you doing? Fandom culture trying not to be toxic and impossible challenge. Casual DMC fans, wonderful. 90% of DMC elitists, and this goes for a lot of elitists to be honest in fandoms, but especially DMC elitists, quote unquote elitists, and now there's DMC tourists who are also super toxic, which is so weird. Which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with being a tourist in a series, in a fandom. Never understood the insult of being a tourist. That's fine. You like a game in a series, and that's the only game you've experienced and the only game you care about. That's fine. Welcome to the franchise. Hope you can get into more one day. Why is that an issue? But not the point. A lot of people don't like this DMC Netflix, and again, some of it is fair. A lot of the anger that comes from this is, oh, it doesn't follow the source material. This is bullshit. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. It's an AU. It's a fucking AU. They have creative freedom at the end of the day. If you don't like that, I get that. I understand that some people have been burned by AUs before. I know there was a Halo thing that was an AU that didn't do well. But the DMC anime does its AU really well. But a lot of people hear that it's an AU and they don't like that at all. People see the reworks they did to the lore, and they're like, that's not canon, that's not how that's written. This is so inaccurate. And not having the open mind of, that's allowed to be different because it's an AU. AU stands for alternate universe. So it's its own canon. It is not canon to the series, it is its own canon. It has its own canon to it, right? So we have two timelines for Devil May Cry. We have the main timeline, which is the games and the books, and the original DMC anime at that. And then we have the second canon, which is the Netflix anime. The Netflix anime is great for not only newcomers to get into the series, because you don't need to know Dante to get into this anime at all. They introduced Dante great. And Dante behaves very similarly to the angst that he has in the Redgrave novels, and even a bit of DMC3. He's very wacky while being very serious still. It is very DMC4 Dante coded. And I've said this, and I've gotten flamed for this. And I don't think people have actually played Devil May Cry fucking 4 when they argue with me on this. Now, I've deleted a lot of my tweets about the DMC anime because I just didn't want those hate comments sitting on my profile on my old account. But there's a scene where Dante is fighting a group of mercenaries because he's being hunted by a group of mercenaries, right? And at some point, he delivers a one-liner of, I'm not a superhero, but your mom calls me one. That's not the exact line, but it's essentially that. That's essentially what he says, right? I don't remember the exact line, but over the top of my head. I'm not a superhero, but your mom calls me one. And then he knocks the dude out. And people are like, this is Dante. He's not Deadpool. He doesn't make your mom jokes. Okay, pause. Do we know the same Dante? Dante A is absolutely not above a your mom joke, firstly. DMC3, DMC4, hell, even DMC5 Dante would totally make your mom jokes. I'm gonna use this as an example in DMC4. There was a demon in DMC4 that is this fucking blobfish thing, right? But it uses two, like succubus-looking women. One blue, one red, like woman. It's two women on this fish that are used kind of like as bait. And they're very like sensual, very seductive, right? And the start to the fight is Dante literally just like checking them out. He's going around them, checking them out literally. He's whistling, he's making comments. And you're telling me he wouldn't make a your mom joke? Fine, but maybe being a little perverted isn't the same as a your mom joke. Sure. Dante makes so many quippy one-liners in games constantly, though. Right? Let's not pretend he doesn't hit on Lady in DMC3, which it's not very much that he does, but he definitely does when they meet, right? Like, let's not pretend Dante isn't above crude jokes and mannerisms, right? a lot of people that say he acts more similarly to the DMC reboot than he does as actual Dante. I can understand where they're coming from, but I feel like they haven't experienced a lot of Dante properly, because it feels like a misguided comment. Another comment that I've seen a lot about the DMC anime is Dante isn't serious in the slightest in the DMC anime, and he's never serious at all, and he's always fun and goofies. I don't know if we watched the same anime, or if you got as far as I did, which I finished it, mind you. Let's take Dante's Devil Trigger Awakening, for example, which that was a whole other thing people hated. Dante's whole Devil Trigger Awakening sequence was so Dante. I don't know how else to say it other than they wrote Dante well. Obviously there's some differences here and there because the way the AU works. But Dante is incredibly serious throughout the majority of that scene. He delivers a bit of a one-liner to someone, and then then he sees someone that looks like his mom. He reminds him of when his mother passed away, and he locks in, right? He's like, okay, I gotta focus on this. And it's great! Dante has always had a good mix of funny goofies while being very serious. And this anime still nabs that on the head. It still gets that nail on the head, and people pretend that it doesn't, and it's weird. And it's incredibly cherry-picked when people say things. People also complain about the design of Dante in this anime, which, if you look at the design that Dante has in this anime, I think is the most proper Dante design that we have. Well, more accurately, I think the DMC5 Dante is the most proper design Dante that we have. DMC3 and DMC5 Dante are incredibly similar to each other because they're very rushily put together outfits, right? He has his traditional red coat. DMC3 Dante doesn't even have a shirt on. He just got out of the shower. He has pants, boots, throws on his jacket, and goes on the quest. DMC5 Dante, unshaven. He has his red coat on. He has a dirty shirt on. He has his pants and his boots, and that's it. DMC4, 1 and 2, his outfit is so extra. It looks great, right? I love their outfits. But they've never struck me as proper Dante with the way that Dante has been portrayed in media for a while. Because Dante is a lax person. Not lazy, but lax. I think lax is the right way to phrase him. Because he is lazy to a degree, but I think lazy doesn't do it justice properly. Because you cannot tell me that Dante would care enough to get in that entire fit every day. That's an outfit that he puts on, like, at the start of the week, and then he calls it, and then he showers with the outfit on type of fit, right? And so I always feel like DMC 3 and 5 outfit is the most proper Dante coded in the way that most media handle Dante. The DMC Netflix anime takes the DMC5 outfit and changes some things about it. It adds the same kind of like back buckle that the DMC3 jacket had, but it's a very DMC5 coded outfit. And it looks like we're getting a bit more of a DMC2-ish mix thrown into the outfit now with the new anime season. People complain about this Dante design because, oh, they reworked Dante, as if every game doesn't rework Dante to a degree. I don't think people realize Dante is fundamentally different in every game still. Not fundamentally, but Dante is still different in every game still. He's not the same as he was in 1. He's not the same as he was in 2 and when it comes to 3. 3 isn't the same as 4, and 4 isn't the same as 5. They just aren't. They are the same guy, but the character is different. He's grown. He's different, right? But he's still the same guy at the end of the day, right? Dante changes more than I think people actually understand between each game. Someone hit me with one day of Dante yaps too much in the Netflix anime. Have you played Devil May Cry 4? I literally used Devil May Cry 4 as a reference because I was like, bro talks quite a lot in this game, actually. And I got hit with, Dante doesn't talk almost ever in this game. Brother, I know you've played Mission 1 exclusively and never saw any other Dante mission in that game. What are you talking about? We did not play the same game at all. Devil May Cry 4, Dante talks so... Once you get past Mission 1, Dante talks so much in every cutscene he's in. What are you talking about? Not to mention, he is almost never serious in DMC4, by the way. You know, people are mad that he's not serious in the Netflix anime. He's almost never serious in DMC4. Not that it really needs to be. But he just isn't. There's a couple times when he, you know, focuses. But he's not really serious. It's so bizarre. And this kind of brings me back to what I was saying. Dante in the anime, in Netflix anime, feels very akin to how he does in DMC4. It's such an interesting thing that I feel like a lot of people are very nitpicking and glazing over. But back to the whole AU thing, I completely do understand the whole, you're expecting this thing to be canon, and then when you realize it isn't, you get upset. I do get that. I completely get that. However, it is also okay for a series to branch out and try different things. Every time the series tries to branch out and be different, though, people in some way don't like it. And to be fair, the mobile game fucking sucks. The mobile game does suck ass. It had so much promise when it was early development, and then they butchered it. The DMC reboot, I'm gonna get shit for this. Isn't a bad game. What? I know, it's crazy. The DMC reboot isn't a bad game. It's not a great game. It's not a great game. If you play it, you will enjoy your time. Again, you gotta realize this isn't, you know, the Devil May Cry that you know. I think the DMC reboot could have actually done well if they didn't use Dante, Virgil, Sparta, or Mundus, right? If they had their own characters, if they were their own characters and not, you know, the pre-existing characters completely remade from the ground up, I think that could have genuinely done something well. I think it could have been something good. Don't talk to me about the Virgin DLC. Virgil. Don't tell me about the Virgil DLC. Please don't. That's not relevant. Don't look at that. That's bad. That is icky. That DLC is terrible. But the DMC reboot story is fine, honestly. It's not great. It's a big anti-racism, you know, euphemism. Which, you know what? So was the Netflix anime. So maybe that's why people don't like it. I'm just gonna say the hot stinky... I'm gonna put the hot stinky take out there. Both things that people don't like. Their stories boil down to a racism metaphor of, hey, people are people at the end of the day. Don't discriminate just because of what you were born as, right? Kind of crazy of a message, I know. Insane of a message, how dare they? Now, don't get me wrong. The story is kind of all over the place in the DMC reboot, right? You don't play that game. You play that game's story and you laugh along the way. The gameplay, honestly, they showed that they were capable of doing something fun and proper in terms of the gameplay mechanics. I genuinely really enjoyed the combat of the DMC reboot, even if it wasn't fully all there. They did good for what felt like a proper first attempt. They genuinely, I enjoyed it. I liked it. I enjoyed the DMC reboot gameplay and the story. I had fun. I didn't take everything seriously because Virgil shoots a fucking baby, so how can I? But, you know. What's the Virgin DLC? What do you think of the story? I thought the story's fine. The story I thought was fine in the DMC reboot. It wasn't great. Was it amazing? But it was fine. No. Oh my god, my voice is dying. I think Dante only brings that sort of stuff up in context that makes sense. Like, if they brought up your mom stuff, that makes sense. But if they didn't seem like it's not an online for Dante though. Because again, here's the thing. Dante kids and he jokes. That's how he handles a situation, right? He giggles. He makes jokes. Whippy one-liners. He makes fun of the demons and characters that he's fighting. He jokes along the way. But when he needs to focus, he does, right? That's always been the Dante trope at the end of the day. He walks in on Virgil yelling and goes, "Sounds like you're in a bad mood," just before they fight. Obviously, he's mad. He's rage baiting his brother, right? In DMC4, he makes fun of Nero in front of him when they first meet. Not by even saying anything. He just makes fun of his fighting style because of the sword, right? And then when some guy hits Dante with, "He's like a superhero!" No, I'm not a superhero, but your mom calls me one. Boss, you're shot at child. That's why you're the best boss. I love that meme. Oh, true. That apparently that is also why we have the DMC5 hat dance scene, because it was to make light of that comment. Because the DMC reboot, for you that don't know, the people who made it were the same people who said Dante looks like a gay cowboy in DMC4, which love that outfit, by the way. Fuck them. And then when DMC5 was made, they had Dante do the fucking dance. By the way, Dante... Okay. I hate this fucking discussion, by the way, of Dante is is not serious enough in the anime when he does that dance in DMC5, alright? People have died in DMC5, and people, I don't think, realize that. People have died, right? And then he just learns that his brother, who he hasn't seen in years, ever since he watched him fall into hell, comes back in DMC1. He kills who he thinks is his brother, who's technically his brother, it's complicated, in DMC1, and then his brother comes back in DMC5, he locks in for the Urizen fights, he still jokes outside of the Urizen fights, and then when his brother comes back, he locks in when he's face to face with Virgil for the first time. And then the moment that he finds Nico, which is after Virgil, by the way, if I recall correctly, he does the dance! No, that's on after Nico. That's on after. Pause. Wait. I'm thinking. When does he get the hat? She is? Is it? Oh, you're talking about... Oh, sorry. You're talking about different... I am talking about Devil May Cry. Sorry, I don't like how worse the hate for the DMC Netflix anime is. People talk about Dante in ways that are just not accurate. And, look, I get it. If you don't like it... If you don't like the DMC anime... I get that, and that is completely fine. You're allowed to not like it. It's not a perfect anime. By any means. Neither is the original. And that's fine. Calling it objectively flawed, though? Sure, maybe. Saying it's not a good source of DMC media is wrong. Saying that they butcher everything is wrong. A lot of the claims people make are wrong. Hat is on the way to Urizen, right? I think it might be. I think you're right. Because I think you can use the hat on Urizen, if I remember correctly. It's been so long since I've played DMC1 for the first time, so I skip a lot of the cutscenes when I play through it again. Or DMC1. DMC5 for the first time, so I skip a lot of the cutscenes when I play it every now and again. But I think the hat is on the way to Urizen, which is my bad. I started saying that and then I'm wrong. But, still my point, Dante knows it's Virgil still at the end of the day, right? He knows it's Virgil at this point. And he's very serious when he addresses Urizen every time. But also does the fucking dance. It's a whole thing, right? It's a whole thing. Because that's Dante. That's who Dante is. That's who Dante is. And I've seen some arguments about Dante doesn't even feel that Dante in DMC5, which I can honestly give some weight to those claims, right? I can give some weight to those claims. But I haven't seen a lot of those claims come around until this anime came around. All I'm saying is people didn't care suddenly. People only suddenly cared when this anime came around. I know some people don't like that Nero's VA, Johnny Almash, voices Dante in the series, which, fair. I get why. Having Nero voice Dante in the anime is definitely something that's a little jarring at first. I don't mind it. He's a great VA. I think he does a great job at it, to be honest. A lot of people who complain about how this doesn't follow the source material or this or that, I don't think read a lot of the source material and just kinda read a few wikis and went on with their day. Which is fine. I'm not saying you have to. Do not talk about the series like you've, engulfed yourself in the lore. Because a lot of the things I see people say is very clear that they haven't. And then they try to have the appearance that they have. Which, I mean, go figure, that's a lot of keyboard warriors for you, right? But it still bothers me so much. Because a lot of the hate is so forced, or it's misunderstood. By the way, Afterlife, banger song. I think everyone agrees on the fact that Afterlife is a banger song. I think one of the complaints I can understand is the change to Lady's backstory. They changed both Dante and Lady's backstory to various degrees, but they're still at the core of them, they're the same premise. Lady, who's only called Lady by Dante, by the way, in both series. Accurate as far as that goes. I guess technically, Trish and Nero also call him, but the point stands. No one of official capacity refers to them as, her name, Mary, right? In Devil May Cry canon, her father becomes obsessed with demons, and he, goes crazy with demon work and sacrifices their mother in the name of demon power, right? I might be a little fuzzy on the details here, but I'm pretty sure it's mostly, it's something very much along those lines. I'm a little fuzzy on the details at the moment, and I apologize. But that's how the backstory goes, right? And so Lady, Mary, hates her father as a result because, he literally sacrificed her mother. So she gets the Kalina An and names it after her mother, the Kalina An. And, goes on the whole thing to kill her father in DMC3. In the Netflix anime, her backstory is their family discovered demons in a demon attack. Her father felt weak, and so he kept looking into demons, into getting power, similar to Virgil almost, so that he could be strong to defend his family from demons, right? Because he knew they were out there now, and he didn't want to just sit idly by but his work drove him mad. His work literally drove him to insanity, and he attacked Lady and her mother, killing her mother, or just killing her mother in general. And then Lady walks in, finds that, and the house burns down, and Lady gets out. At the core premise, they are incredibly similar, but their pacings and the way they operate are different. Lady still hates demons for the same reason. It took her parents away from her. The difference is she didn't grow up. It happened a lot younger of an age in DMC anime than it did in the DMC game. Because I think it was still somewhat recently-ish in DMC 3. I haven't watched the anime, so I'm just gonna trust you on this one. I appreciate that, but also do your own research, right? If it's ever something that if you're gonna like look into and talk about, absolutely do your own research, because a lot of people don't do their own research. I appreciate you guys letting me, yap about this so much though, because Devil May Cry holds a really special place in my heart, and I don't like seeing people, go around slandering some of its media without even understanding its media, it feels like. But because, they aren't followed to a T, people say, hey, they changed your story and it sucks. None of it makes sense now. Not even true. A very valid complaint is Lady's outfit is fucking terrible. Their dark Sega outfits, whatever, the dark com outfits, that's what it is. Their dark com outfits are actually fucking atrocious. You got me on this one. You really got me on this one. Their outfits suck. Their costume design really fucking sucks for this one. Which is really interesting that they chose to do the dark com outfits, because they showed Lady in her DMC 5 outfit when she approached Darkcom in the anime to apply for her job. So it's very bizarre. A lot of people also don't like how much she curses in the anime. Now, shocker, I have no problem with that, but I also have the mouth of a sailor. People compare her to cursing as much as someone in Has Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss, which people curse a lot in that show. That's not true in the Netflix anime. She doesn't curse that much. She's definitely the person who curses the most. And I think it's supposed to be a thing of, she's a lieutenant. So, it goes kind of for that stereotypical gruff that lieutenants have. And they curse and they kind of make them feel tough, partly as a result. And it's hit or miss, especially for the person. Genuinely fair complaints about the cursing and fair complaint about the outfits. you know what? I give those there. I don't think she curses. I don't think the cursing is that much, in my opinion. But that is also a very opinionated take on the thing, right? So is the outfit, right? I think the outfit also is just bad. We can have a proper adaptation of the universe before we do an AU. We do is the thing. We have another anime before this. We have an original anime, and we have several books that go over it, that go over filling details that we don't get in the games. We have multiple things that adapt the original timeline still. So by the way, the guy who's doing this anime is also the same guy who's done the Castlevania anime, which, by the way, people hate on. The Castlevania anime did great, by the way, in eyes of the general public. It did do great. It had some iffy seasons, I'm not gonna lie. There are some really weird things in the Castlevania anime. Castlevania anime is great, though. Castlevania anime, loved it. But, the real big hardcore fans are like, oh, dude, this fucking anime sucks, raw. Don't know what you're on about. General public thought it was great, and I agree too. But I'm also definitely a very big tourist of the Castlevania series, right? I'm a very big tourist of the Castlevania series. I am not a tourist of the DMC series, so seeing people say a lot of the same things of, oh, of course the guy who butchered the Castlevania anime is butchering the DMC anime. We didn't watch the same fucking animes, I swear to God. They didn't season the outfits, right? Yeah, the the poor outfits in the Darkcom outfits suck, dude. The Rabbit was done so well. Ragnar and Runja was done great. The villains they brought back. Nilo Angela was underutilized in my opinion. They brought back the fucking weird forest chick from DMC4. I always forget the name of. That was an interesting pull. They brought back the DMC1 mimic slime guy. Maybe it was DMC2. I think it was DMC1 though. Which was also a really interesting thing. A complaint I saw some people say, which I can agree with, partly because it can kind of undermine some viewer, like, it can kind of undermine the mental ability of the viewer, but also you have the same people are also people saying that nothing makes sense because nothing is following the source material, which I don't think you're using your fucking eyeballs and ears if that's the case. I mean, an anime from Netflix first before doing AU stuff. I mean, really anyone reads the books, so it probably makes more sense to adapt that stuff. No. There is already an original anime. It came out in 2007. It takes place between DMC... Is it before or after DMC4? I always forget this. Before DMC4. I think it's barely before DMC4. And granted, that goes over its own, you know, thing. But still. In AU of this capacity, also it was great to bring in new viewers of the series. Let's not pretend that's not a thing either, right? People really don't like that, the fact that this brings in new people, so. And they changed the timeline after DMC5, so who knows? Did they change the timeline after DMC5? I don't think they did. I thought they changed it after DMC4. Oh no, it was 5. No, it was 5. You're right, my bad. I got my face. Because the way they wrote themselves to DMC2 was kind of weird. But yeah, what do you call it? I think, because the thing is, they reference Patty in DMC5, so, you know, Patty takes place before DMC5, obviously. But I think DMC4 takes place just after DMC's, the animated series. We have things, we have plenty of games, we have literally 5 mainline games, 1 shitty gacha game, that doesn't count, 1 reboot, obviously that doesn't count. We have the Pachinko games, which do more adaptation, right? Now granted, barely anyone's played those. We have several books and novels going over things that are filling in the gaps of previous times, and we have the original animated series. And sure, you can have an anime that just goes over things that we've already seen. I don't think that would have been the call, though, is the thing. How many adaptations of shows, how many adaptations of games use their games as the story? I can't think of any personally. The Netflix show, or not Netflix, and every Super Mario Bros. Show, which to be fair, that's a little more icky, or iffy. The Zelda's animated series though, again, different time, but my point still stands on that. The Mario Bros. Movie, unique, that's its own thing. Now granted, again, all of Mario is different every game. They're making a live-action Zelda game, or live-action Zelda movie, sorry. That's gonna be its own plot, right? That's not gonna follow any line game. It's gonna have references and based on the lore, just as the DMC anime is. The Cuphead show is arguable, but also Cuphead, it adds enough depth, I feel like, to where, because Cuphead didn't have, you know, it was a boss rush game. That's kind of like making a movie about Shadow of the Colossus. Obviously, it's gonna follow, you know, the guy killing the Colossi, right? What's another? Cyberpunk was its own original story. before the game even takes place, people loved it, people adored it, and it barely even references the game at all. Only thing that really references the game? Actually, nothing, I don't think, besides like the in-game locations of how Night City's built. It references its source material of Cyberpunk Red more often than it does of 2077. Zelda has a new plot every game. So does Devil May Cry. It has the same backstory, but so does Zelda. Zelda is all canon to each other still. Zelda even pulls back references to itself. DMC5 is a completely unique plot to DMC4, but it still happened. It's still relevant, but you don't have to play DMC4 at all to play DMC5. You don't have to play DMC3 to play DMC4. You don't have to play DMC3 to play DMC1, you know? But each Link in Zelda is different. Technically, yes. But also, it's the same concept at the end of the day. What about Tears of the Kingdom? Or Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask, right? That's the exact same Link. But that's, you know, the DMC formula still. Same exact character, but different story. You don't have to play either of the games to play. You can play them in either order. Now, you'll have a better experience if you play DMC, or if you have a better experience if you play DMCs 3, 4, and 5, you know, in that order. But you also have the better experience if you play Breath of the Wild to Tears of the Kingdom, but you don't have to play Breath of the Wild. You can play Tears of the Kingdom, and things still work great, honestly. They just do. What about GTA? GTA is very similar. Each GTA game is canon to each other, technically, but they're all very different, and, you know, new characters and stuff, to be fair. But very similar to the Zelda thing. How do you adapt a GTA series? If you were to make that into a show, that would just be its own unique series, like an own unique storyline. I'm sure they would probably bring in references like Trevor and stuff, just like how the DMC anime has been referencing other characters from other materials. Even the original animated series has its own unique plot laid out for it, right? Mario and Zelda's leeway in adaptation to something like Yakuza or the Devil May Cry. Oh, the Yakuza adaptation, I remember that being interesting. I didn't watch the full Yakuza adaptation, but that was very interesting. But I'm also not a huge Yakuza person either, right? I love Yakuza, but I'm not a big Yakuza fan. I'm more of a Yakuza tourist, to be honest. If we're using the term tourist here, since I am, right? I know The Last of Us is pretty faithful, but still some things are changed, you know, for the sake of flowing as a TV series. So I guess The Last of Us is a good example, actually. Because you see things and you're like, oh, hey, that's that thing from that game, or that's a moment from that game. Or from that moment in that game. You stopped while watching it? Yeah, I have a friend who really liked the Yakuza series, and they were pretty disappointed by it. So I never really gave it much time of day, because I trust their opinion on it. All my friends who like DMC, some more than me, some not as much as me, we all enjoy the DMC anime, right? So it's not like I know someone who doesn't like the anime, and we can talk about it in a healthy sense, right? Either. Anyone that I've seen talk about the DMC anime and hate on it, it's just been aggressively hating on it, and then going, boo, no, not good, boo, they suck, it's ruined, they've ruined it. Brother, it's okay that you don't like it. I don't get the term tourist. If I play a game, I'm a fan of it. I don't have to eat, breathe, and sleep, say I'm a fan. Agreed, right? Like, I would say I'm a fan of Yakuza. I've played Yakuza 0. I haven't beaten it, actually, to be fair. But I played Yakuza 0. I've played a bit of, like, a Dragon. I enjoy them. I do want to play more of them. I just, honestly, haven't gotten around to them. But what was I saying? And that is fair that Zelda and Mario do have more leeway with their adaptations. Completely. Like if they were to do shows, adaptations. Completely, yes. But let's not pretend that it's not okay for the series to want to do something different when you have 5 mainline games, several mainline books, and an anime already. Doing a new anime that can bring in new fans that don't know the series is great, in my opinion. And is also a great watch even for fans who do know this series, like I or my friends, or anyone else who enjoys the fucking anime, right? I think a reason why I'm also really passionate about the anime is because a lot of people who shit on the anime also shit on people who like the anime. I was very vocal with, dude, I'm so excited for season 2. This season was great. And I got fucking steamrolled because of it. How dare you like this? You're all fake fan, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, by the way, I was posted on the DMC subreddit when the anime was announced because we didn't know it was an AU at this time yet, right? Keep this in mind. The anime was announced. We don't know it's an AU. Dante doesn't have Ebony and Ivory, yet they're referring to him as Dante, which Dante got Ebony and Ivory when he was Tony Redgrave. So the timelines there aren't really matching up per se. So I was noticing a lot of things like this, and Rebellion isn't entirely accurate because the way the bones are opened, Rebellion's bones aren't meant to be opened, nor is the skull, when Dante doesn't have his Devil Trigger, and yet Rebellion's already opened in the Netflix anime, right? And so I was saying things like, wow, this doesn't really make sense. That doesn't make sense with this. This doesn't make sense with this. And I was posting things being like, I wonder what, like, why this is the way it's done. I wonder, like, why this was the art direction choice. I wonder why it doesn't have Ebony and Ivory. I wonder if these are just reskins of Ebony and Ivory, right? I was posting things from the because I was analyzing the hell out of these trailers because I was so excited. And I was like, hey, I'm really confused by this. Can't wait for the anime to come out. Someone posted me on the DMC on the DMC subreddit and was like, dude, Twitter people can't even be excited about a new anime coming out. Always gotta try to ruin it. Same people, by the way, shit on the fucking anime when it came out. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here loving it. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, brother. I was just told that I'm an asshole for analyzing the trailer when things didn't make sense. And now that we know it's an AU, I'm like, oh, this makes sense. And yet you sat there and argued with me, acting like you knew what this was. And then I'm told by the same fucking people that because it's an AU, it's shit. They're not following the source material, so it's shit. Even though they clearly were in the trailers, and yet you were arguing with me as if they were. What? What? I don't understand. I don't understand the DMC fans. I don't understand DMC elitists. So this is partly why I'm really passionate about when I talk about the DMC anime and how the hate's so forced. Because, brother, the same group of people also dogged on me when I was analyzing the trailers and pointing out the weird differences. And now that you're pointing out the weird differences, it's fine. Why? Remember not to always fall into the Gooba lunacy, Alice. No, dude, it's such a crazy fucking trip. Which I might be advised since my most hated animes, Slayer Season 4, is an AU instead of adapting the damn light novels. I know that kind of happened with Tokyo Ghoul in a sense. Where they got to like rewrite pacings, and some certain things happened in the Tokyo Ghoul anime that never happened in the manga. And I wouldn't say I hate the Tokyo Ghoul anime. The manga is vastly better, hands down. I don't think there's any arguments about that. If you read the manga, you're not gonna like the anime that much. As someone who watched all the anime before I ever picked up the manga, I did enjoy the manga. I did enjoy the anime. I thought Route A felt weird in pacing, but I still don't think it was bad, like how a lot of people say, because, oh man, this sucks because it doesn't follow the source material to a T. That's fine. The owner of the series literally gave them the green light. They gave them the green light to do with that. You know what Capcom did? Gave them the green light to make an AU. And then people are mad at the writers instead of Capcom for giving the rights to make an AU. That also bothers me. Hate the people who greenlit it. Don't hate the people who were just allowed to do it. I think that makes sense in my opinion. You're on, if you don't like certain way plot points are written and you're like, oh, this doesn't make sense how this is written, that's an argument for the writing team, obviously. And people argue stuff's being like, oh, Dante wouldn't act like this because this thing in his backstory, even though that was very expressly changed in the series so that he could act like this or do this thing, right? There's certain things changed in his backstory where certain events didn't happen or certain events are changed so that to fit in line more with the story that they were trying to write. And they are very expressive with that. They are very clear with that even. And a lot of people just ignore that. And it's very bizarre. It's very weird. Oh no, I really like it, and I am incredibly excited for the new season to come out, but I am dreading seeing my fucking Twitter feed, just seeing nothing but DMC hate. I had this whole video written out, edited, script. The video was ready to post. I had this whole video going over the DMC anime, debunking so much of the hate that was going on. And I decided to not post it because I was getting flayed online because I fucking dared enjoyed the anime. And I was like, dude, I don't feel like having to fucking deal with this shit, actually. I love this, but I also just don't feel like dealing with this anymore, actually. I'm muting the fucking anime for now on my timelines, and this video is never getting posted. I put so much effort into that video, and just to never post it because the fucking fan base ruined it for me. All about money at the end of the day for companies. I think that really pisses people off. I think that really pisses people off is that the director of the anime essentially saying that the biggest DMC fan, he was going to do DMC right. I mean, that is fair, right? I'm not saying you also have to like the guy. There's a thing with, there's a whole thing with the, you know, writer of the series. That also doesn't make the series bad, though, either. That doesn't make the series bad, either, right? It is also very possible that when certain comments were made that the anime was taking a certain different direction, when storyboards are being done, right? Like, we can't be clear about timelines. But I do completely understand that, because there were definitely comments made from Aiden is his name? Shrinker, something like that. I don't remember the writer's name. Again, same guy who did Castlevania. There were definitely some comments that made that really did leave a different message than what the anime was doing. Also, a lot of people hate that the DMC anime has the whole anti-racist allegory in it. Why? Why is that an issue? Look, I'm not gonna say it, but look, if you don't like the anime because of that, I look at you differently. And I think it's clear as to why I look at you differently. You can say it's a boring plot device, sure. You can say it's been overdone. Yes, it has, obviously. However, it's also much more relevant now than ever, and I love that the anime isn't afraid to do that. I also love that the anime isn't afraid to, you know, do the political... I understand that it's also the very easy thing to go, dude, fuck America right now thing, because fuck America, mind you, right? I'm not gonna get into politics, obviously, but fuck America. The Netflix anime does this, and people don't like that. How dare my DMC anime get into politics? And I can understand that to a degree. But if this is still an ongoing problem in our society, especially arguably more than it was 10 years ago, when it was weirdly fine, it's this whole fucking messy spaghetti where I get not wanting politics to really be brought into your series, but also politics aren't really brought into your series at the same time either. Yes, the president and the United States government is kind of like the quote-unquote twist villain, not really a twist villain, of the season. I get that, obviously. It's also not as black and white as people claim to make it be. Yes, there's assholes in the government who just want all demons dead. There's also very clearly characters who, you know, aren't as black and white thinking. Lady, for example, right? Dante was able to, you know, convince her. But also, a lot of people's hates are justified in the anime, and they have a lot of understandable codes and what they live by. And it's this whole spider web that you have to untangle, right? Picking out one piece of a puzzle and saying this puzzle sucks when you haven't looked at the full puzzle isn't fair. To play devil's advocate in DMC, demons in DMC are evil, so it's kind of weird humanizing them. Not true. Not true. Yeah, yes, you're right, but you're not entirely right. There are plenty of demons that are on the side of humanity. Now, there's the obvious ones of Virgil and Dante. Well, I guess I'm gonna say Virgil, but there's the obvious one of Dante and Nero-ish, but Nero's half human, half demon. Nero's this whole other thing. And Dante and Virgil, you know, the yin and yang, right? But those are the obvious ones, and so exceptions can be made. Trish. What's her face from DMC 2? Both of them are demons, and they're on the side of humanity. They're not like half demons, they're not anything weird like that. Yes, but they're very clearly exceptions. Fair, right? I see that. Fair. However, comma. There's the argument about V's summons. Obviously, representation of Virgil's subconscious, obviously, right? This is the whole thing explained in V's novels. But they're still demons at the end of the day. And yet they work for V, who is all human. Held together by demon power. V is this whole complicated mess. But he's still human, essentially, right? Working on the side of humanity, technically. There are humans that are against humans in Devil May Cry. DMC 2 and in DMC 4, this happens. So let's not pretend that there aren't demons that are against, you know, the slaughter of mankind. And the way DMC anime handles this is not every demon is this redeeming creature either, right? There's good side, there's a good portion of them, and there's bad people. There's good and there's bad. Just like humanity, there's good people and bad people. There's good demons and bad demons. I don't think it's that crazy either. No, obviously the anime takes this, I don't want to say to the extreme, but it does, you know, take this to a much larger scale. Also, let me do the wheel spin. I'm so sorry. Wheel spin! Wheel spin, wheel spin, wheel spin! But I do totally get the whole Oh, DMC rant with the mic, yippee! DMC rant with the mic.
This is peak. This is awesome. I love this. And then we'll do the hour 5 spin in like 5 minutes. I'll do the hour 5 spin in a minute. But I'll let Funny Mike go, and then when we switch off Funny Mike, I'll do the next spin. What do you call it? Just because there's exceptions doesn't mean they're the rule, right? And I get that. However, let's not pretend there's aren't intelligence demons and savage demons. That's clearly been shown to be the case. How many exceptions do you need for it to not become part of the rule? That's the issue that I have with this, right? I got my top 25 in my state in Smash Bros this year. Hell yeah! That's awesome! That's incredible! Part of me misses when I used to play Smash competitively, but at the same time, I'm so glad I don't play Smash competitively anymore. That game drained my soul. Funny Mike is back! Funny Mike is back! Funny Mike is back! Now this is establishment. There are always outsiders in groups, some cite selfish reasons, some to survival, some because of grudges. It's common as well as backstabbers. Yeah. Like, even the group in DMC 4 is this combination of human, demon, people that hate humanity, and they want to bring, you know, demon power to the world, and they're studying demons. There's this whole thing, there's this whole religion around it. How many exceptions do you need for humanity for there to not be people who worship the demons? How is it not fair to not have a similar thing for the humans compared to the demons, right? Or kind of such neutral demons come in through that stuff. It's not really that explicit. It's not really shown, to be fair. And again, this is a thing where it's like, how many exceptions do you need to the rule? Because it is a lot of just exceptions. But every exception we have is kind of relevant to some degree. And hell, even that exception is referenced in the DMC 2 anime. Or the DMC 2 anime. The DMC Netflix anime, sorry. Fuck, what is it? Not Lydia. What is her name? I cannot remember what her name is. The red hair girl from DMC 2. I can't remember what her name is. Damn it. I forget her name. But she's briefly shown in DMC anime. And this causes a whole spark of conversation. And it's really interesting if you watch all the way through what her existence implies. How many grains to make a heap of sand? Yeah, that's a bit of an exaggeration, obviously, but like, if you have Dante's on the side of humanity, which Virgil, same coin by the way, same family, he's on the side of the demons. You have Dante's on the side of humanity, Trish, who's on the side of humanity, Lydia, I'm gonna refer to her as because I forget her name off the top of my head, which I feel bad about, on the side of humanity. I know there's more that I just can't remember off the top of my head. V's pets, technically speaking, on the side of humanity. And I know there's more. There's Sparta as well, obviously. I know there's other examples, but I just cannot. Lucia's her name. That's what her name, not Lydia. Lucia. And what do you call it? You have, you know, people against demons. Isn't the whole point of Dante and Virgil sometimes being good because they're human side. The thing of Dante and Virgil is actually super interesting. So, Sparta fought Mundus. Sparta was a full proper demon that sided with humanity, right? The Dark Knight Sparta sided with humanity and saved humanity from demons despite being a demon himself. He fell in love with a woman, and together they had Dante and Virgil. One night when they were young, their home was attacked. Dante's mother found Dante, hid him in a closet, and she ran out to find Virgil. She wasn't gonna just, save one kid without trying to save the other. So she went out to find Virgil. Her mother died before Virgil was ever found. To Virgil, he felt abandoned. They didn't know that each other were alive for a while. Eventually, they meet, but Virgil felt powerless. He watched his home and family burn down. He wanted power, so he gave into the side of, demons, because that's, power. And then Dante, it has more humanity in his heart because his mom saved him, right? And it's not in this full white and black conversation either, right? But I'm giving the cliff notes about it, right? So Dante and Virgil are two sides of different coins, because Dante obviously is the side of humanity, and Virgil is usually the side of demons. But eventually this changes from pure raw power obsession to just this competition against Dante. And to be fair, Virgil isn't even necessarily against humanity, but he just wants power. He's out for himself more than anything. Now, in the anime, he's more expressly against humanity, but he's also clearly Nilo Angelo Virgil, which that Virgil was working under Mundus. So it makes you wonder, how much is Virgil really being controlled, and how much is Virgil in this anime? And we won't know until we get hit with, what do you call it? We know until we get hit with the anime. And, things could go tits up in the anime, and they butcher the whole conflict between Dante and Virgil and make it not make sense. It is completely possible that they make it make no sense, right? But my whole point in going on this rant is when Virgil and V split, Urizen is the demon side. He still wants more power, and he's ready to sacrifice anything that needs to get power. While V wants to redeem himself and save humanity. Eventually the humanity inside of V's heart takes hold, and he fuses back with Urizen so that he can live, and Virgil comes back at full power. They have these human and demon halves. While these demon halves, want power, the humanity also does help bring them to the side of humanity. But like Virgil, he felt abandoned. So he didn't really have much humanity in his heart, and this shows in several scenes throughout the series. Dante clearly has much more humanity in his heart. Literally, DMC3, their hearts are at odds, and my heart is saying it wants to stop you. Like, DMC3 and DMC5 especially, where, both brothers clashing for somewhat different reasons usually, but for the most part. But, so the same day they're clashing, right? Dante's more on the side of humanity, while Virgil's on the side of demons, right? I swear to God, it's so better take his ass off Dragon's Domagen and start working on DMC6. Please, I need DMC6! Please, I need DMC6! I beg of you, Zeus! I beg of you! Verizon. Yeah, I mean, I can only go around the same point so many times until I start, going in loops. But my point, does the DMC anime follow stuff to its source material to a T? No. It follows its source material well, and even pulls out inspirations that the games haven't used, or that the original anime didn't use, or that people don't even realize is a thing because it's in the novels, and people don't read the novels, and honestly, that's their fault. People are... Sorry, I just got hit with the fucking 100 ping lag there. The anime references stuff from the books, the villains, the White Rabbit is from the books. Ah, and he's so cool. He's a little different, but he's still cool, right? Honestly, really well done. And the basic humanity versus demon conflict works, especially as a first season. And you know what? I like the humanization of the demons. I do. Not all demons are good. Not all demons are bad. Not all humans are good. Not all humans are bad. And again, it's okay for an AU to have different things. It's okay for an AU to be different. That's fine. That's okay. It's okay for lore to change between certain mediums sometimes. God knows Dante was rearranged slightly between every game. Again, I bring this up. Dante changes more than people realize between the games. And so saying that he doesn't behave like Dante comes off as disingenuous. Anyway, funny Mike. Time is done, I think.
And you'll do the hour 5 spin as well. Oh, I thought I was putting out the nun. I got excited. That's only for 20 minutes. Okay. Fair for Fairg. Oh, one thing. I think the whole 2001/Iraq war allegory over it makes a disservice more than adds to the story. You know, that's fair. I can see that argument for sure. I can see that argument. I see that you know what? I'd take that argument. I think it was fine because it did still tie into the whole trying to build the viewers' hatred against Darkcom and their just unnecessarily hatred against demons. But also at the same time, I think conveyed and showed a good enough point for Darkcom to it's understandable why they treat demons the way they do, right? It's their only exposure, and also this isn't also a human thing at the end of the day, right? They are otherworldly creatures. Also not really sold on the Cavalier Angelo stuff. They show we haven't really seen Nilo Angelo. I know it's just nerdy nitpicking. That's fair, but what do you call it? Well, no, we literally see Nilo Angelo in the show. That's Virgil, right? Unless I'm wrong. Nilo Angelo is the Virgil in DMC 1, I believe. Unless if I'm misremembering names, because there's like 3 different Angelos. So I might just be misremembering Angelo names. It feels like cheap stuff to make you point at the screen. That's fair. That is a fair argument, right? They brought in Ragna, Rundra, the plant lady from DMC4, I always forget the name of. The slime. But they're there at the same time. Sure, but also, you know, differences. There are differences in lore, right? There are differences in lore. Dante and Virgil never grew up with their father. Dante didn't know who Sparta was, really, when he was growing up. Dante didn't even know he was a demon in the series until the series really started, right? The lore has been changed and reworked to some degree to fit this new narrative, and I appreciate the fresh take on it. it's hard to separate how it's meant to be in games from the show because you haven't internalized. I honestly completely disagree. As someone who's enjoyed the series for years and has internalized this whole series and is a big influence in my VTuber lore, I don't agree with that. Personally, anyway. There are changes that work really well, but also stuff that doesn't work that well. And that's fair. I can't think of anything personally, like off the top of my head, that doesn't work too well. The Iraq thing, I see the argument for. I don't agree with, but I see that argument, and that's like that's a very valid criticism, I think. I think it does help build to it, but I see where it can take it away for sure. And I'm kind of iffy on that one, to be fair. I think you're right, Neil. It was Nilo Angelo. I think that's where Nero got his name from. Oh, that would be fun. I never actually thought about that. Nilo, Angelo, Nero. I can see that. I don't think so, but that's fun if that's the case. I actually don't know, to be honest. I think Agni and Runja taking away with the distinct design choice they have. Yeah, the swords and the heads being a thing. That is a valid criticism for sure. But that's also pretty minor, right? At the end of the day, that's a minor thing that doesn't ultimately matter in the story, right? I think people will come around to the show in time. And the same thing happened with the Castlevania anime. A lot of people shitted on the Castlevania anime, but yet that did genuinely wonders. It did numbers, right? And here's the thing. People hated DMC4 when it first came out. They hated that game. People love it now. People hated the DMC reboot when it first came out, like you just said. People warmed up to it, I'll say. I think that game is kind of slept on in terms of its gameplay, its stories, whatever. In terms of its gameplay, it's slept on, in my opinion. I think it's still very fun. Not the Virgil DLC. The Virgil DLC sucked to play. It was meant to be Nero Angel. I actually never knew that. That's fascinating. You learn new things every day. That's awesome. Black Angel. Oh, I love that. Nero, my beloved. Incorrect translation to Nero and decided to just roll with it. Oh. Again, not everyone has to like everything in the DMC anime. Not everything is perfect, for sure. I've also seen some people say that the old anime is much better for new people to watch than the Netflix anime, which is objectively incorrect. I love the original anime, maybe more so than the Netflix one. That is definitely not an easier watch for someone who doesn't know the series. If you don't know the series, it's not bad, but you're gonna not get a lot of things. And you also won't get a lot of things if you don't know the DMC series of the Netflix anime. But you're not gonna be... It's very different with the way that it handles the said things. And because of DMC4, which is pretty objective, I think, is the last of the game was purely reused assets. That's the main issue with DMC4 nowadays, though, which is also very true, right? That is definitely true. People really didn't like DMC4 back in the day because of Nero. People hated Nero when the game came out. Like, I fucking despised Nero. Cursed. Damn it. I've not cursed for 20 minutes again. People hated Nero when that game came out. Original anime is just for people who are already fans. Exactly. And I love it. I think it's great. Can't really recommend it to people who don't know the series. I can absolutely recommend the Netflix anime to people who don't know the series. I think that's the big thing that people don't get. Is either it was gonna have to be an exact T copy, like an exact T translation of one of the games. Which I think if they did like a DMC3 anime, that could have been cool. but I think it's also unnecessary. I think having its own plot is good, and having its own plot to work with reworking its backstory to introduce things at its own pace without having to worry about the pace and the pre-existing lore, I think does more harm, or does more benefit than harm. Sorry, I almost misspoke there. I got my face. But again, not everyone obviously agrees. I understand that some people just don't like AUs. I don't entirely get why. I understand service level. Some people would just rather canon things, and I get that. But I also think it's a little unreasonable to want a game, to want to be, you know, stay in the same structure forever. I think it's unreasonable. It's always hard to adapt video games into TV. It's hard with pretty cinematic heavy games like The Last of Us. Even harder with gameplay heavy games like DMC. Agreed. I think The Last of Us Season 1 did really well. Last of Us Season 2 I didn't watch. I heard it didn't do as well. But I think for lore heavy games, it's more easy. Not that it is easy, because there is an objective medium difference between playing a game that is just really story heavy and sitting and just watching something, right? There is a definite difference. Which kind of has me worried for the Ragnarok, like the God of War 4 TV adaptation, the live adaptation for it. Truth be told, I am kind of worried for it. Not because Thor's playing Kratos or this or that. I'm concerned for it because it's a game being translated into a show that's already taking story from a pre-existing game. And that has the potential to really fall through. Because I didn't really care about the second game. That's fair. I think Last of Us Season 2 wasn't, I don't think the second game was bad. I think Last of Us 2 actually had a lot of really good points and story moments in it. Its pacing just feels all over the place, to be honest, though. That's my issue with Last of Us 2. It has so many good things going for it, and the fundamentals are more than there. But it has this whole story of violence breeds violence, which is a good message, right? I enjoy that message, even basic as is. Nothing wrong with the basic message. I'm looking at you, new DMC anime, right? But I don't like the pacing and the way of how they try to make you feel bad for, is it Abby? Aggie? What is her name? The other girl in Last of Us 2. Those sections never worked with me. And I think, to be honest, I don't think the writers expected people to love Joel as much as they did and to be as devastated when Joel died. I don't think people realized how much he was loved, if that makes sense. Now maybe I'm reading that wrong, right? But I think it didn't work because for me, it didn't work trying to feel for Abby because they killed Joel, which was a character that I loved so much. Joel is a terrible person. Objectively speaking, Joel is a bad guy, but he's an understandably bad guy, right? He is this father figure you empathize for, and he just wants to protect someone who he sees as a surrogate daughter. And he'll do anything for that, as a father would, right? And even if he's this terrible man, you can't help but be gut-wrenched when you see that go through. Also, let me hydrate, and I will do your redeem. Also, they're doing Ragnarok first. Wait, what? Really? Why? Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not like the Fireflies are any better. Exactly, right? Now, to be fair, Joel did kill a defenseless doctor to get Elle back. Elle, what the fuck am I saying? To get, you know, oh my god, what is her name? Ellie. To get Ellie back. He, you know, slaughtered the entire hospital of people to get his daughter, quote-unquote daughter back. His surrogate daughter back. But they were tricking the kid into sacrificing herself and this whole thing. And yes, greater for humanity. It's this whole thing. The Fireflies also sucked. And I think that also plays against the detriment of trying to make you feel for the Fireflies. Because you have the whole game before to feel bad, to, you know, getting tied with Joel. But you only have half of Last of Us 2 to try to feel for the Firefly group. That, and it just doesn't work. Anyway, Jax redeemed, hey, you're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Walked right into that Imperial ambush. Same as us. And that thief over there. Damn you, Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. The Empire is nice and lazy. If it hadn't been for you, been stolen that horseman halfway to Hammerfell by now. Hey, you there. You and me. We shouldn't be here. It's these Stormcloaks the Empire wants. We're all brothers and sisters in vines now, thief. Shut up back there. What's up with him, huh? Watch your tongue. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King. Ulfric Stormcloak? You're of Wilhelm? Oh god, they captured you. Oh god. Where are they taking us? I don't know where we're going, but Sylvangard awaits. General Talia, sir. The hatchman is waiting. Good. Let's get this over with. Look at General Talia speaking with the Thalmor. Damn elves. I bet they had something to do with this. And that is where I usually stop because I don't remember this next line. And then it goes into the, why are we stopping? Why are we stopping? Why do you think? End of the line. Let's go. Shouldn't keep the guards waiting for us. Anyway. I need to memorize more of the script so I can do the whole intro. With the first game made you really empathize. It's not like the Fireflies were any better. Tricking, Kin, sacrificing, and all. I think it'd be much better and all if Joel didn't die right off the bat. If he put his Ellie and Abby simultaneously for a while, and then she kills Joel, it'd work better. Amazing. Agreed. And the fact that the game was marketed as, you know, a revenge plot game also didn't help. A lot of people went in just wanting the bloodlust, and that also doesn't help. Like I said, I think the game would have done better if you had maybe about a quarter of the game building up at first to then where Joel dies. And then you kill Joel, or Joel dies, cold turkey, you play as Abby for a while. And maybe have that build up to where you kill Joel, or even right before Joel dies, cold turkey, play Abby's backstory for a quarter of the game-ish. And by the time you reach the halfway point, you play as Abby killing Joel. And by then the game tries to, you know, get you with all these emotions about your father. We're trying to be ambiguous about Joel, but implying to the player that you're on a quest to kill Joel. Right? And then, the next quarter, you play more, Ellie, and then next quarter you play more Abby, right? And then in the last moments you can flop between the two as need be or whatever. I think that pacing sounds more over the place, I feel like, but also I feel like it would have been better. Similar to like, I guess it's similar to like a Yakuza 0 situation almost. And somehow they expect most people to like that. Here's the thing. There are people who really like The Last of Us 2, and they think Last of Us 2 is a perfect masterpiece. And don't get me wrong, Last of Us 2 has so much going for it. It does have so much going for it. And the message of taking just what was literally a background NPC and the player mindlessly killing them in the game, and having that come back as a consequence in the next game, is actually a really fun idea. It just doesn't hit us home, as I think a lot of the devs were hoping as much, when Joel was as beloved as he was, and it happened so fast and suddenly. Killing Joel right at the start just primes you to not liking Abby. Exactly. And when them after doesn't cut it to make you change your mind. To some people it does, and that's fair. To me personally, and a lot of others, evidently, it does not. Again, I don't think the game is terrible, just pacing is all over the place, right? The pacing is off, the pacing is wrong. It had a lot more going for it if the pacing was done differently, I think. But I still enjoy my time with Last of Us 1, and I do want to play Last of Us 2 eventually at some point. Because I watched a Let's Play of Last of Us 2, right? I never actually played the game myself, if I remember correctly. If I did, then it's fucking forever ago. But I remember my first experience watching it was watching, I think Jacksepticeye played, I think. I could be wrong. It's like Red Dead Redemption 2 in a way, where this story is set in a way that can clash with your own way of seeing the game. I feel like if that was your entry point, it'd probably be amazing. That is that is very true. I feel like if you played Last of Us 1 quickly to play, even if you played Last of Us 1 quickly, and then to play Last of Us 2 as it came out, I think that was also would have worked a lot better than someone who played The Last of Us 1, played the remake of The Last of Us 1, or played the remastered Last of Us 1, and, you know, had all that time to sit and simmer with Joel as a character. And then years later, you see he gets killed by this fucking character, and you're like, you want me to empathize for this character? As an entry point, I bet Last of Us 2 was great, honestly. Red Dead Redemption 2 relies heavily on Arthur being a bad-ish person when you can play him as a perfectly good guy, and so the story forces you to be bad. The game I've seen do the whole killing NPCs isn't consequence-free is Lobotomy Corp. Wait, really? Lobotomy Corp does that? I almost know nothing about Lobotomy Corp. I know a few characters, but that's really it. That's fascinating. Oh, I think an interesting, since we're talking about, you know, criterias and things not working in certain games and people not liking this thing and that thing about this game. Do you have any opinions on Resident Evil 9 Leon? Because I've been seeing some people be like, oh, Leon isn't Leon, because that one scene where, you know, in previous Resident Evil, like with Claire in Resident Evil 2, Claire's being chased by a zombie. He tells her to duck and, without thinking, takes the zombie out for her, right? But in Resident Evil 9, we have a clip from a trailer where someone gets cut down from a zombie, and Leon doesn't do anything to warn her or anything. The details are a little foggy because it's only a trailer, so I'm waiting to get my full opinion on the scene until, you know, we see the full scene in full. But, no, the game is not out. It's a scene in the trailer that some people are like, that's not really Leon. Because it doesn't, the argument is that it doesn't feel like Leon to not, you know, get that woman out of the way. He didn't know Claire when he told her to get down. How was Leon post RE9 or RE6? It's hard to judge their context. Exactly. I see what people say it's not Leon, but also I think two things need to be taken into account. Leon is much older now, A. And 2, sometimes things happen for gameplay's sake. Sometimes things do just happen in games for gameplay's sake, right? Even if they don't entirely mesh with the story. Sometimes it just doesn't happen. which isn't the best excuse. I know. I'm not trying to necessarily fully defend it. He's infected as per in the trailer, right? In some degree, I've been trying to stay pretty blind to it, but that's definitely like some selling points in the game, that he's... The way that it looks like the game is premised out is that Leon is sick and he's trying to find some sort of way to slow it down or cure it or something. And, you know, the whole fear factor of Resident Evil 9 right now is Leon gonna survive through RE9 because of this? And so I'm doing my best to stay clear of the game until I can play it. And I'm hoping that tomorrow we can stream and play the game. But I'm really worried that I'm not going to be able to with my current computer. But we will certainly try tomorrow. We will try our damnedest to play and stream tomorrow. Even if I have to play on the most ass settings at 30 frames, I will truck through it so I can stream it. I just really hope I can. I really hope I can. Could be some mind control stuff or something. Yeah, right, like, without full context, it's a little difficult to judge. But to answer your question, Poopson, Leon in post RE6, Leon with every game gets more traumatized, and Chris definitely handles it in a more healthy manner than Leon does. Leon is a big alcoholic. Well, I say that, but Chris in RE6 is literally drowning himself in alcohol, so who knows? I see the argument that Leon just doesn't give a fuck anymore, which doesn't feel like Leon either. Because look at the way he handles Grace in the trailer. Same way he handled Claire, right? So it's kind of a weird mixed bag. I think it does genuinely just boil down to she was a completely irrelevant character for the story. She was a filler for a scene. That scene immediately goes right into gameplay. So they're just like, screw it, we'll have just this kind of wacky moment, and boom. Because Resident Evil, at the end of the day, while being a very serious series, also isn't afraid to have its wacky moments, right? Its wacky and kind of out there moments. I think this is one of RE9's attempts at a kind of an out there moment. Wasn't he super depressed and somber in RE6? Did he turn back into his usual self after it? I wouldn't say he isn't his usual self. Leon has just grown as a character. In Resident Evil 2, you know... Well, here's the thing. Between Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 2 Remake, Leon is actually written differently, which is really interesting. Leon is late to be an officer in Resident Evil 2 Original because he, just the day before his first shift, his girlfriend at the time broke up with him, and he drank himself into a coma. So he was late. He missed his first day of work. And so he drives to RPD late, just to see that that decision of drinking himself into a coma for that night potentially saved his life, and he survived Raccoon City because of it, because he showed up late because of it, right? But in Resident Evil 2 Remake, he was going to be a lot more out-the-gate hero-y. Which is, you know, the implied lore, the implied canon lore of Leon from here on forward, right? Where he's always had this strong sense of moral compass, right? And not to say Leon hasn't, but, you know, the way they start and have Leon portrayed at the start is definitely different, and definitely carries a bit into his character. But even since the beginning, Leon, you know, hasn't been new to drinking, nor drinking himself into a coma when he's depressed, right? Leon has had a very traumatic childhood his whole life. He watched his parents get murdered. He went from foster home to foster home. He becomes a cop. First day on the force, Raccoon City happens. Then he starts working for the government. Not that he really had a choice, as much more clearer implied in RE4 Remake, but it was still kind of implied before. He goes to Spain, rescues the president's daughter. We don't get to see too much of Leon's depression in this, but he watches a new friend, Luis, die. And there's the whole thing. And yes, we did do it out of Heisman. The remakes whitewash him a bit. I don't think whitewashing is the right term, but I think they I think the more accurate term is not modernized him. They made him more PR friendly, I think, is the better argument to be made. In the Resident Evil 2 remake specifically, they just made him more of the out of the gate, you know, knight in shining armor, good boy, rather than him showing up because of a heartbreak that in Resident Evil 2. Either way, he's still the same character, right? That doesn't really derive... his character isn't different, mind you. It's the way that he's initially portrayed. Makima, clip it. Makima, clip it. Makima, clip it. Clip it. Clip it. I need to see this. I need to see this. Makima, clip it. Yeah, I didn't really know how to word it. Yeah, that's fair. Recharacterization is probably the word. Yeah. How do you clip it on mobile? There's a clip button on the top right of your screen. If you're there's a clip button on the top right of your screen somewhere. What do you call it? But Leon has, ever since his debut, has never been, you know, shy of drinking. He didn't drink in DMC, or DMC. He didn't drink in Resident Evil 4, to be honest. But we also didn't really see Leon outside of the mission. DMC, well, I guess we don't see him, oh my DMC. We don't see him drink at all in any of the games, to be honest, actually. But, and sort of Resident Evil 2, and, you know, the hand food that was handed out with the game, you know, we were told about that. And then in several of the films, Leon is an alcoholic. This definitely translates into Resident Evil 6 as well. He certainly didn't drink in DMC either. My bad. This certainly translates into Resident Evil 6 as well. And I'm sure this is going to translate into Resident Evil 9 as well, where Leon is infected in some capacity that we don't know yet, right? Dude is probably has a few more things on his mind as well. Well, also, we have to remember that the series is still Resident Evil at the end of the day, right? The series isn't afraid to have an occasional jab or out-of-the-moment situation, or even just interactions that don't make sense. I'm really interested to see, though, what they do for Resident Evil 9. And yes, I know, Kamoy, you don't like you don't like Leon. I get it. But Bill, Kamoy. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. The marathon server slam or RE9 choice is one of generation. Truly a difficult decision. Murder players and take their shit they worked hours for. Or roundhouse kick a zombie. My hate is not for my hate is not forced. I feel like Kamoy's like throwing up like a white flag and a peace sign. My hate is not forced. No, I know, Kamoy. Actually, if you don't mind me asking, this isn't me like trying to dog any, like genuinely. I forget, why don't you like Leon? Is it just like you don't like you don't like the fucking meme nature of him, or I hate how they did it with Thor in Endgame. It'd be a nice choice to have the hero character be down in the gutter once in a while. Show them be fucked up. I hate how they did it in Thor in Endgame. Too scared to treat it seriously. Yeah, they had him, you know, up. He was clearly, you know, down on his luck, and, you know, more than that, right? But I thought it was corny. But they definitely played it very safe. I completely understand what you mean, and I have the same exact complaint. At this point, I'll admit that I am. That's so funny. What was I saying? I forgot. I completely forgot. The first game I played was RE6, back on the PS3. In that game, Leon just didn't sit well with me. Didn't sit with me well. Overplaying and seeing how other games hasn't really redeemed himself for me. and just always sort of disliked his character type. Like the witty character who cracks one-liners kind of character, I guess. Yeah, to be fair, RH6 isn't the best at setting the bar for any of the series characters, but that's fair. Yeah, okay, that's fair. You don't like the, you know, I don't say Mimi characters, because Mimi nature isn't really the right... Mimi character isn't really the right nature for him, but, you know, he cracks the one-liners, right? That's a very Leon thing, that's fair. It's just a hard coping mechanism. I think it also is just kind of partly how Leon is written. It's definitely part of a coping mechanism, I'm sure. But they also just kind of run it like that. I'll say Carlos is 10,000% times worse than Leon. Why is he worse than Leon? I don't like... I think he's... I don't think he's worse than Leon. I don't prefer him over Leon, but I don't think he's a bad character. That could be for the sake of it. I will say Carlos feels quippy for the sake of it. Like, he feels like that handsome jackass that hits on Jill just for the sake, because he's like, oh, pretty lady who can fight? Oh. His flirting feels for... Yeah, yeah, okay. Literally the reasons why I don't entirely like him. That's fair. His flirting is definitely really forced feeling. I like his gameplay section, to be honest. I like his... Because he doesn't have the dodge that Joe does. He has, like, a counter, which is really fun to use. But... I will say, I think a lot of what... Remake Carlos, for context. Kamui has been replaying the remakes. Carlos, I know, is pretty different, actually, between the remake and original, to be fair. But it is kind of... The remakes are what we kind of have to work with now when we're going off of the lore. Because it's very clear that they're trying to rewrite the lore in some degree to make it more modernized and, you know, kind of change it up a little bit, which is fair. I liked Ragnarok when it came out, disliked it, and saw how they handled it, and learned hated it when Love and Thunder came out. I never watched Love and Thunder. I stopped watching Marvel movies at Endgame and Infinity War. I stopped there. Went on the Resident Evil 5 remake. RE5 was so fun. RE5 was great. Come on, we should play RE5. This is me putting you on the spot, midstream, right now. Get on the game. We're playing it right now, all night. Don't! I have it installed. Oh my god, banger. Peak. Bring back the Shakespeare-inspired plot, please. Oh, dude, I will say, RE5 is great, I think, because it's the gameplay loop of RE4, which, you know, it's slightly different. It's changed a bit, obviously, while not having the quippy nature of Leon, and having the more serious Chris Redfield. So I'm glad that you do like RE5. Also, RE5 was so ahead of its time. I know a lot of people hated RE5 when it came out. Bro, I loved RE5 when I was a kid, and I still love it now. 5 is so goofy. Me and Lohit have been going through it and can't take it seriously. Fun as fuck, though. I can see why, because there's a lot of crazy things in RE5. But if you can't take RE5 seriously, Cinder, I beg of you, play through RE6 with Lohit. Oh my god, that game is a fucking fever dream. Leon's campaign is such a fever dream. I have a clip somewhere. I think I have it actually in my, I think I have it clipped in my, Best of 2025 Alice, because this was an Alice doll clip, right? This was, I'm gonna find the video and pull it up. This was an Alice Zero clip, not an Alice from Wonderland clip. I gotta find it. Yeah, here it is. Hang on, let me pull it up real quick. Let me pull this up because it's, oh my god, it's so peak. It's so awesome. Oh, let me bring the audio in. That's not right. Hang on. Game audio. And let me move to the side here. This clip is taken from RE 6, and it's great. Why did he have to slam into the fucking back wall there?
Whee!
Oh my god, is Leon, you're on the sidewalk? This is the craziest tandem I've ever seen in a car.
Just gotta get through town.
Without getting killed.
Yeah, that's
We're moving
the
at 5
plan.
miles an hour, by the way. Moving at 5 miles an hour.
Why did we blow up? Shit.
Dude, I love RE6. It's so perfect.
That's like Leon's reaction to getting blown the fuck up. Shit. Fuck, I flipped the car.
It's so perfect. And I love it so much. I love RE6 so much, dude. It's so awesome and amazing. There's another clip from Meta's perspective. I don't know if I can pull it up, to be honest, because I don't know where I'd find it. But there's a clip in RE6 where we're flying a fucking plane. And the whole thing is... RE6 is amazing. I love it. It's one of those games where playing it by yourself is completely whatever. If you play it with the right person, it will be one of the best experiences you have. And playing it with my friend Meta, oh my god, I want to get back to it so badly, but it's awkward to find the time. And I should try to set something up to keep doing it, but yeah, we don't have entirely, we don't really have that time. Or rather, Meta doesn't have the time. Meta's a really busy guy. I never really saw horror in Resident Evil. I'm gonna be so for real. Makima, what Resident Evil have you been looking at in terms of horror, though, to be honest? Resident Evil 4, 5, 6 aren't horror. Resident Evil 7 is horror. Resident Evil 8 is kinda horror, not really. It's Resident Evil 4 formatted. Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 are horror. Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes aren't really horror. They have horror-esque themes, but they aren't really horror. The series has pushed away from the staple of survival horror, in terms of more action-ish and modernization. But the original 3, and even the original Resident Evil 1 remake, horror games properly. RE2 scared the hell out of me. Words of TFR. RE2 remake never really scared me. I see where the horror comes in though. RE3 isn't scary at all though, to be honest. RE7 is a proper horror game. RE8 can be a horror game, but not really. RE5 was pushing it, but RE6 definitely took it too far, and it's so perfect as a result. It's so unapologetic with how crazy it gets. Doesn't Heisenberg make fun of the boulder scene, Nate? Yeah, in his boss fight, he's like, I'm gonna kill that boulder punching asshole Chris, and then I'm gonna use Rose, or something like that. I love Heisenberg's voice in that game. Asarian's voice actor, by the way. Banger VA. Creepy ass psycho doll. Supersized bitch. I love his voice. It's so great. What'd you do if someone gave the max in a single message to 50k? Huh? What do you do if someone gave the max in a single message of 250k bits? I think I would tweak. I think I would freak out and panic. I might cry. Don't do that. Because that's an unfathomable amount. Unless if I'm misunderstanding the question. It's kind of sad, it means how quickly 8 pulled away from 7's survival horror setting. I both agree, but I'm also happy just because I love Resident Evil 4 so much, right? So I love all the RE4 and spell that RE8 has. But I also do agree, I love the slow-paced horror nature of RE7. So it was kind of sad to see that go. But also, as someone who adores RE4 so much, I welcomed it. Mr. X can be scary for sure, but I guess it's way different when you play the game for yourself rather than seeing someone else play it. Yes, but also Mr. X isn't scary more than annoying. Honestly speaking, I only... And this is coming from someone who's played horror games their whole life. It's hard for me to get scared in a game unless if I'm playing something like a difficulty where you only have such a limited amount of saves, similar to what I'm doing in Gloomwood or what I did with hardcore Resident Evil 2. You can only save so many times with ink ribbons, right? So us having very limited saves and making a lot of progress between those saves, I was really scared of dying, not because I was scared of the game itself, but I was scared of losing that progress, and therefore that made me scared of Mr. X, if that makes sense. I was scared for him, but of the wrong reasons. Like, Nemesis looked way more annoying than Mr. X, in my opinion. Nemesis in the harder difficulties is definitely more annoying than Mr. X. Mr. X is a nuisance. In Resident Evil 3 Remake, Nemesis in the normal difficulties is a joke. He's just a joke. Not hardcore, in Inferno and in Nightmare and above, right? He is very obnoxious. But he's not hard, right? And I still stand by this. He's not hard. He's obnoxious. He takes time to learn his moves, but he's not hard. His boss fights are incredibly scripted and incredibly, like, streamlined. He's not hard in a good way. He's hard in the I'm gonna one-shot you way, which doesn't make him hard in my opinion. It makes it annoying. Because he's not hard to play around. It's just the thing of, if you do even one mess up, it has the potential to just, you know, game over. Which blows. I just realized you're ducking in Gloomwood SMH, my Yoshi is washed. Of course I'm ducking in Gloomwood, what? Oh, I'm ducking Gloomwood right now. No, honestly, I'm just kind of yapping because I played so much of it yesterday. I don't want all streams to feel the same. Number bloat is never a good way to do difficulty. Exactly. Especially in RPGs. RPGs do that so much where they just number bloat. And that doesn't make for a good difficulty. Persona 3 Merciless, Persona 3 Reload Merciless is a great hard mode in my opinion. Persona 3 Reload Episode Icus's Heartless mode is a terrible hard mode. Heartless is number bloat for the sake of number bloating. And it's lame and boring. Merciless mode in P3R isn't the same as P5R Merciless. It's actually a difficult Merciless mode. And I like that. And it's a good Merciless difficulty. Unlike Heartless, which is just number bloat for the sake of number bloat. It sucks. It really sucks when turn-based RPGs do number bloat. It's so unfun. I will say also, I don't like the Resident Evil 3 remake, really. Which is a shame. I love Jill so much. But the Resident Evil 3 remake is bad. The Resident Evil 3 remake just sucks. Okay, so picture this. Let me paint you a picture of why I hate it. You love Resident Evil, right? You're a big fan of the Resident Evil series. And you see the series starting to take a new turn into the remakes. You finally play Resident Evil 2 Remake, you love it. You play the hell of its first story, you play as Claire's Route B, and then you go back and play Claire's Route A, and then Leon's Route B, right? I play all 4 routes, I get the full experience, I played every single side mode, right? I loved it. I loved it. It was great and it had so much to offer. All for the price of $60. You had 2 mainline stories with 2 routes each. You then had 4 different game modes available to you as soon as you beat the game, as well as the Tofu Survivor, the Hunk Survivor, and one other thing I think that I'm forgetting. Sorry, I have to cover my neck. My neck is hurting. You get all these different things, right? As well as all the different costumes. You get all the different fun weapons, right? In Resident Evil 3 Remake, I love the Resident Evil 2 Remake so much, right? So I said, fuck it. I pre-ordered the 3 Remake. I got the deluxe. No Mercenaries mode in 2. Mercenaries debuted in 4. I pre-ordered Resident Evil 3 Remake. I was so excited because Jill was one of my favorite characters. I played on hardcore difficulty because that was the only available difficulty at launch. That was the hardest available difficulty at launch, mind you. I played Resident Evil 3 at the hardest difficulty that was available at first playthrough on launch. I beat it in 6 hours. There is... The only other costumes in the game is Jill's alternate outfit from the original game, which is a pre-order bonus, and then a DLC you can buy. The bonus extra weapons that you can unlock in just like Resident Evil 2 Remake. And that was it. It wasn't until after that higher difficulties were added into the game. And by then the game already lost me, because I beat the entire thing in 6 hours. I had the Resident Evil 3 Remake experience in 6 hours. That's not even a full work shift. Not even a full day of school. The 3 Remake was rushed so aggressively. And they made it so much... They butchered Nemesis, and one of my friends actually totally made fun of me for this. Because they were like, oh, and then they butchered the Nemesis and there was no 3 Remake. And I was like, no, no, no. They totally did. As the Resident Evil 3, as the Resident Evil addict here, alright? I love the remakes, but they totally butchered the Resident Evil 3 Remake, alright? Right. I beat the game in 6 hours. Alright, the Nemesis as a creature is not scary. Nemesis was terrifying in the original 3. Not in Remake 3. There's a scene where you're running through a burning building to get away from Nemesis. He moves at a snail's pace. There's nothing to be worried about. They really talked about how they fumbled Resident Evil 3 Remake because Capcom was in a really good streak. They really were. Capcom probably only remade that game so they could get to 4, to be honest. Maybe. Possibly, but... I don't know. I think they wanted to go in order. But I don't think the game was rushed so they could get to 4 Remake. I think the game was rushed because they just could. I don't think it was to rush to Resident Evil 4 Remake, to be honest. Because in the Resident Evil 2 demo, the one-shot demo, the 15-minute demo, if you went near the RPD doors, you could hear Nemesis eventually go, "Stars!" They were clearly like referencing Resident Evil 3, and frankly, Resident Evil 3 used a lot of assets from Resident Evil 2, obviously. So they already had a lot of Resident Evil 2 done, Resident Evil 3 done. So they did the bare minimum, butchered the Nemesis, butchered a lot of the stuff in Resident Evil 3, and said, hey, here we go. There you go. It's kind of sad. Kind of, they recently fucked up Monster Hunter Wilds too. Lost the Midas Touch they had for a while. Yeah, dude, Monster Hunter Wilds, what a fucking butchery. I finished that game at like 15 frames. That was such a miserable experience to play. That game ran so poorly, and the story wasn't even good. It was so sad. Do you think they got lazy and or overconfident? I think it's a mix of both, to be honest. I think probably more overconfidence than lazy. I think to some degree, every game studio has a moment or two where they're like, we are delivering banger after banger. We're fucking amazing. We're them. I think almost every studio has a moment or two like that. I think Resident Evil 3 Remake honestly was that moment for them. And Monster Hunter stories, honestly, ever noticeably good. Monster Hunter World. Like, not that you're necessarily playing it for the story, but I was engaged in that story, right? I wasn't engaged at all in Monster Hunter Wilds. Favorite, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, welcome in. Hi, welcome in, raiders. Hi, hello, hi, hello. My voice is dying. No, I'm so sorry. But hello, hi. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I am Alice. We are currently just doing big apps about Resident Evil currently, because Resident Evil 9 is coming out tomorrow. So I wanted to talk about Resident Evil. We've just been yapping all stream, to be honest. I did not expect to be doing 6 hours of yapping. How's your raid? Or how's your raid? How's your stream? What were you guys up to? I hope your stream was awesome. We are currently in the middle of our subathon, where all proceeds go towards the official Alice from Wonderland debut funds, such as logo, model, and all that stuff. So I appreciate raiding in. I played a puzzle game, but it was too difficult. Oh my god. No, I hate puzzle games. I'm not even gonna lie. Well, that's not true. I like puzzle games. I suck at puzzle games. That's the important thing. Oh, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hope everyone's been having a great day. Everyone's having a good day. If anyone needs to raid and dash, I completely understand. If you need food, water, to rest, to like work or anything, I completely understand. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's really nice of you. And thank you for the follow, BGM Moa, and thank you for the follow, Koala Kai 99. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh my god, my throat is dying. I need to hydrate real quick. Sorry, I totally died for a second. Alright. Yo, hour 6. Oh, we gotta do our wheel spin. Our hourly wheel spin. Uno momento. Hour ba ba brown, ba ba brown, ba ba bum bum bum. Where is my wheel spin? There you go. Hour 6 wheel spin is... Oh, that doesn't really apply to us right now. Respin when not applicable. Okay, hang on. Yeah, no, we gotta respin. Hang on. My bad. No. Funny mic, leave. Okay. I can handle funny mic. I can deal funny mic right now. Man, funny mic when we get raided is so unfortunate. No. Not the funny mic. No. It's fine. It's only for 10 minutes. It's gonna be chill. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be grand.
There we go. Do you have a link to... Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Dude, my mic is terrible. I'm so sorry. Do you have a link to the music... to this music playlist? No, because it's actually not a playlist. Which, my bad. But, these are all actually royalty-free songs from the YouTube, like, sound library, audio library. Which is crazy, because some of these are really good. I mean, not really good, but... Like, there's some diamonds in the rough. We talked about it earlier. But, I do have a bunch of them downloaded, though. This one is called Push Through. What was this from? Push Through the Grey Room Golden Hands, or Golden Palm, whatever it is. Very Bandicam style stream. Yeah. But oh, I should get the like watermark on top of my screen for whenever I do the funny mic. It would be perfect. Funny mic, get a job. Oh, L, get a job. A job. Today we're talking about the world's biggest fear. A job. Okay. Anyway. I'm gonna stop breaking your guys' ears. I'm so sorry. Dude, what an unfortunate time to raid it. I feel terrible for funny Mike in raid. It's so bad. The image is too HD though. Yeah, guys, do me a favor. Set the stream quality down to 160p for the full experience of the funny mic. Run, TFR, get down! You killed my boy. Sorry, TFR. It was bound to happen eventually. It was gonna happen one of these days. Spider-Man. It's all about the Mets. Let's go, Mets, baby. Let's go. Also, I just realized something. Hang on, let me... Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. Dude, my throat's getting so tired because I'm yapping too much. Should we finally switch to something? I think we might want to switch to something. Also, how long have I been doing Funny Mic for? It's like 3 minutes now? I think 3 minutes now. Let me open up my Steam real quick. What do we want to switch to? Because we were going to Hightail, but I was kind of lagging in Hightail, which is weird. I don't know why I was lagging in Hightail. Let me take a peek around. Oh, we could go back to Gloomwood, I guess. If we wanted to. Under Survivor Camp 2. We do Gloomwood, Apex. Oh, man, I do love Apex. What happened to TFR? TFR her job and they couldn't take it. There's Hades. Oh, Rabbit Hole would be fun to come back and play. Oh, we could play a Night of Valhalla. I have been wanting to get back to Valhalla. TFR is too unemployed. Of Dumb and Despair. No! Not of Dumb and Despair. No! What about that bootleg Hades? Oh, Nunholy. We could do Nunholy technically. Oh, we could also finally go back to Elden Ring and do our Saber build. We started a run of Elden Ring making a Saber build, and then we never touched it again. I totally forgot about that. That is a certified egg on my face moment. Valhalla as in Assassin's Creed. No, the Cyberpunk bartender game. I'll probably never play Valhalla. Not only looks so fun, not only is fun, but it's, for lack of better terms, a clunkier Hades. If you play Hades, you'll have a good time playing the game, but you will have a better time playing Hades, to be honest. But I do enjoy Unholy. It's really bad Blood-ass game. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That is the what do you call it? Assassin's Creed, the modern Assassin's Creed era. The modern Assassin's Creed code, the creed, if you will. It is a tragic death that is fallen. Of tragic fate, one could say. I have Days Gone? Since when? Why is Days Gone 62 gigs? What the hell? Oh, I always forget that I have Dispatch. We got a corner. Clip it. Clip it. Clip it. We got a corner. We got a corner. We got a corner. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hit me with it. You know what I want to see. Come on. Clip inbound. Good lad. Okay. Hang on. Taking this. Pulling this up on stream. Not what I wanted. Okay. But it's for like
Where is
a
it?
clunkier Hades. If you play Hades, you'll have a good time playing the game, but you will have a better time playing Hades. No, surely not. .25 speed. Hang on. We need this to be full and the exact, alright? Keep an eye on that corner. No! Oh, that's so tragic. You can, it bounces. We got hit with a dud. What a tragic what a tragic tale in this you know, almost an Undertale. Man, I was so excited. I was like, no way, we got another corner. Absolutely devastating, you know. Absolutely gut-wrenching. Absolutely sad.
And now I can talk normally again. Thank God. View back to 1080p. Thank you for lowering the stream down to 144, guys. I really appreciate it. Gone but never forgotten. Gone but never forgotten. Alright. I'll play a bit of... Play a bit of Gloomwood. Just a bit. Just a little bit. Oh, no, dude, Gloomwood... No, I don't know if I have the energy to deal with Gloomwood today. I don't know if I have the energy to deal with Gloomwood today. I'm gonna die once and get mad. That city section is so brutal. You got this, Alice? Think of it as a test run. That's not how that works. Let me see. There we go. Alright, well let's go down the list real quick. We have Gloomwood. We have Valhalla. I think those actually might be the two main games. Or, ooh, actually. How long is this game's demo? Can't find anything saying how long this demo is. Will Google tell me? Roughly from 13 minutes to 22 minutes. You know what? We'll play this game's demo then. Why not? So, there's a game called Replaced. I honestly don't know much about it, but it's some cyberpunk, like Blade Runner vibe game in the 2.5 style. Very Octopath art style, but like what if it was like cyberpunk as a fantasy? Is YouTube still bugged out? Is it? What's happening to YouTube? I forgot. Oh. Do I want to play it? Or I do kind of want to play Gloomwood. Now I'll play the demo. It's called Replaced. The game is called Replaced. And the game itself isn't out yet. There's only a demo. Okay. Oh. Oh. Is it Metroidvania the camera angle looks like? No, I think it's just a side scroller. Oh, okay. I was like, what's happening? I'm unsure. Damn, you really did just yap for 6 hours straight? Indeed I did. I went back to my roots. I love getting to yap. North America Trucking Association. Actualizing our status. Our work at Phoenix Corporation, me as an AI, and you as my creator and operator, Warren, was flawless until today. Grief? Over the death of your only friend and my coworker Steven caused critical overload that blew my servers. A damaged neural interface somehow transferred me into your body, Warren. The damage control squad arrived at the building laboratory not to help the survivors, but to eliminate them. We had to flee. Our escape forced us beyond the Phoenix City wall. Our priorities are to survive, get back to the laboratory, return your body to you, uncover Phoenix Corporation's motives. Okay, so we can't like move up or down. It's just left and right. Oh, we just fell over. Archive states that those who live outside the walls are provided with all necessities, but this place is ruined. Okay, we're able to jump over that. Okay. Okay, so yeah, if you just walk over the thing, then you just trip. This looks nothing like Blade Runner, yet reminds me of it. The game does feel very Blade Runner coded in its trailers. This game looks very crunchy. This game is a big, like, pixel art styled game. Hang on. Basic, counter, space, gun, restore. Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. Oh my god, please. I wish, yeah, I will say, I think the camera shake might be a little much. The camera shake is definitely a little much, I think. Okay. Does it beat him up? It seems like it. I'm curious, can we change the screen shake off? Escape doesn't work. Okay, okay, I'm able to click back though. That's so bizarre. I wonder why that doesn't work. Oh, that's a game you guys haven't played before. Is the Batman, like, Arkham Knight games. I really should play those games. This is just part of Phoenix City. Keep the damn car steady. I'll get him this time. These people threaten our existence. We need to be discreet to survive, Warren. Okay, so stealth. We need to adapt to the light patterns, Warren. Yeah, I know I've been doing it. That was really bold of me. I think I don't have like a way to dodge. I just have like the jump there. Oh, it's a hunt night. A hunt night, you say? Okay, not bad. This area is getting more progressively hostile. Wait, what? Oh, I just climb over that instead of walking around? Okay. Eviction notice. Wait, whoa. Whoa! Huh. That's so sick. Okay. I wonder... I feel really stupid right now. Okay, hang on, wait. Is there anything else we can interact with? Am I just stupid? Eviction notice house. Sick! Yellow tape. Yes, I see the yellow tape. But we wouldn't be able to... There's an arrow pointing this way. I don't know what over here... Because there's yellow tape over here too, but... Unless we were able to drag something. No. Am I missing something? No. Am I stupid? Oh god, don't tell me I'm stupid, please. No. Guys, why am I stuck? How am I stuck? Because I would have assumed... Was there something I could have dragged this whole way? Hang on. Way back, I think you could do parkour. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. So the game's like this. Wait, that's so cool. Oh, this is sick. And now... Cutscene? No. Oh, there it is. Move object? Okay. Like Lego Batman. Oh, perfect. Oh, I can keep moving. To my Josh. Also, the fuss out there. Maybe the moles, bastards again. Blondie went apeshit after we offered his patron. I did not realize. Oh, I'm such a fucking chud. I didn't even mean to fall in. Oh man, okay. Combat in this game is incredibly forgiving. Like, incredibly forgiving. You finishers! This really does feel like a 2D Arkham game. I know I've never played Arkham, so I can't really, you know, argue that. But still. I'll move up. I love how cinematic this feels. Okay, this is pretty dumb. Never mind, don't move it while they're licking. That's not dumb. I thought it was just one of those basic puzzles. Oh, move the thing while they're looking at you so that they don't realize it's you. But they would still realize that this thing is moving. And climb up. Perfect. This game is cool. I actually really do like this so far. You know what this reminds me that I gotta play still? Signalis or whatever it is. Dude, that's so cool. So you can see on the left, we're charging up like our gun meter with every melee attack we do. And then our gun acts as like a finisher. And our gun is also our melee weapon. That's so sick. Like, come on. This game is very cinematic, and I enjoy it. Can I grab him with... What's the point of right-click? Counter attack. Oh, it's a counter. Oh, okay. Bask, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I that's how you say your name, Bask. Shush. It's Metal Gear logic. Ah, you're right, my bad. It's Metal Gear levels of snooping. Why are there so many of these guys everywhere? Oh, I'm complaining. The combat's fun. Okay, I didn't like the camera shaking at first. I do think it is a little excessive, to be honest. But I do like it, actually, to be honest. Because it helps, it makes it feel more cinematic. Maybe I think it's a little overtuned, but it's nice. I like it. Oh, is this just a run segment? Okay. I'm gonna assume I have no new mechanics when I'm running. I'm just holding W. No, never mind. I am actually properly running. Oh, never mind. Okay, I'm good. Okay, so the game, I think, wants me to try to jump that. But first, I want to see what going down is like. What's down here? This terminal. It's the power of the generator first. I'm gonna assume this is a battery for the generator, which is right here, it looks like. Jackpot. Is this gonna be some sort of puzzle or... Ah. Okay, so can I go upstairs now? Yeah, let's go back upstairs. And I bet we can jump across now. Perfect. You do the counter when the attack symbol glows if it works like Arkham. Oh, we should try the counter attack. I should try that. I'll do that next fight. I like to believe this guy has infinite bullets and he's just using them to R-farm. Also, do you put any clips in the clips channel or video? Like if you have clips to share in the Discord server, yeah, put them in the clips channel. Yes, please. And speaking of clips, I really should start posting more clips. I'm assuming that's what we meant. If not, I apologize. I know I've said it already, but this game's atmosphere, they've really nailed it here. Oh, boss fight section? I assume it's pointless to communicate with them, Warren. Hey, prick! You think you're a big deal? Well, let me tell you something, brother. I'm gonna rip you limb from limb. Get him! Yep, okay. You're right. It's very Arkham coded. Ow. Oh my god, dude, like, this is so cool. And the timing with the guns makes sense too, because the way the laser is. The laser becomes like more oh my god, amazing counter right there. That didn't kill him. It didn't kill him. So I don't think the red attacks you can actually parry. I think you just have to dodge. If you can, then their timings are more specific. Ow. My god, this is so beautiful, and what a beautiful way to have this game kind of feel ageless. Well, well, well. You are quite a thrill to chase. Now stand still. It won't hurt much this way. I have no solution for this situation, Warren. Batman? Warren. Right now, uncounterable ones. Tempest. Hell yeah, baby! Tempest, the action movie. Oh, fuck. The text goes by too fast before I can finish reading, to be honest. If you're gonna have auto-scrolling text, please make it voiced. I beg of you. Or let there be player input. Do not have auto-scrolling text and no way to slow it down or pause it. I hate that in game. As someone who... I'm a really slow reader. I've always been a slow reader. I always had to take extra classes to help with reading comprehension growing up. I am a very slow reader. So it's a major struggle for me to read certain things in games like this because I get like halfway through a text box sometimes and then it just goes on the next one. That happens constantly. Our streamer cannot read? No, I can't actually. I have a really difficult time reading, unironically. That's why it's so difficult for me to say so many words, ironically, because I do struggle with reading comprehension. I always had to take extra classes ever since I was little. Oh boy. That was a close one back there. Okay, so I can press E to continue this. That's weird. Instead of me like left click or spacebar, it's E. Close, but no cigar. Man, you're tough as hell. Getting so far, taking out the termite trash along the way. I better watch out or you'll steal my job. You know, I usually grab the newbies right from the pit. If I'm swift enough, that is. This clip's gonna go crazy when you talk about the DMC on Twitter again. What do you mean? You missed everything. You know, I usually grab the... Oh, we just already got that. Oops. Or whatever. Name's Tempest. I'm Reach. Huh, like Richard. Or like the bloody homicidal court machine. Just joking, dude, relax. Who am I to judge names? You're okay, Reach. I'm taking you to a safe place. Catch your breath now, as we're about to make like a banana and split. Reach's state, termites. How to get back? Whoa. Termites? Why are you not hostile? Why should I? Is that what they say about us in the city? Every human I've encountered shows extreme aggression. Don't see termites as humans, dude. They're violent scumbags. They hide out in old shafts and using mining equipment to hunt us for fun and for food. If you see them, you kill them or run. Reaches steam. For fresh out of hatch disposal, you're quite capable. What body parts did they take? This body is whole. Just mildly injured. How'd you get here? I escaped, I fell from the wall and somehow survived. Can decide if you're lucky or not. This place thing you landed in. I must attempt this heavy, hell yeah. I have reading comprehension issues, that bit. I see. The rank script dump its waste here. And we're the waste, or disposals, if you like. How to get back? I need to get back to the wall as soon as possible. It's always this way, you know? Denial start, then sweet acceptance. What do you mean? Come on, have you seen the freaking wall? It's impenetrable. So unless you can fly or melt shit with your eyes. Wait a sec, that gun. Can you use it? Yes. Found on a dead trooper. I assume the biolock malfunctioned, so I... Well, I never! A Phoenix gun! A disposal can use? Man, I cannot wait to see the council's face. This will make them change their tune for sure. Come on, Richie boy. Jump into the car, I'll get you back. I'll get us all back. I like this guy. I really like this guy. And I really like this game. I really like this game. I recognize this man more. Fuck! God damn it! Stop talking for me! We should follow. The troopers will come back looking for... Brother! Let me read! That really bothers me. That unironically really bothers me. I'm betting that's the end of the demo, to be honest. Thank you for playing the replace demo. Yeah. That's cool. Also a slow reader? For sure. I'm a very slow reader. Like I was saying earlier, I have struggle reading. This game is sick, actually. Big fan of this. Big fan of this. Except the Nick breaking speed of the text. The text, I don't think is actually that fast, but as someone who's a slow reader, it's difficult for me to, you know, go through it all. Unless, is there anything I can do about that? Subtitled size, but no. Keyboard, I assume this is just, yeah, this just reworks. Awesome game. I really enjoy this. Have you not played have you played Zero? Oh my god. Have you played Katana Zero? Literally case in point. Have you played Katana Zero? If not, I suggest it 100%. Let me look it up. I'm gonna use this game as background ambiance for a moment. Is it on Steam? Katana Zero? Let me look at this game trailer real quick. Yeah, it's on Steam. Wake up, you're having a nightmare? Ooh. Oh, this looks sick. I'm a big fan of this. I'll throw that on my list for future games, because that game does look really fun. That does completely look up my alley. Maybe look up, are the Batman Arkham games on Steam? Oh, they are. What order do you play the Batman games in, out of curiosity? Because there's, what, like 4 of them now? Because there's Batman, Arkham Knight, Arkham Origins, Arkham VR? Wait, what is Arkham VR? I've never heard of that before. Oh, this is old, though. Oh, wait, yes, I have. Never mind, I've played this game. I played it on PS Plus. Or not PS Plus, I played it on PSVR years ago when it came out. Okay, that's what I thought. Origins, if you want any point... It's not by the devs. And it's some kind of sequel. Oh, interesting. Or some kind of prequel. Because there's Batman Arkham Knight, Arkham Origins. Oh, Batman Arkham Collection. Yeah, what's in here? Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, Arkham Knight, and Arkham Knight Season Pass, which I assume is DLCs. Interesting. Asylum, City, and Night. Huh. Night's DLC are so good. Because if Night is what I think it is... You know, Night is always, like, looked so good. And it came out in 2015. That's the shocking thing to me. This game looks so good even today. Because I've been seeing some clips recently. So I've honestly been a little tempted to try and play it. But I just have so many other games in my backlog right now, right? I just can't bother to drop the money in the trilogy. We have so many other games we have to get through first. Like Half-Life, Blasphemous, Valhalla, so on. But after playing this, I really want to play the Batman games now. Because if that combat is Arkham, then... Dude, I'm gonna love the Arkham combat, if that's the case. What a fun game. I'm really excited for this game's release, actually. When does this come out? Depending on when this comes out, we'll play it probably on launch, maybe. I don't think there's a release date, though, yet. I'd be surprised if there's a release date announced. What did the reviews say for this game? Oh, okay. The first review I see is really mid, actually. Damn, dude. I don't think he's played a side-scroller before. The first review is literally complaining about how there's movement restrictions in a side-scroller. Shocker. Movement should feel fluid and available at all times. Core actions like sprinting, ducking, rolling, and jumping shouldn't be locked behind specific story beats. Oh, I hate when people complain about that shit. If there's not a reason for you to be doing it randomly, then maybe there's just not a reason for you to do it, period, right? Unless the game needs you to. That's... I've never understood those arguments. Like... Some games let you do it all the time because it's open world and lets you tackle things how you want. And other narrative-driven games only let you do it when you have to, which makes sense. You know, bro's coming off of modern COD. Animation responsiveness. Many animations felt slightly delayed or sluggish. For example, pressing the jump button didn't result in an immediate response. I did not feel that at all. Does brother have NVIDIA Reflex installed? Turned on. Exploration and player guidance. In a 2D side-scroller, exploration should feel organic outside of an introductory tutorial level. Players shouldn't need prompts to perform basic actions like walking up or down stairs, environmental design. They should naturally guide the player. Never let this guy play Resident Evil. Never let this guy play the original Resident Evil trilogy. Oh my god, literally. Resident Evil so bad. Why can't I just go play? Dude, I should be able to just walk into a door to open it. Why do I have to stand in front of the door, press the button, and then go through a load zone to go to the next room? That doesn't make sense. Bro, it's the way the game is made. Who cares? That's not like a bad... And that's so interesting. The combat system feels very basic. Feels fairly basic at the moment. Adding more animation, variety, and combo depth would greatly enhance the experience. Okay, I can see that. Because I was mashing left click, right? I was really mashing my left click. dodging when I needed to, counterattack when I saw the prompt. I press E when it charges. It's a simple combat loop. There isn't anything really to it, but it's a fast, fluid, and fun combat loop. I enjoyed it, and that's really all it needs to be, right? Bro wrote a big essay. Over the demo showcases is incredible. Is showcase incredible is visual. Overall, the demo showcases incredible visual potential. Oh my god, I cannot read. With improvements, responsiveness, combat, and the gameplay could be much better to match the visual fidelity of replaced. Also, perhaps make the synth more punchy in action scenes. I just don't think the guy liked the game. I don't think the guy liked the demo. I don't think this guy's, style of game. Which, I mean, fair enough. You want a game that gives you full freedom to do what you want? That's fair. This is a whole genre of game, though, that you aren't gonna like then. Which, I mean, fair enough, but feels weird to leave a negative review because of it. Change everything because I don't like it? Exactly. Doesn't add anything I can see combat getting on. That is true. And keep in mind, this is also just a demo. I would be surprised with how this game feels if there would be nothing added to combat in terms of maybe new attack patterns you have to avoid, or attack sequences or attack styles you have to avoid, maybe different finishing animations, or maybe you get like gadgets or something in combat. Who knows, right? It's a very short 30-minute demo. It's hard to gauge that, but everything felt genuinely really good. But that is a very valid point of it also depends on how long the game is, the full game. If it doesn't really add anything to it, then the combat can definitely become very stale, for sure. Most of it's a very positive reviewed game, right? I'm just looking at the negative reviews out of curiosity. What's this one say? Beautiful game with clunky mechanics. You move very slow. You move very slowly, and the controls aren't very responsive, which is fine for an extrication mystery game, but not for an action platformer. I think it's fine. I think this game controls just fine. Given the gun, baton turns into a gun, it's kind of a given to have more weapons now. Not necessarily, but I would assume there'd be something added to the game's combat. Whether it be some abilities you can swap out or this or that. The possibilities are endless, right? We can guess all we want. Do you feel these complaints might just be a genre snob thing? Then yeah, they really feel like it. The combat one I think is fair, of being like it's a great system, but if there is nothing to add ever, then it could feel very stale. But also we don't get enough time to really fairly enough say that, I feel like. A lot of the comments are singing this game's praises. Oh, this game works good on Steam Deck too, apparently. Awesome. The game visually is so... Oh my god, the game is so visually impressive, though. I love that style. That, like, Octopath style. I don't know what you would call it, like 2.5 or whatever it is. That Octopath vibe, where you have, these sprites in a 3D environmented world with still pixel textures. I love that. I do love that. And I love old school textures and vibes in games in general. I love Ultra Kill's designs and aesthetics. I love Gloomwood's whole vibe, right? It has that classic Resident Evil kind of texturing system to it. It's with it still looking good because it's upscale and stuff. I love old school looking graphics in a modern light. It's so good. It's sick. It's awesome. So really excited for Replaced, actually. I didn't think the demo was going to be that short at first, so I was kind of I was kind of nervous to play it. But I mean, that rocks. I want more. I actually really want more. This game does rock. What other games have similar combat? Out of curiosity, like Arkham-esque combat. Does anyone know? Because I want games with. Because that just felt so fluid. If that's how Arkham's combat works, and I imagine Arkham. I mean, I've heard nothing but praise sound about Arkham throughout my entire life, so I'd assume that Arkham is also, um, good. Spider-Man PS4. Really? I never took an interest in the Spider-Man games. Just because I'm not a huge Spider-Man person, so I never really took an interest to them, but maybe I'll have to play them now. Which pretty blatantly copies it. Really? That's kind of funny. Rocksteady Studio. What else has Rocksteady Studio done, specifically? I know they're owned by, like, Warner Bros., but... Oh, it just pulls up the whole Warner Brothers thing on Steam. That's not what I want. No. No. No! What other thingies? Oh, well. Super fun game. I'd love to play more when it comes out. I'll be keeping my eye on that for sure. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. Wasn't that game, like, really ass, though? I heard a lot of bad things about that game. Just in general. Pretty rough? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. There's no more room in hell to update? Oh, shit. Oh, sheesh. Sheesh. Oh, you know what? Actually. Also, I'm really curious about the whole dynamic between Warren and the robot we have. Like, Warren and Reach. Or something. Because it seems like a robot's controlling our body for us, and it's trying to get us our body back. Oh! Planned release date of April 14th of 2026 in 6 weeks. Awesome. I guess we will probably be playing this game. I guess it kind of depends on its asking price, to be honest. Just if I can afford to grab the game while having some other stuff to do, but we'll see, we'll see. We'll definitely be playing it one way or another. Is the demo just the start of the game, or did it skip the proper intro? I'm betting it skips the proper intro. We don't know, obviously, but I'm betting it skipped the proper intro. Most demos of this kind of thing do. So we'll probably have a cinematic opening sequence in some capacity, and then we'll get... Oh, I do not like that. Yeah. And then we'll get, what we just played from the demo right after it. Oh, but you know what? Signalless is something I still need to play, and the pixel design really reminded me of it. I got Signalless a hot minute ago now at this point. It's gifted to me, and I still have yet to play it. I know nothing about the game other than something about Doom Fury. Signalless game length. 8 to 12 hours. Damn, okay, so not super long, actually. Is it wheel spin time? Indeed it is, actually. Let's do the wheel spin, and we'll probably end, to be honest, before we get our next wheel spin, though. Let me turn up the wheel. Where's the wheel? Let me open up the wheel. our final wheel spin of the night chat room. 3, 2... I will do what I must. To think this is how we end our stream. To think that this is how it must go, yeah. Brother, I'm zooming in on the goddamn cat ear. Why do you feel the need to do that? I don't know why my YouTube studio and me with props is always so like wonky. There we go. Yeah. Always bet on the cat ears. Always bet on Hikari. Are you right? You could be right. You're so right! Yeah. Also, you're ending early today, in quotes. Yeah. We've been shooting for 7 hours already. I plan to go for longer, but I'm gonna be honest, I really need food. I'm not gonna lie, I really need to make dinner. I should have had something ready to go, I realize, and I didn't, and that's egg on my face. So we're gonna end in the next 20-ish minutes. Yeah, and I'm gonna get food, and then we'll continue tomorrow for more Subathon. We're finally sub 30 hours! Chat, the end is coming in sight. The end coming. I'm funny. Yeah. Come on, cat ears. Big money. You guys love the cat ears. I hate it. Cat ears, and you're finally awake, Redeem. The end, you say, nya. Hi, funny. We're Twitch chat. Sometimes it's hard to... Sometimes it's hard to read what you guys put in. Sometimes I have to sit there and, yeah, read it. And I have to go, ha, nice, yeah. And other times I don't have to force myself. Which time is this, though, you wonder? Hey, you're finally awake, nya. You're trying to cross the nya border, right? Walked right into that nya ambush. Same as us. And that nya over there. Nya, you stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you came along. The nya was nice and lazy. Had been for you. Been sold that nya and been halfway to Nyafell by now. Hey, you there. Nya me. We shouldn't be here. It's these nyas the Empire wants. We're all nyas and sisters and vines now, nya. Nya back there. What's up with nya, huh? Watch your nya. You're speaking to Ulfric Stormcloak, the true high nya. Ulfric Stormcloak? The nya of Windhelm? You're the leader of the nya. If they've captured you, oh nya, we're the nya in us. I don't know nya we're going, but nya in guard awaits. General nya is sir. The headsman is waiting. Nya, let's get this over with. General Nya is speaking to the Thalmor. Damn Nyas. I bet they had something to nya with this. Oh my god, and there's something about like a boy being like, I want to watch the Nyosers. Go inside, now. Yes, Snappa. Why are we stopping? Why are we stopping? Nya, do you think? Ends of the nya. Let's go. Shouldn't keep the nyas waiting for us. No, you have to tell them, we aren't rebels. We weren't nya you. This is a misnyak. Face your nya with honor, nya thief. No, we're not rebels. You nya, do this. You aren't gonna kill me? Halt. Nyarchers. Nah. Anyone else feel like a nyaing? Wait. You there. Nya forward. Nya or Nya? You picked a Nya, time to return back to Nya, Nya, Nya. Captain, he's on the list. Forget the Nya. They go the Nya. By your orders, Captain. I'm sorry, Nya. I'll make sure your remains return back to your litter box, where you Nya belong. Follow the Nya, prisoner. The best 10 minutes of my life, Nya? Oh, man. It's the worst of mine. Let me tell you. These are some of the worst of mine. Bruno, wish she has this meowrized. I sure do. I forget some of it. I don't remember, like, the kind of... There's this bit in the middle where, fucking... What's his name, Nya? Rayloff is talking about some, like, Gertrude woman, and she was, like, making a measly stew, and the Empire was lost to make him feel safe. That part kind of gets jumbled in my head every time. Don't Nya after that? You enjoyed every second of it? Nya. Nya-uh. Nya-uh. I hate it. I want it to be Nyover. I need it to be Nyover. Welcome, Nyom Master. Fucking kill me, dude. Fucking kill me. End it all. Let me die. Let me end. Please. Please, Speed, I need this. Please, Nya, I need this. God, I need it to be Nyover. I need it to be Nyover. I think tomorrow we'll go back to playing Gloomwood, Nya. We'll play more Gloomwood. Hopefully we can make progress in that town. It's kind of difficult, to be honest, Nya. Every time there's these like brief sessions we have where like we flow. We have this flow state, right? And then there's one spot where it's absolutely terrible, yeah. And then we go back and it's beautiful. It's beautifully executed, yeah. Has it been 10 minutes yet, yeah? I really hope so. I'll give another like 2 just to be safe, yeah. Please, Alice, I need this. I'm kinda chudless. Please, Master, I need this, Nya. I'm kinda treatless, Nya. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not gonna do the extra 2 minutes. I'm done. That one did it in for me, actually. That one did it in for me. I'm done. I'm done. We're done. Don't worry about the timer, Alice. Just enjoy the ears with us. No! I will not. I thank Twitch for putting it on my homepage. Clip chat. Clip that. Jarvis. Clip that. Son, what the absolute helly? No, father, it's not what it looks like. No! Meowster, meowster. I don't know. Awesome clip. I'm so excited that this is forever immortalized on the internet. Woo. Woo. Tisk. Human Alice is back. Thank you very well, Stevie. You know what, just to spite you, I'm gonna bring out the doll. I'm gonna bring out the doll just to spite. Oh my god, why is your ass in my face? Fucking move. Move over there. There we go. Acts like my puppet. There we go. Alright guys, we're gonna send off the stream together. Me and my doll. We're gonna send. Oh my god, it looks so fucking light. It looks even more lifeless than normal when I'm sitting next to it. When there's like nothing else to go with it. The doll has ass. The doll has a huge ass for the record. You're anonymous. Do more cringe shit. You're so right, actually. Man, what did I come back to? No! I could do something very funny with this. Oh no, my. Words to live by. Literally words to live by. You're anonymous. Do more cringe shit. Ha, the porcelain punisher. That's what they called her back in high school. I'm gonna say anything. No, that's an inside thought. That's an inside bit. That's an inside bit about the doll. You know what? I'm gonna say that. Just because the doll's you, I'm gonna say Cap. You know what? I'm not gonna get one guide. What do you think, Dallas? Lost for words? Yeah, me too. We're not gonna get one guide. But you know, this is where we're gonna end it for the night. We're gonna start wrapping up now. We're not gonna end quite yet. We'll go for a little bit longer, but you know, we're gonna end soon. So. I like streaming earlier today though. Maybe we'll probably try to stream early tomorrow as well, and hopefully go for longer. Like hopefully go until like 3 AM or so. What happened to her face? She's just broken. There isn't too much of proper reasoning for why her face is broken. She has a few mismatched parts. That's why she's like bandages on her and stuff. She's just broken. Fixed with spare parts and stuff. She's just an old doll that my spirit haunted and slowly self-repaired. Well, past Alice and future Alice both in the same room. This is trippy. What the helly? Question is, which one is the future and which one is the past? Ooh, one came first, but what comes next, you know? Other than me. Now that I look at it, and keep in mind with your proper design, you trade ass for boobs. Was it worth it? Honestly, I didn't mean to get boobs. I was meant to be more flat originally, and I didn't really realize it until it was too late. And I was like, you know what? I'll leave it. I still have an ass. I just don't have the hips like I used to. Or I guess that I will do one day. Where's the string go? On her back. It does not go in her ass, don't worry. I know what you're thinking. I know what you are. Alice says boobas? Technically speaking. Hang on, I'll pull up the reference real quick. Technically speaking, yeah. Let me move the doll. Actually, let me just head the doll real quick. There's more booba than honestly I meant for there to be. But you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm honestly content with that. What the fuck kind of sentence did I hear? Look, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I say so many crazy things sometimes. You gotta give me more than just what the hell did I hear? Explode, yeah, fair, my bad. What do I pull your string? Do you play there's a snake in my boot voice line? Yes, I do have predetermined voice lines when my string is pulled. Or when her string is pulled, technically. What is that tattoo, bro? What does it mean? That's for me to know and for you guys to wonder about. That is for me to know and for you guys to be curious about. Goongangas. Me? Gugaga. But yeah, no, I sacrificed the hips for Booba. Which I do kind of miss, but you know what? I'm okay with that still at the same time. Because you know what? I love the doll. The doll is me. It's just two different versions of me, you know? I love the doll, and the doll might love me. I don't know. Undetermined yet. We'll be back with that information later. Not a FNAF jump scare. You've had heterochromia in lore. Was the purple iron amulet thing? No, I do have heterochromia. The doll also has it. You just, you know, you can't see it on the PNG here. But I do have heterochromia. I can pull it one more time real quick. Yeah, no, I have heterochromia. You can see right here. Heterochromia. My right eye, or I guess my left eye technically, is scarred. The pupil's cracked, and it's purple instead of green. Natural eye color is green, but the cursed eye is cracked and purple. They will never expect my next move. This boy kisser kit, or another kit. Yep, Death the Boy Kisser. What's good kit is crazy. One time in chat. I know, what is this clip? What did I say here? I gotta know. I'm not gonna pull it up on stream just because I'm lazy. Oh, it's in 2.5 speeches. Oh, the string thing. I was answering chat. That's not on me. The string thing was not on me, alright? You know exactly what you're implying when you ask, where's the string go? Where's the tail go? Alright, that's the very basic, obvious, fucking... Oh my god, it's a butt plug joke. Alright, yeah, we get it. You cannot jump on me for that one. I was shutting it down before it even started. About me said, I like trains. Crazy. I like trains. Bam. I like train. Dude, asked if maybe the new one dropped. I'm glad that after all these years, Asked If movie hasn't lost its flair. It's somehow still funny. It somehow still gets me. It's somehow still the same after all this time. Okay, let me close that. Let me close that. There we go. And pull this side to the side. There we go. Oh, is that program? No, that's okay. It's cool. So yeah, again, tomorrow we'll play more Gloomwood, probably anyway. What else should we do? Because I don't want to dedicate the whole stream to Gloomwood like last time. Because I honestly did not mean to play all Gloomwood yesterday. I don't know, maybe we'll do more all Gloomwood tomorrow because the game's fun. Not the Christmas oh, don't ruin this track for me. Don't say it's Christmas lo-fi. Oh, you're so right though. No. Fraud Layer and Ultra Kill is out, man. You should play it. True. Oh, wait. What am I saying? Tomorrow's Resident Evil 9. We're playing that tomorrow. I'll find a way to play it tomorrow. I swear to God. I'll PNG as the doll if I have to. God forsake. No, I'll just PNG as my little PNG. But my point being, I'll stream it if I have to, or I'll find a means to stream it because I want to stream it. I'll do what I have to do to stream it. You know. Even if I'm playing at 30 frames. At another 30 frames though, I will not be streaming it, and I'll have to find another method. If Resident Evil 9 doesn't work out on stream though, then we'll probably switch to Gloomwood or something. What time do you stream? Usually we stream at 7 p.m. EST, but during the subathon, it's kind of been a little over the place because I'm trying to stream earlier in the day so that we can grind out more time on the timer. But we'll see. It depends. Ideally, I start stream tomorrow at 4 p.m. ish, but you know, I'll tweet when I'm going live. I'll ping in the Discord when I'm going live, right? So those are really easy ways to keep track. Also ring the notification bell. Also easy ways to keep track. But usually 7 p.m. EST, but the subathon I'm a little on and off. So we're guaranteed to stream by 7 EST, but I want to try to stream earlier in the day. They are taking RE9 into mind when you're talking about Gloomwood. I expected too much from my streamer. Look, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I lash out when I'm angry. I'm not sorry. No, I kind of am. That was mean. I lash out when I'm angry. Whoa, streamer's rude. You know me so well, chat. I should be able to catch it then. Yippee! We should overthrow a streamer. We should not overthrow a streamer. Alright, we should not do that. Do not do that. I do not agree with this. I do not approve of this. There will be no rebellion. There will be no uprising. There will be no revolution. There will be no diplomacy. Overthrow Mouse Chan? You know, I might be able to agree with this one. I might be able to agree with this one. Overthrow the witch? I'm starting to have revolutionary ideas. Kiss my ass. My experience in Wonderland, my streamer called me a poopy head. You're a stinky pooper head. And I think you should trip and fall. We all know Mouse Chan is the true OC. All Mouse Chan does is bounce around the room all day. She doesn't even do anything entertaining for you guys. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here putting in the hard work. And she just gets all the fucking glory. Look her to go. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Can we say Mouse Train after you guys overthrow Alice? Guys, what the helly? What the helly? Working hard or hardly working? Mouse Chan never works, period. Because she just bounces around. I'm glad that the Mouse Chan bit is actually still around. I was such a denier of the Mouse Chan bit at first, and you know what? It is a funny bit. It is a silly bit. I approve of the Mouse Chan bit officially. Except that has been obvious. Mouse Chan are Oshi. Alright. Wait, bouncing is hard work. Trust me, I know. Take that as you will. The doll put in the hours, trust. Anyway, thanks for being out tonight, guys. I had a lot of fun. I'll leave you guys lingering that thought. I have been Alice, and I will see you guys very next time. Even overthrown as the main character by Mouse Chan. Mouse Chan wishes she could be the main character. But again, I will see you guys tomorrow at the very least 7 p.m. EST, ideally sooner. Keep an eye out. Join the Discord if you want to be notified, or hit the notification bell. Follow me on Twitter. No, I ping the best I can. It's been really fun. I hope you guys had fun too. I will see you tomorrow to start week 2 of the Subathon. Later. Have a wonderful night. Bye bye. Have a great one, Big Boss. Take care, Chud Chat. Finally, good to see that I have a moderator that's on my side, actually. Glad to see I have a moderator on my side. Thank you, Askar. you will be spared in the reckoning. Alright. For real though. Bye everyone. Have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out with me. I had so much fun. This means the world that people come and hang out with me, so thank you. Have a wonderful night, and I will see you tomorrow. Me and the dolls badass both will see you tomorrow. Good night.